Bot lane. Masteros against In Your Dream. You've got Polison and Set0 there on the Shadow Demon, as well as the Snapfire. So Polison just kind of going at it with Set0. I think Masteros, he might struggle a little bit in this laning phase, but as long as you can kind of ride out the Metamorphosis, you should be just fine. So it can be much easier said than done. Meanwhile, top lane though, Jackie's in big trouble on the Medusa. Is going to end up dropping. So Mizu able to pick up the first kill. First blood goes the way of the Brewmaster, and it goes back to that combination we talked about. They hit level 2, they get the Cinder Brew, they get the Thunderclap, and it looks like they also got a concussive shot, and it was more than enough to finish off the Medusa pretty darn easily by the looks of it.
Yeah, early levels for Medusa, you're not that tanky. You do need a lot of stats, you do need a lot of levels, and your mana shield to really feel tanky. There is, again, a bit of a play you can make with Mystic Snake, but Mizu's really tanky. He doesn't mind that too much. We're seeing really good positioning coming out with Jokam on that Sky, just standing back far enough to get the concussive shot, very long range, so he doesn't have to be in the line of fire for the Mystic Snake. He doesn't have to be in the line of fire for the Thunder Strike coming through from Q, and that does lead to more aggression coming out from GXR. For Motivate Trust, I think they've got to take it a bit slower with the Disruptor and Dusa. It's not a very active lane. You might want Q to just focus on pulls, or maybe try to build up stacks when some levels are gotten up, or once the Dusa is more self-sufficient. Because this is really the name of the game for GXR. Just try to be aggressive, shut down Jackie, and force him in a position where he has to jungle early.
Just to get an update, John, while we have a chat. In fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, Set0 is going to get jumped. Reflection is there by In Your Dream, but in the end, he is going to be able to walk out. Did you find a solution to the whole camera?
I have found.
You did?
I have found it. You do a click drag, right? So you get the selection box up. Yes, and that fixes it.
There's nothing else I can do.
No.
You're telling me? Oh my goodness me. It's not enough that I have to do production, I do observing, I do the play-by-play, but now I've got to do it a very particular way. That's quite annoying to do during a cast. Fair enough.
Come on, Mike. Beta game. We all know this.
Mid lane, Fearless, he's dropping very low here against the Lacrity, but they are kind of going at it. Lacrity got to be a little bit cautious himself as Fearless is looking to get a little bit more aggressive. And right now, the Storm is pulling ahead just by about 6 CS, so at the very least, Fearless able to secure his own lane pretty darn well. Of course, both heroes are going to be able to go to the side camps and, you know, get that farm going there, but at the very least, Fearless apparently having a pretty decent time.
Yeah, up there in CS, 22-6 compared to our Ember at 15-0. Already at the level 5 mark, not too far off from level 6. Well, a full level away, but still ahead of that Ember. Really keen on Lactity's build a little rotations in.
That it is. Fearless going to try and Vortex Alacrity. In fact, he might be able to fight back, but Jokam is going to zone him out. Alacrity looking for another Slider Fist, but it was on cooldown for another 5. So in the end, he is just going to have to back off down towards the bot side. In Your Dream, he does drop quite low on the TB, but ultimately going to be salved up by Polison. Gonna be just fine. I suppose for now, both teams very even. Slight net worth either way of GXR. But ultimately, I'd say it's still an extremely even game. Could go either way. So Lacrity looking to make a rotation, but looks like he was just getting his bottle back off Jokam. Q's going to show up in the mid lane for some reason on the Disruptor, and he might be punished, but he has help coming in. Q already gone, Set0, going to get cookied up by Polison. He'll be another death as Fearless. He's going to try and fight back, but going to be able to walk away. Jokam even going down there on the Skyrath. Masteros able to pick up that kill, but still very favorable for the side of GXR.
Yeah, they get a lot more going there compared to the side of Motivate Trust, and they get 2 supports for theirs, and they managed to give the kill away towards Alacrity, or at least he's in the area to pick it up. So you are getting a bit more on that Ember to catch up. You do still have that level deficit with Fearless hitting 6, and you do manage to at least force some movement out. You're freeing up some space for In Your Dream in that time when Master is left to get some farm up. He is being jumped right now, though.
That he is. Masteros going to move in with the Blood Right. Silence is there. In Your Dream, though, going to turn right back in onto Set0 and finds the Shadow Demon. He's going to try and make a run out. He's going to be just fine. Masteros unable to keep up with the TB. He's going to have to let him go, and now In Your Dream, he'll get a tango off Polison, so does have some regen going for himself. top lane. But we are also going to see Q go down to the Disruptor. JoeCam able to pick up another kill on the Skywrath. And it goes back to that exact same combination that we've been watching. With the Cinder Brew, with the concussive shot, there's really no way out. Right now, GXR, John, off to a great start, 5-1, 6.5 minutes in. And by the way, shout out to the people in the chat that were actually pointing out that I have to, you know, drag and box the heroes to see their items. I figured it out before they told me, but my sincerest thank yous for trying to help out. We do appreciate it.
Oh yeah, it's one of those things you don't expect going back in. Jackie though, being jumped, level 6 splits up.
I disagree, by the way, John. I was wholeheartedly expecting this to happen. Jackie top lane is going to get caught out. Does end up going down to Mizu. Another great setup there for GXR. If there's one lane you've got to compliment for GXR right now, it is this off lane. And I realize they have a massive advantage with the duo they had. Yeah, Brewmaster Skywrath just really kind of broken to try and fight into. But it's not as easy as just saying it to pull it off. Like, Mizu's been doing a great job, and so is JoeCam. His bot lane, Masaros now. He's gonna get jumped. His Cookie is there. He's dropping very low. Alacrity should be able to continue chasing him down, and does do so. They find another great killer. Now Setsuru's being chased. Fearless, he's gonna try and show up and jump the back lines. They will at least get one, but Alacrity's gonna find a second on the Ember. In fact, Sunder's out. Silence is there, and they'll get Fearless. Great play out from GXR. That was a really nice kind of move in from the side from JoeCam. Does get the silence off onto Fearless, and naturally there was no way to counter that out.
Yeah, it's a tough game for the Storm just because the Skywrath mages in. That's why this pick for GXR just works so well. You're not really able to do much on that Storm until you get something that helps you dispel. Not sure how long it's going to take Fearless in that end, but so far, outside of that good lane, that death does set him back a bit. He is trying to rush for the power treads first, so not revealing whether or not he wants the ults, whether or not he wants a quick BKB. You're going to need something this game, because once that silence is out, JoeCam is always going to stay hidden. He does go for Ancient Seal being leveled up first as priority as well, so that silence duration is just growing and growing. Motivate Trust are using the space really well though. Jackie just retreating into that jungle, clearing out camps as you'd expect the Medusa to do, and is up there number 2 in CS right now. Still lagging behind the Terrorblade overall in net worth, which can be concerning, but as long as the space is there for Jackie, we know what he can do. We know how Motivate Trust likes to play around this pause 1. They just give him a ton of space and kind of try their bodies to make that happen. And they have to be careful about In Your Dream kind of hitting these farming spikes as well. We talked about it, but once SNY is up, even without something like the Scotty, In Your Dream should be comfy enough to just show up whenever Metamorphosis is available.
No, absolutely. Apparently everything's going wrong today, John. My internet's playing up now, which is bloody fantastic. I tell you, just absolutely everything that could go wrong will go wrong today, apparently. I might need you to just take over while I try to sort this out.
No problem. See that push up top. Tier 1 falling. Bot lane is also being shoved in by Motivate Trust. Fearless and Monsters getting that done. So they're going to trade the towers evenly, and that should open up some jungle space out for the pause ones right now. Is still a rather even game, at least in net worth. 9-2 in kill board does favor GXR. They are making a move onto the mid, but the disruption's there to sort of hold back Alacrity's aggression. So there's always that one saving play with a Shadow Demon. He is cut off though, Paulson.
Yeah,
gun
gets
down.
called out.
Shadow Demon, yeah.
Set 0. Nice little play. I haven't fixed the problem yet, John. My only option is to reconnect the internet, which I don't know if is a great idea right now, considering we're in the game. But I don't believe the game's very watchable, so it might have to be the play, unfortunately. I'll do some checking up.
All right. It's one of those days. Still, 10-2. GXR playing really aggressive. Tickling down bot. Silence out onto Fearless. Chains out. Galactic does manage to get the hits off. No chains, but still manages to live. Skywrath Mage ult's too strong and spits out. Q barely living with the stick. Not quite enough. Does melt as they just line back up for mid. So Jackie's going to have to show himself to hold back the wave a little bit. The siege creep's still going to be standing. Mizu's cutting off the creep wave as well to ensure more damage comes through onto that tier 1. They even protect the siege creep by having Alacrity tank the hits. So they want that tower gone. Monsters has to show up to hold them off now, using the blood right to clear out the creep wave, and Jackie's still not able to just go back in the jungle. He's constantly dipping in and out of these camps to ensure the push won't come in. And GXR is just applying so much pressure. 3 heroes, 4 heroes down mid from Motivate Trust, just cutting off the farm supply. Compare that to the movements from In Your Dream. He's just in the triangle, he's getting some ancient stacks up. No Metamorphosis, so it can be a bit slower, but he's got the Yasha. Number 2 in that fort, so he has lagged a bit behind, although he managed to catch out Mizu. Commit the Static Storm. Split is still out, though. He does manage to kind of go away and hold down Fearless for a bit. No rotations coming in from his team. Should just be a straight retreat. He is putting that Earth Bear quite away, so I'm trying to buy some space. That's a big rotation out.
John, I've got to do the old reconnection. I'm sure the viewers can hear us right now, but I got to go reconnect the internet. The game's just going to be unwatchable, so give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Maybe just tell the chat we're going to reconnect, John, while I'm gone.
Okay.
Be right back.
This is mine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Trickster's rune of illusion. A gift from the tempest of battle. Mega kill! There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower is no more. Dire's top tower is under attack. Over here! The flames rush forth.
Hello? Hello?
Killing spree!
With your surround.
Yep.
Blown away!
Yep. The pink chat. I can't tell if my in-game audio is on.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire structures are fortified.
No problem.
What did you learn?
Lakad mo, Totoy!
Normally.
Mega kill!
So if anyone's watching in-game, can't actually tell. My microphone is going true, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm speaking to the void here. I hear the echoes of Mike in the background.
Behold my searing jaws.
Wow, did the pipe effect change? It looks fancier. More particles.
The rune of regeneration.
When did that happen?
Mourn me.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't quite hear you, Mike. Let me use the game for a bit so I can hear you. What's up?
Whoa, what'd I miss? There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's the...
Gold for my tower.
You could set up a hotspot and set a password. Ooh, you could try. There is an option for USB tethering. So it won't work. Oof.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Ooh.
New treasures.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
All right.
Unstoppable! Instructions forward. Dire shall look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack.
No problem. They've been really aggressive in GXR's end. They took that mid-tier 1. They've been choking out the top jungle. Motivate Trust have been limited in farm space. Jackie's still keeping up in the deuces you'd expect him to. The big issue is that Fearless and Monsters have severely lagged behind. Like, the build-up in the Storm's just not hitting its item spike, and we talked about that matchup with the Ember Spirit having much stronger early activity with less items. Even Terrorblade can show up to these fights now just with the SNY and Dragonlance. So there's more power through GXR right now compared to Motivate Plus, where they have to sit back and farm. Roshan being taken as well. That's going to be the first Rosh of the game. Going the way of GXR, you're going to have the security of that Aegis on in your dream. And aside from Motivate Trust, still have to keep the stall game out. I think a couple of items to watch out for on Motivate Trust's side is Fearless BKB. And we talked about it early when we saw those Skyrat rotations come in. He needs a way to purge off that silence. The BKB is going to get that job done. It's still a ways off. And that will leave him without, say, an Orchid for silence, without damage output coming through outside with just the amp on the Kaya. So it's still a tricky game for Fearless to really get the burst in the backline that he needs, and to even just try stopping, say, a Brewmaster without the Orchid. It's near impossible at this point, with Muzu being as farmed as he is. But that's what they need to wait for. Top tier 2 faults now as well. GXR have control of the game. They've pretty much gotten top jungle entirely to themselves, and it's just choking Motivate Trust out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. barracks has fallen.
Yeah, they can't really do much. I don't think they have the tools on hand to really take a big fight unless they land a pretty good static storm to hold down the bigger heroes, get the control off that way. Because they lack that forward Orchid on Storm to zip in, try to lock in the Brewmaster before the split. And that's going to be one of their bigger issues. There's a lot of issues that they trust to have to work through. The only bright side, again, is that Jackie is still finding some farm. He's within 2k of In Your Dreams build-up, so the Deuce is still going to be able to be a bit of a force, especially once the Scotty's up. But that's all on the back of just one hero. Everyone else has been put on the back foot, and that's going to really hurt the opportunities, the openings for Motivate Trust to look for. They're not quite lined up. Jackie.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is no more.
They don't have a big warrior in GXR send. They know Static Storm's down. That's a big team fight spell. That Motivate Trust have to rely on for their silences because they don't have an Orchid. They don't have any easy way of preventing the splits, of preventing the silences coming true. And it's just difficult right now for Motivate Trust to play high ground.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They've got so much damage coming through even without the metamorphosis.
Never return. Your place is here.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to play, even with this decent farm on Jackie. I think you really need to start refocusing your efforts on building up on Fearless. The Storm Spirit really needs to be able to stand up, get his control off. We are seeing Fearless go for the Ags buildup, so he switches out of the BKB, realizes that, you know, maybe if I get to jump in, get a big Vortex off to tie in with a Static Storm, and that's how we can take these fights. I don't need to worry about the silences. If they're silenced first, let's see if it does pay off and if the build-up is quick enough. Still a ways to go in that item, and there's really just not enough space. Like, he's forced to immediately TP out after only seeing Mizu. Just the Brewmaster alone is enough to kind of force the Storm Spirit away from his farm. and it's just really tight on the map. The only hero that they can reasonably get gold on is still just Jackie. Now, the Deuce's farm is building up. You know, you do have the Scotty pretty much done, just going into the Daedalus next. So the damage is going to reach a point where it's going to be strong, but it's still some time away. And if they hit that Daedalus timing, I guess the high ground does simplify. You've got really good split damage coming through to a lot of heroes. And if you do hit that Ags timing, then it starts to build up for the Deuce draft. Because you Vortex with a Storm onto the AoE, you get the Static Storm off. It's easier for Jack to just focus in and try to kill heroes off.
Is mine.
Oh no.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Mega kill!
They had a really good time in their lanes. Motivate Trust not able to really match up against the duos they had. We saw it early on with all the aggression come through, especially from Mizu. He made Jackie's lane hellish. I think the early rotations we were seeing from Jokam on the Scott.
The quest for ultimate glory continues. fortified.
Now, here's an
Holy Chicago!
What need have I for a visit? Oh,
bounty.
it's quite nice, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Holy shit! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blessings upon the loyal warrior.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Mega kill! Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let me just
Another face.
Double kill!
Blessings upon the loyal warrior.
Haste.
Bounty! The Dire scan, on the hunt for Radiant forces.
Fresh meat!
Unbelievable! Radiant's courier has been killed.
Normally.
Radiant's top
Blessings
tower is
upon the
under
loyal
attack.
warrior.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Wicked Sith! By Beast Lightning attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has been
Normally.
Radiant's Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structure fortified. Killing spree! Unbelievable!
Blessings upon a loyal
Middle
warrior.
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is ready. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Flashmate!
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
A player has disconnected from the fight. A true warrior never rage quits.
What can I say? Nature loves me.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Haste!
Killing spree! Double kill! Dire's top tower is under attack. Tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Is under attack. Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill! Radiant's ancient is under attack. The Radiant Ancient is in grave danger. Radiant must fight to protect their Ancient.
Thanks.
Dire are the single match champions.
one out. It's not something you can really follow up on with a stun. You do have the Ember who can jump into the back, but that's just one hero. So there's still a lot of issues in kind of keeping heroes down, and I think GXR, they've got the lineup to abuse it with. Void Spirit's very mobile, Mirana's very mobile. You don't really have anything beyond Global Silence, really, for Motivate Trust to hold them down. Now, maybe in lanes, this can fare a bit better, like, say, Abaddon plus a good pause. One for Jackie, can sustain itself, not going to be as easy to bully out as we saw in Game 1. So he should have a lane to play with and should be able to get some initial farm to build up for his team. I don't know about Silencer Bloodseeker. Like, on paper, it sounds really good. Bloodright, Arcane Curse is nice, and Last Word coming through as well. Maybe even the Glaives for the pure damage on Terrorblade could be nice, but without any hold in that lane, it doesn't sound like you're really going to be able to hold anyone down in Bloodright. Like, maybe you catch Terrorblade when he has no Metamorphosis, but that feels like a pretty tall order. I think that's something In Your Dream should be ready for.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ogre Magi!
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Yep, and Ogre Magi is not going to mind if he loses his HP, as long as In Your Dream's farming on that TB, so overall it works out. I think Motivate Trust, their last pick, it's looking like we're lacking that Jackie hero. They do have the option for Medusa once more if they want to. It hasn't been banned out, so you could try to go for that Medusa versus Terrorblade matchup. I don't think the power spikes line up too well. It still doesn't solve your control issue. You don't have that synergy with, say, the Disruptor we saw last game with Static Storm and the Kinetic Field for the Stone Gaze to really work out. You don't have anything to build up with that, so maybe something more active here for Jackie could work out. You can't really pick a Luna. Luna into Terrorblade can be a bit awkward. You do go with the Gyrocopter instead, which we've seen Jackie play a couple times. We've also seen In Your Dream play. Very strong core to just farm up with. Can be aggressive early on depending on the laning build. So there is more options to play with there for Motivate Trust. I don't know if it's really going to be the full answer. I think if you play a fast Gyrocopter game, say focusing on Rocket Barrage early on, maybe getting a fast SNY or Dragonlance and just joining some early team fights, with your magic damage, you can kind of get a faster lead on the map. You can get control a bit quicker with that sort of build-up, but we have generally seen the flat cannon stats build-up be more popular. So I'm keen to see what Jackie takes, what route he wants to take for farming. Is he confident in just scaling towards late game against the Terrorblade, or will he want to pressure early? I think that's the big part for Motivate Trust this game. it's a tough time. Like, they might have to just try to get as many points as possible. Even the lower start can be a bit awkward if they, say, theoretically don't win any games. So every win counts for Motivate Trust. We'll have to see if they can hold on. GXR, I think you and I are in agreement as well. The draft is just looking a lot better. Yeah, the weak point might be the Mirana Venge lane. We've seen this one before. Magic Missile Stun doesn't last long enough for a good arrow to follow through. But even if you don't play around that, say just play with a right-click harassment of Wave of Terror and the pretty nice right-click animation of a Mirana, with a minus armor on hand, you can still kind of zone out the enemy core anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Mizu and JoeCam going to move in with the rest of their team. 5-man smoke up here from Galaxy Racer is a nice deep observer. It's going to give vision to Jackie and Fearless. They'll run to the tree line. There's 3 heroes around. They'll get the magic missile into the arrow, but a Phonic Shield is going to block off a lot of the damage. And even if you do land those stuns, you're underneath the tier 1 tower. Mizu, he'll get the tip over. And I think in your dream wanted to wait for them to try and go after the bounty, or maybe get a bit greedy and come out of that tree line. Because again, with all the bonus armor you get from that tier 1 tower, you're probably not going to die.
Just a bit too much tankiness there. They're still trying to force the issue, though.
They are, but Paulson, he's overextended now. Homing missile is going to fly in. Arrow will not land, and Masaros is able to take the kill with the Blood Ride. Very kind of greedy play there from Paulson to try and sneak in for that bounty. And to make matters worse, it's a 3-for-1 trade on the bounty runs. So things just continue to get worse in this very early stage of game 2, at least for GXR. For Motivate Trust, though, you're very happy with the way this game started.
You need everything you can get to kind of snowball from these lanes. We are seeing Masaros and Q on that Bloodseeker Silencer lane, so we've got to see what they can work out. Blood Right's already up. Q does go for the Glaives instead, realizing that you're probably not going to do as much with Arcane Curse early on here. Ogre Match is just way too tanky. Terrorblade doesn't really care for it too much, and you don't have the guaranteed Blood Right silence to really amp up the damage, so you just kind of want to trade right clicks with the Glaives, kind of punish the Ogre for being tanky. Glaives of Wisdom is pure damage, so it rips right through. But for the most part, though, it doesn't look like In Your Dream's going to be copping too much here. As long as the Silencer's not focusing on getting the right click damage onto the Terrorblade, In Your Dream's still going to be farming just fine.
So we'll see how they get it done here for Motivate. Over in the mid lane, Alacrity again against Fearless here. So the Ember vs Void Spirit matchup this time around. Fearless, he had a pretty good time during the lane before we had that massive disconnection. So Alacrity, I mean, we've seen him fall behind in the laning phase, and he is able to usually come back by making some very aggressive rotations. I'd imagine that's what happened last game around. Well, even now, Alacrity is already ahead in terms of CS, so a much better start here for the side of GXR in this mid lane.
Yeah, I think it boils down to Fearless having to go for level 1 Searing Chains to get that first blood. So he doesn't really have the easy wave clear with a Sleight of Fist and Flame Guard just yet. And that kind of holds back his potential. He can't really get easy right-click harassment onto Alacrity. Alacrity, he's got the physical shield with a Resonant Pulse. Much easier for him to wave clear and some burst damage compared to Flame Guard being a DOT. So it's much more manageable. You do have to be
nice
careful,
remnant.
though.
Yeah, that's a really nice remnant out from Alacrity. Fearless, he might just be gone, and yeah, he is. He tried to eat a Fairy Fire to survive through it, but the tier 1 tower just hit a little bit too hard. Alacrity now going to be able to really just take both Water Runes if he wants. Already with the bottle up. And, you know, that's never really a great sign for any team when you get solo killed mid lane like that.
It's a lot going out to Alacrity early on. Like, he's just building up in his laning lead in terms of CS. He's going to hit level 4, level 5 a bit quicker. And he's going to be tankier, has more damage options. And Fearless can keep trying to play with that Sleight of Fist early on, but it's just not enough damage and control to really apply any sort of harassment onto Alacrity.
That was a burn.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a level behind now as well, I suppose Fearless does have to get aggressive to try and make a bit of a comeback and get more XP than, say, Alacrity does right now, but we'll kind of check back in later on. Of course, bottom lane, Mizu and JoeCam going to be there. You have Jackie on the Gyro and Set0 on the Abaddon. Should be a fairly safe laning stage for Jackie this time around. Like, yeah, you can get double stunned with the Magic Missile and Arrow, but Set0 is always going to be there with the Aphotic Shield. So really, he should really just never die in this bot lane. And it does seem like he's having a very good time thus far here, Jackie. 19 and 6 on the Gyrocopter, top of the CS board, and Again, there's really no contest for him at the moment.
Yeah, he's really not going to be zoned out here, and he is going for what looks to be the flak cannon build. So far, he's pocketing his level 3. The combination of Mirage Venge is just not that strong. Again, if you are focusing on Magic Missile, the stun doesn't scale too well. Mizu actually goes for it level 2 though, and they're going to try and set 0 a bit, but still tanky Abaddon.
That he is. Set 0 and Jackie both going to back out. Jeez, I really can't catch a break today. The internet's dying again. It's unbelievable today, Jonathan. I'm pretty sure we're still live, but it is getting somewhat ridiculous now. As JoeCam chase down, Magic Missile, gonna connect. Top lane, I believe in your dreams about to drop, but is gonna be able to get Masteros and does before he does go down. You can take over for a bit. I gotta go try to resolve this.
Yeah, it's a decent kill to come out. You still feel better on In Your Dream because, well, you got the offlaner kill first. And that is a stack of in towards Q. I don't think it's a particularly big issue for the Terrorblade. You do tend to go for alt stats builds, especially with Scotty, so you're not going to run out of mana anytime soon. The bigger issue right now for Motivate Trust is really just trying to hold back on the mid, right? Like, Fearless is still being run down. Alacti gets another kill with his level 6 spike. Pretty good level advantage to have, hitting that spike earlier. Fearless still a quarter way to 6. And Alacrity, this is the same point where we see him kind of start to overtake. Maybe we see a mid-rotation out. Likely we'll just see him go onto the sidelines. Mizu does find kill in set 0, but he is dropping low. Jackie with a missile isn't going to be able to find a kill. They managed to gun down that early homing missile level. It's still stuck at level 1. They do find some saving grace there in GXR's end, but overall, I think they are having a better end. Just from Alacti having this kind of early start once more, it's going to be the foundation for their mid-game aggression. It's going to lead to those rotations we need to see him pull off. And if Jackie is kind of disturbed in bot lane, despite how well it's going now, one simple rotation out from the Void Spirit at level 7 can kind of turn all of that around.
Of this issue.
No problem.
FYI, yeah.
No problem. Keep going.
Keep solo casting, John.
Aye. Invis stolen by Fearless. So he does manage to grab something away from Alacti for now, but not going to lead too much. He could maybe look to be aggressive, does pop it. Let's see if that does lead to a rotation. Looks to be lining up top where In Your Dream and Paulson are kind of posturing aggressively. They do have the Arcane Curse at level 2 and Last Word leveled up, so they've got some damage coming out in Fearless. And look for the angle. In Your Dream still in the camp. They've got the chains, only one remnant though, and he's under a sentry. Gets stunned up, not going to lead to a kill. And that's just more time wasted from Motivate Trust side. So, while Fearless is gone, Alacti is just free farming the lane. Gets more levels by himself, is going to hit his level 8 spike earlier. Fearless still halfway to 7, so the disparity between the mids keeps building up. And there's even a bit of a shove in that tier 1 with Siege Creep up. So, a lot coming through. Siege Creep going to fall soon, with the chains coming through from Fearless and the tower damage being enough. But just keeping the Ember from finding these early kills makes it hard for him to get that initial build-up we always talk about. Phase Boots almost done. Orb Corrosion looking like it's still a bit off. And you can still make plays happen with the added right-click damage on Phase Boots, but you're not leveling up Sleight of Fist. You're going for the Chains and Flame Guard builds, so you don't have that added hero damage coming through on the Sleight, which means the added damage you get from Phase Boots aren't going to amp up all too much there. And it just leads to less bursts, which is something that Motivate Trust lineup does lack until more items, more levels are up. Alacti is trying to be aggressive, did use the jump forward. Chains were out. Alacti still playing poke with Fearless, though. Arrow coming through is not going to find a mark. Jump forward with Alacti, and Fearless does use the Remnant to bail. So, a lot of back and forth. Not going to lead to that kill, but it is keeping that Ember down, and overall, Alacrity's getting a ton out of this lane. JoeCam makes that early rotation, which is leaving Mizu alone, but he's got level 6 up on Venge. And despite that earlier start on lane not quite shaping up, he does have Swap. He did opt to max out Magic Missile, so he went for a 3-2-0 build with Swap up, but here comes a bit of a rotation with the hits. Alacrity, looking for the angle, has one step charge up. Sees set 0. Gonna go for the Abaddon first. Remnant out, stun out. Not gonna take too long. Another kill under Alacrity's belt. 3-0 now on that Void Spirit. as he does just haste back towards his lane. They did manage to take Jackie up to the top lane, so they're going to look to split push, but Alacrity's all there with the TP, jumps in onto Q. Arcane Curse misses its mark, and the missile is just too slow of a stunt to stop the Void Spirit. So he's now 4-0 with 2 lane rotations. Blood right out, though, with the silence is in. Alacrity in a bit of a dire spot. Flat kind of damage is good. The Sunlight on cooldown, they find punishment. So Jackie gets a massive streak on his side while still applying that pressure to the top, and that's a good turnaround for Motivate Trust. They maintained a slight network lead, less than 1k their way, 4-6 right now. GXR though, they've already put their Terrorblade into jungle, and they catch Fearless out in that jungle. Arrow with the with a stun from the Ogre Magi is good, but it's not enough to rip through a max level Flame Guard. Fearless just manages to run away, hooking up top, maybe looking for Mizu here. Venge, Magic Missile, Homing Missile onto him now, as they do make the move in. Fearless has the chains, the Blood Rights there, their stun combinations lining up. They even get the Arcane Curse off. That's going to be a nice kill on Venge. -2 again, but here's in the dream. He's got the Metamorphosis up. Damage out onto Q. He's falling. Reload is gone. Jackie left behind, all by himself. Arrow comes out as well, and Jackie's just dead. It's just left for dead by his team. Masros leaving him behind. So overall, GXR wins out that trade. Tier 1 still stands, and your Dream gets a couple of kills under his belt. And, you know, they're keeping this game even. Still a really close game, 5-8, less than 1k lead on Motivate Trust. But you're not really minding that too much. Masaros, Rupture out, and Alacrity. Does not have Blood Right anytime soon. And the arrow doesn't land. We do manage to get the chains up onto Alacrity with the Blood Red. Can he keep him down? No. Step out just in time. Rupture is gone, and Alacrity's fine. They can't even find Jokam in that trade. They TP down Jackie, looking to pressure down mid. Flat Cannon maxed out. Dragon Lance up. So Jackie's right-click damage is pretty darn good. We've got the protection of the Abaddon at the back, and they've also got that level 6 on the Abaddon. So bar time's up. Even if he jumps at 0, he's still going to be able to get a couple of spells off. Fortify's out. TP's coming in. Blood right out. Chain onto Paulson. Silence is up as well. When call down in. Can he burst down the ogre? Not quite. Alacrity jumps in with the step. And Sunlight out. Global Silence to hold back. Can they find something in this downtime? They will find Paulson. The Pause 5 ogre's gone. They might find Mizu, and they do. 2 kills under their belt with a big ult committed. And that is a core kill in support build, so you don't feel too bad. Tier 1 mid is still dropping really low, really fast. GXR can't quite defend. They take the objective they're looking for on Motivate Trust. They manage to shrink down the map a bit more for GXR. Really good timings for them to hit, and this is something we talked about from draft. The Gyrocopter can be more active, even with a flat cannon build. You know, you're not going magical, but your right-click damage spreading out so far into so many heroes can just make it hard for GXR to find the angle to come in, especially if their Terrorblade doesn't have Metamorphosis, and they are just riding on the back of that. Like, Jackie's clearing out some massive stacks, building up on net worth, is currently number 2 right behind Masaros. So overall, Motivate Trust are finding a foothold here, but Galaxy Racer aren't quite out yet. Alacrity and In Your Dream are nipping at the heels there in net worth, just about 400 gold behind, equally on both heroes. And they're going to be looking to line up for their own tower push down bot. So In Your Dream shows up, going to be getting the shove in there. I think the big spike here is the Ags on Revenge whenever that does come out. Alacrity being jumped though. Set 0, Remnant Arrow does not connect, and he does pop the bar of time. Not going to be able to find a simple kills on the Abaddon anymore, but that is freeing up space down bot. And Dream with a Metamorphosis is going to take care of the bot tower quite well. They will trade their top. Masros is pushing by himself. And the 1-for-1 trade is they do manage to get the hold onto Jokam. We're on dropping really low. More int coming out for Q. 10 int stacks on our support sensor. Good start on him. Are getting TPs. Bot tier 1 still stands. Mizu gets a stun off onto Fearless. Can he actually get the kill? Rupture out onto In Your Dream. Held back in the Blood Red with the chains. Swap out though, but not enough. In Your Dream? Does he have Sunder? No. Doesn't have it leveled up. They lose Mizu as well. Alacrity being held back. Paulson being ran down. The Ogre Magi is set to fall as Motivate Trust are finding their crutch and they get the tips out onto Paulson. So they're feeling confident in this game too. We've got the 4k lead on Motivate Trust side, going for that tier 1 push down bot. Not quite healthy enough to really fully commit. You're gonna have to hold back, but Aethos is up. Blood right. Yules is there to break off the homing missile. It doesn't connect. Managed to save Alacrity at least with his own Yules. And that is going to buy some time for GXR. They still TP down bot, though. They drag In Your Dream back. He does not have Metamorphosis for 80 seconds. Should just head to farm, but they will smoke his 4. Let's see if they find the angle here. Alacrity, Jokam, Paulson. Looking to make a play. They've got one ward in that bot jungle. Not really spotting anyone out, so they should know it's still down there. But the smoke coming out from Motivate Trust, they're looking to wrap around as well. They've got a better ward up top in the triangle. So they're going to be hunting down In Your Dream. They know he's up there. Scans out. There's that age with the global silence as well. In Your Dream gonna be caught out and just killed off. Just like that. Simple. More int coming through. Smoke on smoke doesn't pay off. They're going to wrap around from behind. Lefty does get to pull off onto Keith. Does start to drop low. Sets now standing in the middle. Does pop his bar trying. They get the ults off onto Elect. He is ruptured up. Blood Right's there. Can they get the damage off in that silence? Yes, they can. Fearless does get the kill of his own as Miz is being chased down. That Aetros is just doing so much work. Miz is being held back. Jokam does manage to jump away, but there's the spirits out from Fearless. Jump onto the Mirana. Find another kill. Monster just racing around. But all the speed he has on the Bloodseeker. Not going to dive tier 2s yet. Paulson was around to maybe threaten with a Fire Blast. But 14-10, 6k lead for Motivate Trust. Looks like a reversal from game 1. Motivate Trust managing to find that early farm, that early impact they were severely lacking in game 1. It comes down to the fact that Jackie, as a hero, he can be active with. Just popping the flag cannon, dropping the call down. Monsteros with his early Atos timings, giving them all the control they need. GXR, not quite able to respond fully as a team. They've been streaming in 1x1. They have to deal with this massive spike on Jackie, having that Ags up now. So he disassembles the Dragonlance, has more stats, side gunner, no lifesteal yet, but clumping around that triangle area right now, getting D-wards off. Paulson is by himself. There's still a smoke here on Monsteros and set 0. Does eventually pop. He will walk away. Q. Maybe looking to be cheeky, doesn't have the global silence.
John.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, John. I've heard you going on for non-stop now. It's bottom lane. I'm going to go into the Ember, Aether Remnants there, and double Astral Step will get it done. Thank you for that, Jonathan. I believe we found the issue, and I think I can confidently say that's not going to happen again tonight. So I probably shouldn't say that, but I believe we found the issue, and I think it's now resolved. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Apologies again about that. Oh, it's just so... You know, nothing's gone wrong nothing's gone right this evening, Jonathan. Nothing. Everything's gone wrong to start us off.
Just one of those days, you know. Sometimes it's me with a robotic voice and the internet just crapping out. Sometimes the spiders get in the router mic, you know? It just happens.
Yeah. At the very least, the crowd got to hear some John X Fire play-by-plays. That was very good.
Oh,
I
God,
must admit, for the past few minutes, I have been here with the internet going, but you never stop talking. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna let him do his play-by-play. I know he wants his little moment of play-by-play hype casting from John X Fire, and I'll come in and, you know, take over after he's done. But you never stop talking, so I guess I had to interrupt you.
Yeah, I mean, if you put me down, Mike, I won't shut up. I've been told by many people I never shut up. Smoke out, though, but we trust their time to shut up and sneak around.
I need to tell them to shut up. That's a bit aggressive. Masteros gonna start moving in. Jokam not gonna find anyone yet. At the very least, good news is it seems like it's a much closer game between these two. Motivate Trust leading by 4k. John, while we do have a chance, I didn't get to see much of what was going on because I was running around the house trying to resolve this issue. In fact, hold that thought, because Masteros, he's about to get caught out. Arrow, though, is way off the mark. They were trying to find a nice angle with Masteros. He will still drop anyway, but Bloodright's going to come in and Global Silence is committed, and they've got In Your Dream. Got a great kill on the Terrorblade. It's now Motivate. They will take over the dire triangle. But what's been happening during this game, John? How did this happen? 5k net worth lead from Motivate.
They've just been really aggressive. They've been grouping up as 5. They've been using this timing on Masteros with a run of Atos really well. And just that one combination, Atos into the Bloodright with a follow-up stuns on Homing Missile and Chains, it's enough to get the damage off. Like, you've got a Silencer who's hitting really hard with all the levels he's got. They will lock down Fearless, though.
And they've got the Ember. Fearless, he's just going to get blown up.
Normally.
I suppose that's one thing that GXR can always rely on is just having that big arrow combination with the Ogre Magi and with the Aether Remnant of Alacrity. If you can land that, you've basically got yourself a guaranteed kill, assuming Set 0 is not around. She wasn't that time. think Setsuro is just kind of preoccupied making sure Jackie remains safe on the gyrocopter. And speaking of the devil, Jackie getting closer and closer now to that BKB timing. I think you may have mentioned it earlier, but it's going to be a pretty big issue here for GXR once he does have that up. Look back at In Your Dream, his farm just doesn't really compare right now on the TB in comparison to Jackie on the gyrocopter. Just about 3k behind in terms of gold. Certainly very bad news for GXR.
Yeah, they need to keep building up in that Terrorblade. It boils down to how Akin, he can come in with Metamorphosis, but the uptime for Gyrocopter is really just flak. You come in, you flak, you get your damage off from a mile away, and you're nearly impossible to zone out. You're not getting the item spikes you want on GXR as well. The Ags for Mizu is almost up. It is flying out now, so maybe that's going to be the impactful change they need. Just having that second life, having that second swap and stun to really get control in these fights will help GXR, having a stable frontliner. You will have to kind of watch your two top is falling. You're not in position to defend. That's going to be a nice objective for Motivate. The outpost, maybe line up for the Roshan next. That is still first Roshan. So no shard up, but they've got control of the top jungle. So they can just constantly choke out GXR, force them to play bot, which they are. It's just not as much farm because everyone is stuck in that bot jungle.
Motivate, stay clumped on this bottom tier 2 tower. Mizu swap out, Fearless, he does avoid the arrow this time around. And Setsuro was there anyway, just in case he needed it. They'll chain up the bench. Mizu, no choice but to take the death. Will also lose the illusion there, so Motivate.
Yep, he's still behind the Gyrocopter, which is to be expected when you go for the max flak build. You're always going to be up there in the net word, always up there in the CS. It's a bit harder for the Terrorblade to kind of try and catch up. I think the big issue right now for GXR is they need some item spikes on Alacrity as well. He was forced to go for Eul's, much more defensive build-up on that Void Spirit. And it can be offensive with Eul's into Remnant, but we've been seeing him kind of dispelling stuns and silences on himself first. So we need more for that initial jump in. Again, with Avenge Ags, you can kind of throw one body out, but the follow-up control has to come true, and that's probably going to be the Ags timing for Alacrity, which is still a way off. Like, we're talking about 3,800 gold more, a lot of time that Void Spirit needs to build up for that item spike, and GXR just has to keep stalling out as best as they can. Motivate Trust for their part, their lead's stuck at 4k. It hasn't gone beyond that. I think it peaked at 6k. So as long as you kind of keep yourself in that zone for, let's say, the next 5 to 10 minutes, you can still play this game for GXR. It's not going to be too bad, but you'll have to watch out for the Roshan, as Motivate Trust do dip in quite early here.
That they do. Roshan can be chipped away at, and they certainly have the damage output to try and take this Roshan out. GXR, I'm not really sure if they can actually try and fight this. In fact, it doesn't even seem like they're aware that it could be happening, considering how early it is for Motivate with their draft to go after this Roshan, but they are going to get away with it. First Roshan of the game to go the way of Motivate Trust. GXR, I mean, they're still just biding their time trying to farm up on this Terrorblade, and In Your Dream slowly but surely is going to get there. Just working towards that Eye of Skadi now, but he is consistently about 3k net worth behind Jackie.
Yeah, this is a really farmed up silencer. Ag's already up in Q, so he's got the last word upgrade, and that's just so painful. AoE last word with AoE Arcane Curse. If this game drags on till he hits to level 25, the last word mute, that's going to be really painful for Jigsaw. Now that will take a lot of time, he's still level 12, but the possibility is there, Mike. AoE Doom.
Love to see it. I mean, you and I haven't had the pleasure of seeing it yet. That AoE, the AoE mute out with the silencer, but maybe one day we'll get to see it. I know you're still waiting. You mention it pretty much every time we have a silencer in the game. As bot lane, Fearless, he's been caught out, but Setsuro is going to be there to save the day again with the Aphonic Shield. Looks like GXR, they're just going to back their way out. But I know you've been patient, John, with this muting thing on the silencer. It's we still haven't seen it, which is rather upsetting, but it is still very doubtful to see Q get to the level 25 mark, especially when they're this dominant in the game. The arrow does land. Masaros, he does get caught out. Global Silence is there. Rupture's still going on Alacrity, but it does eventually wear out. But still, they are unable to find a kill into Masaros. They will lose Jocam in response to trying. Motivate. I don't know if they're quite ready to go high ground yet, but with an Aegis up on Jackie, they might try.
Yep, I think they can. They don't have global silence though, so that's a bit of the hard part. They don't have their good control, but...
Chains out, they do lock down the Ogre. Mizu, nice swap away in the Venge. Still, it barely saves the Ogre's Magi's. Now, Alacrity, he's going to jump in for a cheeky Resonant Pulse. Blood Rider's there. Mizu going to have to tank through the damage. Now they might go back in. Last word, Curse, it might just be enough. And it will be. Mizu does end up going down the Venge. And Motivate, they're just sniping people right now. They swap Masaros back in, but a quick BKB out is going to make sure he does remain safe. But go after that Venge Remnant. Joe Cam, they're trying to jump in with the Starfall, but ultimately all they can do is slowly chip away at Motivate. But when you've got Setsuro right behind Jackie, he's just not going to die. As now Fearless does jump in. He's got Joe Cam down already, and he's going to go for a bit more now. Onto the Ogre, he's got Polison. Alacrity still ruptured up. He'll try to fight back the best he can, but Bloodright's going to be there with the Rod of Atos. He'll juke out with the Yules. Back to Alacrity. Double step is out onto Fearless, but a fire short to save again. Jackie, he'll lose the Aegis, but he wants the reset anyway. He won't mind. And in the end, they're going to go for the racks. No problem. Back Polison, he almost dies to the Curse again. Arrow, it's not even going to land, I don't think, on Jackie. So Jackie just walks away with the BKB up now. Suppose that Zero was there with the Aphotic Shield anyway. Is In Your Dream going to move in now with the Eye of Skadi up. Maybe they could kill Jackie at this point as everybody's left him behind. And he will in the end go down. So GXR able to pick up another kill for themselves. And Setsuro, he's stuck in the pace right now, so he's going nowhere. In Your Dream will take another. And so ultimately, even though the tier 3 tower was taken down, GXR able to fight back.
Yeah, they managed to hold on to their racks. They do lose the tier 3, but at least the creeps aren't going to shove in as hard without super creeps up, and they are buying more time. The lead for Motivate Trust still remains at 4K, so it's not quite growing at the rate you'd expect despite that kill lead they have. They haven't been able to widen their net worth, and that just means In Your Dream still farming up really well. That Skadi timing just leads him to really dish the damage out, get the slows off for his team. The only counter action for that on Motivate Trust side is to get that Satanic timing on Jackie, so he can just out heal the healing reduction of the Skadi downline. He's still ways off from that Satanic though. It does look like he is prioritizing damage, going for that Daedalus first. So we'll see if that will be enough to sit true. Mizu has to be a bit cautious. He's been throwing his body forward. Fearless pops his BKB as well.
I mean, why the hell not? That's a +3 Venge you're going after. If you can get the kill with the BKB, you may as well just pop it. The cooldown, the duration, it doesn't really matter so much anymore with the changes to the BKB that were around a couple patches ago. Just feels like you're more than happy to pop it if you can find a value kill, and Mizu certainly is a value kill right now for Motivate Trust. They have a 4K net worth lead now. I mean, In Your Dream, though, he's still going to be a bit of a scary man as they run in now with the Moonlight Shadow out. Arrow is going to land Jackie. He's been caught out all by himself, and he's going to go down. As tips are flying out already from GXR. But you've got to start getting a little bit worried if you're a Motivate Trust fan, John. In Your Dream's taken over the net worth board now, and that's a really bad sign for Motivate.
Yeah, this Terrorblade getting really big. Once he has the BKB, you don't really have any way of holding him down. You have to kind of time your global silence once you see the BKB commitment. If you are worried about Sunder down the line, there's always going to be a saving play here on GXR to ensure In Your Dream stays alive and just needs more ult.
Got Alacrity, captured up, he'll Yules up, Glimmercape is there as well, but the follow-up is out from Fearless. They even find themselves a nice DD rune to bottle up there for the Ember. It's still a great kill there for Motivate Trust now. Not quite on par with the kill that GXR got onto Jackie, but still something, as now Setzero's been caught out. He should be alright though, he's an Abaddon. Does have the borrowed time up and will eventually pop it. GXR unable to follow up right afterwards. There's still a very close match between these two teams, but a 2K net worth lead now for Motivate. He's slowly just dropping back the way of GXR. And I'll tell you, once that Daedalus is fully available, in fact, never mind the Daedalus, John, in your dream, he's changed his mind. BKB coming up. Even then, once you've got that up, it just feels more and more impossible to actually kill off in your dream.
It just becomes a game of chicken where your silencer has to watch for BKB use, time that global silence to ensure you're still going to get that control on in your dream to prevent the Sunder, and that's easier said than done. We've seen Motivate Trust, they rely on that global silence to catch out just the Void Spirit. And such a long cooldown spell, it's not a very short cooldown, even at max level, it's still 100 seconds. So there's a lot of downtime that GXR can kind of abuse and kind of just look for the openings, get their own kills, get that build up. They are slowly building up Swell and their other heroes here on GXR. Alacrity is inching towards his axe, just about to gold off, Fearless.
And he gets the BKB off right in time. Knew the arrow was coming after that 8th Remnant. Meanwhile, towards the north, Fearless. Move in to help out Set Zero. Make sure Polison can't just easily start throwing these stuns out. If you're Motivate, you still feel like you're the team in the lead right now. You definitely want to be the instigators if you can. GXR, though, seem to be the ones getting aggressive, but Mizu gets ruptured up on the Venge. Master Ross going to move in. They'll hammer enough to get through the Venge, but not the Remnant. It's now the full-scale team fight will break out. Set Zero already borrowed time. Is out. Jackie, he's dropping quite low on the Gyrocopter. They're going to try and back out. In goes In Your Dream, though, and they've got the damage. They've got more than enough to get through the gyro. Is now Q has also been caught out. Another tip out for the silencer now. It's just bad news over and over again for Motivate, as you gave a double kill over to the Terrorblade on the opposite side, and they're onto that mid tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they've hit this massive spike in Your Dream. He didn't even need to pop his BKB in that fight, so he still has that for whatever follow-up comes through from Motivate Trust. And it's just boiling down to this itemization issue for Jackie. He was going for the Daedalus first before the Satanic. You can't sustain a man fight. Even if he does get the full Daedalus up, with a Scotty up in Your Dream, you're just not going to be able to outlast him. Your life steal is not going to be there at all with just casual Morbid Mask. In Your Dream's just going to constantly right click you with a Metamorphosis, and the back and forth just doesn't pan out. So we're going to have to see if Motivate Trust can kind of ride through this rough spot. They are lagging behind now by about less than 1k. The GXR has turned the tables in terms of net worth. And it does feel like as this game goes on, it's just going to boil down to how you engage. Like, can you get a good global silence off? Can you time it against the BKBs? GXR have been extremely patient with their own BKB use, whereas Motivate Trust have been much more willing to just pop it immediately, and that leads to a disparity in the spell immunity in these engagements.
The prize is mine.
So both teams already kind of setting up for the next Roshan attempt. Their teams understanding how important that is going to be, and Roshan, it's going to be up in 15 seconds. Soon. Both teams understand the timing very well, just waiting around, trying to position nicely, but Motivate Trust, they smoke up. They want to try and move in right here, right now. Paulson, he's going to spot out the smoke immediately. He's now the jumps out. Set Zero. He'll pop the borrowed time and he'll be fine. However, they'll keep moving in. Fearless running forward onto Paulson. Meanwhile, Jackie, he's dropping so low. They've got the Gyrocopter down once again. He has buyback available, but he'll hold out for now, as they will chase down Fearless. Luckily for Fearless, he does have the Ags available right now on the Ember, so he's going to be perfectly fine. But man, Jackie, he just dropped so darn quick on the Gyrocopter. In Your Dream, by the way, he's suddenly 5k net worth ahead. It's just kind of ridiculous how quickly this game switched it up.
It's Kami-sama. You give him some space, you give him a couple of kills, he takes over. In that last fight, he didn't even have Metamorphosis. He just ran down Jackie in the middle, got the right clicks off in melee form. Doesn't matter. Without the Satanic, the Gyrocopter just can't stand and fight. And the itemization is hurting Motivate Trust. Aegis does go the way of GXR. They've got the safety net now on their TB. They've got the Shard kind of sitting in the backpack as well. We'll see if they actually do want that Demon Zeal. I don't know if you really want it, but it doesn't look like they really have. They're not really prioritizing that Shard use. Tier 2 top going to fall really fast, and that's going to leave one outer tower left from Motivate Trust. And they're finding themselves on a back foot now. 4k lead on the side of GXR. They need more items on Motivate Trust to really kick into gear. They need Jackie to just have some good lifesteal on hand. And he does stop the Daedalus. He's just trying to make up for it with a Satanic. has almost enough gold for the Reaver, but that still puts him about 1.3k behind, plus the need for buyback. So he's going to have to weigh those options now. It's one bad fight with no buyback is going to lead to his demise. Full Daedalus up for In Your Dream now. So he hits like a massive truck. And he does have Metamorphosis ready to go. And they actually do go for the Demon Zeal. So you might not even need that Metamorphosis to get all his damage off.
Yeah, I think the Demon Zeal is something that's pretty underrated by most TV players. Like, it still does some decent work. It just gives you another option in the melee form, which is... You know, I get Terrorblade doesn't really want to fight with that meta anyway, but in the middle of a team fight, your Metamorphosis expires. At least you've got something to try and fight back with, is the way I think about it.
Yeah, think about the stacking there. Like, so plus 100% more of that bonus, so 100 move speed, 100 attack speed, plus Bloodlust. That's a ridiculous amount of attack speed In Your Dream can get out, and just machine guns with his right clicks. It's difficult for Motivate Trust. Even in melee form, they have some ways of kiting him. It just doesn't pan out, and he still has somehow he still has a 9-second BKB up.
Here we go. Demon Zeal popped. He's attacking very, very fast right now. The TBSQ. Whoopsie. Gets caught out with his pants down. The Venge, Mizu. Nah, he's going to be just fine. He has swap in 5. Last word out. Bloodright going to hold him down for a bit. Remnants forward. Mizu, he's still running out of there. He's going to survive through it. In fact, never mind. He does finally drop, but now Fearless has been caught out. He'll get his BKB off in time and try to fight back. Get In Your Dreams Aegis as well. But he has the meta up. He's ready to pop it whenever. You can still easily fight this if you're GXR. Even without the Aegis up. I think with the Metamorphosis, you should still feel more than confident to try and move into that high ground. And I'm sure GXR understand how far ahead they are right now in net worth. They're just waiting for that right moment.
They just need to be a bit cautious. They know Global Silence is down. It's a relatively simple push up.
Oh, swap in. Fearless, he's been silenced again, and they just rip through him. Mizu bites back immediately. So he dies. No problem. He'll buy back. They seem to believe Fearless might not have a buyback available, but he does. Thing is, it doesn't appear he wants to use it. So In Your Dream, gonna move back in onto that bot Rax. Takes it very, very fast. Swap out again. Who have they got this time? It's gonna be Jackie. That is a massive, massive target. And Jackie just does not survive at all. Is now Fearless. Where's the Remnant Fearless? What happened? Was he not BKB'd? Am I blind here, John? Massaros is gonna try and run. GXR. They'll keep moving. Into the mid-racks they go. You've got 2 heroes down, 2 cores in particular without buyback right now. The GXR, they should be able to at least clear a second lane of barracks like this. Mizu, nice swap in. He's got set 0 there on the Abaddon. For a time immediately pop, but is it going to be enough? With the 4-star from Massaros, it will be, but Alacrity still steps in. Doesn't quite get the kill, but we'll be able to back off just fine. Hell, GXR, they've still got time for a 3rd Rax if they really want to. But it looks like they're going to play it safe. They'll back out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mistake coming out from Motivate Trust. They don't manage to use that Satanic pickup in Jackie. He did buy it out, so he was left with no buyback because of it. Just left him in a really awkward position. We're seeing that the Satanic's just not enough. If he's focused down by GXR with all the damage they have on hand, the Gyrocopter can't hold out by itself. And you even have that Satanic on In Your Dream now as well. So the back and forth will just generally favor that Terrorblade. 16k lead for GXR. Motivate Trust really starting to lose the grip on the map. GXR just managing to bounce back in really strong form, and Jackie.
Oh, Jackie, no. He gets swapped in. Mizu, he's there once again. In Your Dream, he has no mana, but it doesn't matter. He's just got so much damage. He'll keep rushing forward. Jackie just getting dived underneath the tier 3 tower by In Your Dream on his own, and he'll just get it done. He's 11k net worth ahead here In Your Dream. It's kind of a ridiculous comeback from GXR considering how far behind they were. And Motivate Trust, they're going to be feeling quite bad about this one. As Menace popped in your dream, he'll go for the Mega Creeps now. And without Jackie for another minute, how do you defend this? Hell, even with Jackie, how do you defend this base?
Yeah, I don't see it. I think In Your Dream's just way too big to handle. You kind of missed their spike on Motivate Trust side. Maybe they can punish if they catch them from GXR just kind of stepping out of bounds, but they're so disciplined to stay together in a pretty good spot. No global silence as well for about 40 seconds means they don't have a clear piece of control to kind of just find an opening. And even if they did get the GS, In Your Dream still has an 8-second beacon. He just hasn't used it much.
He doesn't need it. On to set 0, borrow time immediately being triggered, but look at In Your Dream. He just aims the Ancient. He knows what he needs to do to win this game, and that's exactly what he's going to do as Fearless. He's jumped the backlines, but they've called the GG. He doesn't want to die again, but he'll have no choice in the matter. They will just clean them up, and In Your Dream, he's into the fountain now. He wanted another, but he won't get it. It won't matter though, John. Another great game out from GXR, and they'll take this one 2-0 against Motivate Trust. And man,
will it follow the same thread?
หน้าสี PC
First blood is on the ground, and we're already looking for more. Should look to their middle tower.
หน้าสี PC
Back off.
Let's get it.
Darkness enfolds me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
หน้าสี PC
Ready to burn.
หน้าสี PC
Get over it.
Do me
Butcher block.
Pass on me.
Not on my watch.
Time to punch it.
middle tower.
Rage will break.
Nothing to say.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Double kill!
I'll do the same for you.
Burn, baby, burn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Triple kill! Dire's top tower is in danger. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Eager to know. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Here you
Toasted, toasted, and burned to a crisp.
Double kill! Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
my thrift
Radiant's
reward.
bottom tower is in danger. Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Dire should look to their top tower.
My choppers are looking sharp.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I owe you one.
Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is movement from Dire's middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning for enemies. Killing spree!
Damn, that smells good.
Go to the middle tower.
This one's
Dominator! Double kill!
Thanks a lot. Something.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Invisibility. Animal wine.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire should look to their top tower.
Bloody creeps.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hand of God. Get over.
Maybe my finger got twitched.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is low.
Mega kill. Experience me.
Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is ruined. Someone please pray.
Spare me.
What's the tether, right?
Normally.
Regeneration.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Bad on the fire.
Are scanning for enemies.
Rift rewarded.
Radiant's turn to pick. Seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant must choose.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Seconds. 5 seconds remain. Must choose. Mars! Radiant's turn to ban.
Invoker.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds. 5 seconds. Dire's ban. Radiant must choose. Dire's turn to pick.
Void incarnate.
Seconds. 5 seconds remain. The stalwart will hold, the weak will falter. A true warrior never rage quits.
I will commit this to memory.
Easy breezy.
I will commit this to memory.
Missing
Battle
middle.
seeks resolution.
Rolling stone. Well, look at that. Rock on.
Just 30 seconds now.
Look out for fallen rocks.
Those who bear witness will not soon forget that which
and itemized around it. So I don't. It's flex. I think it might be the support Tide, and Mizu takes Weaver. Although I feel like Mizu is going to stick to the Tide Hunter. So I'm actually thinking it's more likely we see the support Weaver here, which is probably better than support Troll. I think the Axe buildup is a lot of value. Your hold and execration can't really stop that time lapse on any of these heroes. Think about the durability. You've got boat, the buff is there, then you time lapse back. How are you going to kill anyone once that Axe timing is up?
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It is Radiant's battle. Dire's turn to battle. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, if it works for you, you know, props to you. Keep rolling there. Of course, if you want to check our sponsor N1Bet and links that I'm sure our bot is spamming out, make sure to check them out. The sponsor of this tournament. I got to do it to keep the watchers happy, mate. Still, last picks coming true. Execration looking for what looks like their Tino here, unless they flex the Monkey King 1. They've got a couple off options. Against a Weaver, it's pretty hard though, or against a Troll, you could try for... No Terrorblade option. You could try for a safe lane OD if you really feel worried about Troll. Now, none of these heroes have really good mana pools, so the Santis Eclipse is always going to be really effective if you want to go that route. It's very awkward and safe. They're going to Gyrocopter instead, so they're not going for something more experimental, just a standard safe pause one to build up farm. We've seen the Gyro really kick off in the past few weeks. We've also seen it kind of drop, but I think the matchup against Troll, it ends up being a lot better. Troll in some ways is similar to Terrorblade, with his Berserker's Trance, his battle cry, whatever it's called, I forget now, I'm blanking out, but it's not as bad for the Gyrocopter. It's a lot more playable. You don't have a major steroid on the Troll to kind of just overpower the Gyro. So say Satanic Scotty timings match to match, your big concern there is bashes, or at least the roots coming out from Troll. So I think that's a bit more manageable for a Gyro. You don't really have saves though from that chain stunning, so BKB is going to be necessary. And GXR close out with a Spirit Breaker, so what the hell's her support here? Alright, Mizu Spirit Breaker, so False and Tide. Alright, and Jokam Weaver. I like it. I like it. It's a minus armor strat with Tide Weaver, so it's the Swarm and Gush to build up the physical damage of your Troll. To an extent, your Kunkka and Spirit Breaker. You're very hard to kill. You've got Tide, you've got Troll with a Battle Trance, you've got Spirit Breaker who's tanky, you've got the Boat buff as well from the Kunkka. Eventually, you'll have that time-lapse Ags on Weaver. The burst damage from Execration doesn't sound amazing to deal with that. Maybe early on, the Sonic Wave plus a couple of nukes coming out from your Gyro, from your Ogre, and your Monkey can kind of take care of that. But once BKBs pop in, I think GXR have a really good early timing to play with. They will have to play fairly quick, but let's say the game drags on. And the beautiful thing about having these greedy supports is if the game drags on, but you're not too far behind. Let's say you maintain a net worth gap of about 2 to 3k, maybe 4k at the worst. Your supports will still keep scaling up because it's a Tide and it's a Weaver. So you're always going to have more items to kind of dip into. Refresh for the Tide, maybe the Shard, maybe Ags as well. Weaver, Ags timing beyond that. You can go for so much more. You can start thinking about the Desolator for more minus armor for your team, a Maelstrom from farm, or a Lotus Orb or Linkens to protect your cores. And I think GXR have a really strange, quirky draft. Weakest time is in lane, but if they can ride through that rougher laning phase and just hold on, I think their lineup's going to hit a really good 15 to 20 minute spike. I'd say GXR, despite how weird it is, I can see how it works. I think their early timings, again, at 15 to 20 look really good. And I think the side of Execration will have to hold on and kind of build up in the gyro as much as possible to hit like a level 20 to 25 minute timer there.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you are betting, you know what to bet on now. Execration, they've got game one in the bag. So, by the way, John,
it's not
it's not working. I thought we had a command to...
The next label play. The next label play.
Shout out to that guy called the Cowardly Dog 12 in the chat. Shout out to you, sir. And it got old spectator UI. In fact, we'll just literally try it right now. Everyone can see it. It's fine. And it's not working. So, alright, so the command doesn't work.
Yeah,
thank you anyway for sending it.
I tried it. I tried it in the live spectate. It worked, but then it busted the UI, so I didn't have like the option to turn off directed camera while watching a live game. Right. So it worked there to an extent, and it's not working here. Interesting, you know, beta game.
Yeah. I still appreciate the Cowardly Dog 12. He ended up sending it through on Twitch, so I appreciate you trying to help out, sir. Unfortunately, the command apparently doesn't work, at least in live games, so pretty unfortunate. Nevertheless, game number one, GXR Execration. And GXR looking to keep their streak going. How much were they at, John? You said 12, I think. This is their 13th, if they're able to pick this one up.
This is their 10th, and this is going to be their 11th if they win. They can go all the way to 12. If they win a 2-0, we'll have to see if they can get that done. I don't know. Like, I say their draft is good in paper. The lanes just look so wonky. Like, Spirit Breaker off lane for Mizu. He's got Jocam to help him on a support Weaver. It's just not something you see every day. It's certainly going to have a bit of an interesting time against Tino's Gyrocopter and RR's Ogre matchup. A much more standard lane, good frontliner in that Ogre, good damage coming through with the Ignite, good harassment coming through. I'm not sure how much Jocam can do. He's probably going to wait for level 2, level 3 to really kind of zone them out here, and you can see that early damage already working on the Spirit Breaker.
Well, this is kind of where I was going with the support Weaver, John. I know you need a couple levels up to really feel impactful, but it does feel like Mizu's going to suffer a little bit here in the off lane. For now, though, we'll have a look back later on. In mid lane, of course, Bob going to be against Alacrity. I say this every time we have a Kunkka against pretty much any other hero laning against him. It does feel like Kunkka with the Tidebringer is always just going to have the advantage. No matter what hero he's against, maybe unless it's a Viper. But most of the time, Tidebringer is more than enough to make sure he has a very good lane.
Yeah, and Bob, he goes for the Shadow Strike and Scream of Pain build, so he has a decent way of clearing up creep wave, and he has some sustain with Shadow Strike harassment, but with all the control, with all the damage from Alacrity, it's just way too hard, and Bob, dropping low.
Yeah, almost ends up dropping. We'll have a look at this lane very soon, as well as top lane BDZ currently being chased down. A Raging was there as well to try and help out, and of course you've got In Your Dream on that troll with Polison on the Tidehunter. And position 1 troll again, John. It's been a while since I've seen. In fact, hold that thought, because bot lane RR ends up dropping Jocam. He's the one. Mizu, he salves up, but the T1 tower just keeps hitting. And eventually he does drop the Tino, but now Jocam wants to go for a cheeky dive in underneath that T1 tower, and he might be able to get a double. He does. Jocam with the double kill on the pos for Weaver. And I can't believe it's working, but it looks like it is. At least for now. As Ignite flies through, but you can juke it out with the Sakuchi.
Yep, it's the early level of Swarm. It takes 8 attacks to destroy. You don't have the attack speed on your support, on your Gyrocopter early on to kind of deal with it. And the minus armor just stacks up. So if Mizu sees the charge opportunity, he gets physical damage off with his right clicks. The bash comes through and he can just clean up.
Mid lane though, Bob. ends up getting a solo pick off there onto Alacrity. It's like both heroes were quite low at the time, so and Bob just barely able to survive. Alacrity probably not going to be too happy about that himself. But that is going to give Bob a bit of an XP advantage now, and definitely a gold advantage. Top lane. Raging, he was dropping quite low on the Night Stalker, but is still able to run off. Meanwhile, Bob, again, gets extremely low on the Queen, but eventually will just kind of run his way back to the fountain.
I do like Bob's build here. He does opt for 2 in the Shadow Strike and 2 in the Scream of Pain, skipping the Blink. So I think for the most part, we've been seeing like a 1-1-2, 1-1-3, or 2-1-2 build by 5. And just having this extra lifesteal on the Shadow Strike is actually giving him that opportunity to trade. So I think that's something Alacrity maybe underestimated a bit, just how tanky Quap is with the early investment in the Shadow Strike. And that does give Bob a little bit more leeway. With the time he spent away from lane, though, Alacrity does catch up, so it's not too bad now.
Certainly not. Looking back up at this top lane, like in your dream, again, on this +1 troll, not something I'm used to seeing anymore, is having a very good time. I mean, the troll, it still dominates the laning phase. Very hard to lane against. You can see Raging just being chased down, another gush out from Polison. It's not going to amount to much. But do you think this troll's going to be able to transition well into the later game against something like the Gyrocopter?
I think it can hold its own. It depends on how in your game itemizes. We don't see Battle Fury be an item most cores pick up nowadays. I think for the Troll, the last time we saw it was with, say, a Diffusal buildup. So the timing, that's important. And if you do get a fast Diffusal into, say, S and Y, you're going to have a really good time in forward presence. You just really hard to deal with. You've got the boat buff potentially coming through. You've got the Battle Trance to sustain you in some of these early fights.
Oh, Bob.
You can just put your body forward.
Mid lane, Fairy Fire up, but Torrent is going to land, and that will make it sure he does not get himself out in that quad. Nice pick up there for the side of GXR, and or even Jocam. He's very low on the Weaver, but it won't matter because he can just Sakuchi away every single time. I suppose that mid-quap kill was an important one to get us now. Raging top lane, also going to be in a spot of danger. It is nice time, but Jocam's around with the body blocks, and he might just be able to chase him down. One charge is keep him alive for now, but Jocam with the Sakuchi. Now, it turns out Night Stalker's just way too fast during the night. He's going to be just fine to back off. As now mid lane, Alacrity also being chased out in the Kunkka, but he has the cavalry incoming as Bob now going to be in danger, but Boundless Strike does land. It won't be enough, but in the Sonic Wave comes out. Gush is there though. Polison able to trade 1-for-1 as they'll also find BDZ and get another kill. So I suppose you could argue it's more favorable for the side of GXR in the end.
Yeah, they get a little bit more from that trade, although it does feel better for Bob in general just because he manages to live through first and get that mid-kill off. The big thing that GXR is doing while getting these rotations out is giving a really free lane to Tino. So you are finding kills, you are getting some work across the map, but you do have to worry about the Gyrocopter getting a bit too free of a lane. The flash farm that can come out from Tino is just ridiculous. He is going for that standard flak build, and with a couple of points in the stats, he will be able to clear out some good stacks in the jungle, which haven't been fully contested by GXR. They've got the ward. You know there are some stacks in the triangle. They just need to kind of shove in the mid and start clearing them out.
Speaking of that mid lane, John, Bob, Torrent, boat, everything in a land. Charge incoming as well. He'll tank it. Has the blink up, won't throw it out yet. Still just waiting very patiently as he will go the other way. Does successfully juke out Alacrity, who had the haste strewn up. Execration. Really making sure. Polison. Charge in. What's the game plan here? Polison, he's still alive. Jocam's going to show up now on the Weaver. Onto RR, the Swarm does fly out. RR is going to take a bit of damage, but turns out none of the Swarm actually got onto the Ogre. So he's fine to back up.
Just a lot of aggression from GXR, keeping the mid camped out as long as possible. They understand that Bob tends to set that tempo, especially in something like Queen of Pain, which does want to be online early. They are getting some good vision out with BDZ with the tree dance, so they know Jocam still hang around. It's still a Weaver with level 3 Sakuchi, so it's hard to catch out and still going to be able to just play around the triangle. That does force the side of Execration to also commit RR mid to get the bottle refill. So they're just basically keeping the mid showdown with a couple of side lanes matchup. That opens up, you know, in your dreams lane, he's still up there in CS, kind of still above the Gyrocopter despite being a troll. He has his face boots up. He's actually going for the Battle Fury, so maybe opting for a bit of a slower game, just wanted to build up here.
BTS. Plenty of vision here on the side of GXR. It's really making sure that Bob doesn't get jumped for a third time, as they are going to make the jump in now onto Polison. And the Tide, I mean, he may be a tanky target, but not tanky enough for Tino. Let's take out the Tide, clears out the stacks as well. There's really not much that the side of GXR can do about that right now, as they'll move into the mid lane onto the Ogre instead. RR has been caught out and eventually will drop, but now the charge in. Mizu, he wants another. They'll go on to Bob, but a big Sonic Wave out. It's going to make sure they can't chase any further. I suppose that at the very least you do get the Ogre kill and you do force out the Quap ulti. So you would have loved to see Bob end up getting stunned there by Mizu, but it doesn't quite pan out.
Yeah, the pushback from the Sonic Wave is going to cancel or interrupt that charge, so you can't quite get the good angles, at least until you get, say, your Shadow Blade up. We'll see if Mizu is going to itemize for that, still kind of keeping his options open. The side of Execration are sort of keeping themselves in the game, you know, despite the kill advantage being on GXR's side. It's not by much. 4-6, 1k lead for GXR, but your Gyrocopter is still free farming. We saw Tino again just have a great time, switches up to the top lane, clearing out the stacks. Dragonlance not too far off, then probably disassembly play into Ags there, and just play that farming game. I think while the Troll saves up for Battle Fury, the Gyrocopter is always going to farm quicker, just by nature Flat Cannon. So just going for that Battle Fury build on Tino, or on In Your Dream, might kind of stall out their timings, but we'll see how quick that does come out.
Jeez, we just saw a great escape there from BDZ down to the bot lane, narrowly avoiding the charge of Mizu and also the swarm of Jokam. BDZ, they're trying to chop down trees and find where this monkey's gone. BDZ is still getting all this information for his team, as they are still quelling down trees, trying their absolute best to find it. But he's going to be just fine, as they'll head into the mid lane instead. Raging showed up, did pop the ulti. In the end, it won't amount to much, as now RR does try to go back in onto Polison, but he's going to be fine. Instead, RR now does get X back into the torrent. Polison just about to drop Bob. He'll keep the chase up, but it looks like he's going to be just fine until Raging does secure the kill, and now Dokam has been silenced up, but they won't really want to go after the Weaver. Dokam will eventually back. Homing missile still on the chase here from Tino. X is there though, Alacrity going to make sure they can't follow up, but now he's been caught out. Call down is out, he does the TP, and he does actually make it. They had nothing to cancel the TP.
They just sort of missed the Boundless Strike coming through, so they lose out on the opportunity to get a big kill. I don't think you mind too much in Execration's end. You don't really lose anything of value. You only drop your Ogre Magi. You're still getting a ton of space out for your Gyrocopter to farm. Still up there in terms of CS, up there in net worth swell, though not by much, just a marginal 100 gold lead or less. And that is still good news for GXR. Your investment in the Troll is starting to shape up. Your farm coming through on In Your Dream is slowly but steadily racking up, and you are getting aggressive. Raging.
He's constantly in these kind of positions here, Raging, as Ravage is going to be popped, but it won't even reach. Uh-oh, Tina's going to show up now. They want to clean up. They know that they can't really fight back on the side of GXR. As Mizu is going to drop. RR trying to find a stun there onto Jokam, but won't be able to get in range. It was on cooldown anyway. So great news for Execration. Having the Ravage wasted like that and still finding the kills. Now bot lane, BDZ. Be chased down by In Your Dream. The Monkey King proving to be a bit too agile for the Troll to hold down. We'll be able to get away once again. And I'll tell you what, John, In Your Dream, he's getting close to that Battle Fury timing, but when you compare that to Tino, who has an inbuilt Flat Cannon available on the Gyrocopter, it's just not going to be as good. And they even found Jokam in the train.
It's a nice kill to pick off. They do manage to punish Jokam for trying to get some information out for his team. They haven't been able to contest those triangle stacks as well on GXR side, despite all the aggression. So the farm is still racking up for Tino. As you pointed out, he is still in the lead. It has been fluctuating, I think, considering a Troll. you're actually not too upset here in GXR. You're not lagging behind too big. The Battle Fury is about to come out in your dream. That's when his farming rate does kick into overdrive, and you can start eyeing that S&Y build, maybe start to build towards the Scotty or Satanic or whatever he feels like he needs. I think GXR are doing a good job of just keeping this game in check. It's a very steady state for the game. 7-7, less than 1k net worth lead on the side of GXR. The aggression is starting to come through. I think the big difference is on those secondary cores. Like Bob and Raging are lagging a bit behind compared to Alacrity. Mizu has taken the backseat, but he is a Spirit Breaker. He's just trying to make space for the rest of the team to get some farm up anyway.
Absolutely. Bot lane, Alacrity, smoke broken, but Raging gonna pop the Dark Ascension, and he's immediately into the tree line. No playing around here for Raging Potato. He'll just get himself out into the mid lane instead. And now with that Dark Ascension, you can still set up for that mid-tier 1 tower as Mizu, he charged right in onto Tino and RR. Raging, gonna be able to close the gap now, gets the urn out, has the crippling fear, and eventually will be able to find the kill onto Mizu. Fire Blast as well is there onto Alacrity. More TPs to come though. GXR, they want to try and force this fight. Nighttime is over now. Ravage is pretty damn nice from Polaris, and they might be able to clean up with a big Sonic Wave there from Bomb. It won't be enough to save though. They've still got Raging and RR down, and more buybacks are coming in. Mizu, he'll try to rejoin the team fight. They do get BDZ on the Monkey. Can they find Bomb? It looks like they have. The buyback in the end does pay off by Mizu. He finds another. That's a 4-for-1 trade in the favor of GXR. An Execration. You really don't want to take fights like that if you can avoid it. They end up giving quite a bit of golden XP back the way of GXR.
It's a ton for GXR to find. It's really well timed as well. The Battle Fury was up on In Your Dream, so he takes the fight, he goes into the Ancient Stack, starts building up his gold, and this is the point where the troll can be a bit worrisome. You can't just allow Tino to AFK, to allow In Your Dream to AFK farm. You have to kind of watch the jungle, get some deep wards, contest some stacks, try to slow down that pace on GXR because they are starting to ramp up. 9-11 now. At 15 minutes in, the network's still tied up, and Tino is still getting some good space in this triangle. You know, he's very close to his full ags. In fact, he has it. Could just disassemble the Dragonlance, get the ags up. So he's got a good spike in him. He's just going to lack some damage out, but he's always going to have about, say, the evasion the troll gets, the missed chances he gets for his whirling axis, and the question starts to be, do you have enough damage to burn through 4 tank heroes, a time-lapse Weaver, and the boat buff coming on top of that? In a well-coordinated fight, GXR, they can stall out those fights long enough that eventually clear damage what a troll can overtake.
Certainly could be a pretty big concerning point here for Execration. You might just feel like as Tino, you aren't farming fast enough anymore. Your dream was teams buying in plenty of space to really close the gap. Going for that standard S&Y build up next, which we just continue to see over and over again, regardless of the nerfs that did just come out. To be fair though, the nerfs weren't really that heavy. I think it was like 3% on the status resist being nerfed. It's like whatever. Who cares? Go Cam. Gets caught out. Does have the time lapse, and we'll just be able to walk away. Pretty unfortunate kind of hero to have to run into there for Execration, and they already knew they weren't going to get the kill, so they don't bother popping the Sonic Wave.
Yep, they're going to need maybe a source of silence out to hold down that Weaver. An Orchid being built up by Bob would be the solution, still a ways off. So you're always going to be able to kind of weave in and out there for Jokam. He does manage to catch out BDZ, getting some good damage, but I don't think he has enough to really find that full kill.
Raging. Exalt Torrent is going to be out in your dream. He's going to show up now for the team fight, and there's your Ravage out as well. Polaris not second guessing it. He'll throw it right out as now a great Nether Strike out of the Tino. They've got the Gyrocopter surrounded, and I think they might just have the damage. The Sonic Waves is not enough. As another charge is out from Mizu right onto Bomb. After the blink has already been committed, Bomb, he'll keep trying to run. Jokem's going to drop. Mizu, he might be the second of 4, but no, the Shadow, no, it won't be enough. The Invis still chase on for more. BDZ just ensnared up. does eventually go down. And Lacrity, he'll stick around for Bob. He'll allow In Your Dream to get out as now. Lacrity will try to do the same, but the Void is there from Raging. Make sure he can't TP away. So I believe that was another successful team fight for GXR. I could be mistaken. We'll have to wait for the fight recap, but no, it was a 3 for 4. In fact, never mind, John, it's a 4 for 4. It's Raging. He's found Polaris.
Yeah, managing to clean up the fight in the end, giving him a little bit extra to even out on Execration side. The big loss there was really losing Tino a bit early, and GXR just getting a lot more in Your Dream. So despite that being an even trade, the fact that your core on GXR side lived true, built up from those kills and hit these item spikes is a bit worrisome. He is rushing to BKB instead now, instead of SNY, realizing that with spell immunity up front, you have nothing to worry about. They are still collapsing on that triangle though.
Charge in Mizu. Immediately onto Bob. Nether strike out. Can they get the ensnares off? Not quite. Bob just blinks out of there, but now Raging. He's going to be just fine as well. Again, with the support duo of GXR, you just don't have the greatest lockdown. Especially when Ravage is down, you don't really have much. Now Execration. They may feel like they can just keep trying to force a fight. They will indeed just back off instead. I don't quite blame them anyway. I think you are still trying to look to secure much more farm on Tino before you go much further against this Dire side. I think the game's just too close right now for Execration to feel that confident to try and rush in and force another fight.
Yeah, it's very even, and that's been the name of the game from the get-go. Like, despite the early kill lead of GXR, they never really managed to pull beyond a 1k net worth lead, which is marginal at best. And the side of Execration and GXR have been really good in getting the farm under pause. Once Tino is still ahead by about 1k gold. Not much considering it's a gyro, but that is the power of Battle Fury on the troll. It allows you to kind of equalize that net worth gain. They are looking for the smoke opportunity though. They've got Ravage up, Paulson does have the blink. So this could be a really big team fight if they find that initiation on GXR side.
GXR gonna move in, perfect timing as well, as it does switch to daytime now, so Raging won't have the big bonuses, and now the Ravage itself. Paulson, he's got 2 targets right off the bat, and they just blow up the Night Stalker. He's just gone. BDZ, he's gonna try and fight back with the Wukong's command. Onto Paulson. It won't matter. He hasn't got the damage. And it's immediate 2 down for the side of Execration, as GXR now really starting to find their footing in this game. Number 1. They'll move right into that Roshan pit.
Yeah, and this doesn't take that long with all the minus 1 in front. You've got the Swarm, you've got Solar Crest, you've got Gush. Rosh just melts. And Execration are held back just by using it. You might find that kill if you lose a Roshan.
I mean, in the end, you get something. Definitely not as valuable as the Roshan going down the way of GXR. We'll see what they do now. I mean, they've grouped up. It looks like they want to try and force a smoke. And they will. Perhaps feeling like they can catch In Your Dream. Kind of surprised here in the bot lane as he does try to back off now. In Your Dream, he'll read the movement, but they might still be able to cut him off in time. Bob, he's in with the Orchid out, but do you have enough? TPs are flying in Your Dream, he's still alive. Call down is going to fly out, and this time they will have enough damage, at least for the first life. But can you find more? Alacrity, he's gone the Kuko already. And buy back, but won't choose to do so. As charges in Mizu right after Tino, but In Your Dream's already down. Tino cleans him up. In fact, they even found Joe Cam, and now they'll dive the tier 3 towers. They want to go after Paulson. They'd love a Mizu kill to boot, and they might just get it. 4 down for the side of GXR. Nether strike from Mizu, a very aggressive play back into the tier 3 tower, but it's not going to be enough to kill Tino off. They find another. That'll be a full team wipe.
And that's a great realization in Execration with that fresh BKB on Tino, understanding that he can stand in front, he can get the damage off for his team, and GXR, because they popped Battle Trance in the fight before Roshan, and they didn't have the protection of that on the troll. He didn't have a way of just standing up, being protected, getting the hits off, The response from GXR was less than ideal as well. Getting caught out like that, they kind of had to stream in one by one. They didn't have Ravage up, and Execration exploit that to loop in the cooldowns. If you don't have Ravage, if you don't have that big controlled spell on GXR, it's very hard to lock anyone in. As you mentioned earlier, they just don't have the best hold. It's not very reliable. They don't have a good way of getting wide AoE control outside of Torrent Boat, and that's not very reliable at all. And they just managed to build up. So Execration, despite losing Rotron, take out Aegis. They get the net worth lead back their way. 2K up 19 to 18 now. And they are kind of building up on Tino. He's increased the gap between him and In Your Dream. There's about a 3K gold difference sitting there. Satanic to be finished on Tino first. So a very defensive build on the Jar, but it doesn't feel like he needs damage at all. He just needs to sustain in these fights, kill off these tanky cores, outlast them, and go from there. And for GXR, I think they need to kind of slow down the pace. They do have this big spike with the Ags up in Jokam, so, you know, time-lapse and chorus, you know, especially on a troll, that sounds really good.
Yeah, that it does, John. Raging Potato does get caught out bot lane and is going to drop on the Night Stalker. And yeah, I mean, Aghanim Scepter up on the Weaver. Jokam actually pretty darn farmed up considering he's a position 4. Actually more miserable than the Spirit Breaker, so this Weaver is actually the position 1. And it's like you pointed out, you've got Battle Trance plus the time lapse now. And it's going to feel kind of impossible to kill In Your Dream, I think, with this timing for GXR. But we saw in the last team fight, if Execration, they can get their initiations that they feel comfortable with, they can still make these team fights work just fine. In fact, right now they hold the network lead, but here comes the charge in. Ravage is there. Paulison, he already got a great target, but there's no follow-up. Bomb's gonna blink out. Mizu, he was charging Tino instead. Cooldown is there. 3 heroes caught in it. In Your Dream, he gets blown up. He never got the battle trance off. Oh, just a real disaster here for GXR now as Alacrity is gonna TP away with the BKB, but Jokam, he's been caught in the Weaver. He's gone. Bob gets a triple kill on the Queen of Pain. They just got nothing. No battle trance, no time lapse, just nothing.
That was a bit awkward for GXR as a fight. Like, the Ravage from Paulson was good, but it was rushed. None of his team was around to follow up in the control quickly enough. The charge was still coming through from Mizu. And because of that, they lose a big team fight spell for the high ground defense. There's so much Execration can do now. The damage output of Tino is really good. They don't have Wukongs, so they don't really need it. Tier 3 set the fall, and GXR in a really awkward spot. Okay, they can still try to fight, but they need to wait for some respawns first.
Charge in. Mizu just doing the best he can right now. Trying to abuse the Shadow Blade with the charge, but Raging, he'll get X back, but it's just not going to mean anything. I mean, you can drag them back all you want, but if you can't actually lock them down and kill them, they're going to be just fine to run away. And suddenly Execration, they went from a 1k net worth advantage to now a 6k net worth advantage. And the top lane of Barracks is down.
My pension.
They just made it work. They managed to hit that nice fight for themselves. They get the big kills they want. The fact that they couldn't get Battle Trance off was really the big issue for GXR. The BKB came, but the Trance couldn't come fast enough. I think In Your Dream was trying to hold out to really play that on the edge because he felt secure to BKB. He has to remember, you know, Sonic Wave just doesn't care for that. It's pure damage, flies right through, rips you up. You really do need Battle Trance to kind of sustain yourself up front. For GXR now, key thing is patience. You need to play around Ravage whenever it's up, and they need to be in position to make use of that Ravage. No matter how good Paulson's Ravages are, if you're not there to follow through, it's a +5 tide at this point. It just can't follow up and even burst down some of the supports. And the cores have to be in position to get the follow through and go from there. Execration, they don't have those same kinds of timers to wait for. They can just always kind of run and gun at this point.
Nice boundless strike there from BDZ. GXR, gonna move in. Tino, he does get hit by the swarm, so they're gonna know the gyrocopters around. So he moves in onto that high ground just temporarily, avoiding the turret. They will move in onto Tino, but he's already got the D-ward off. And you can tell by GXR's movements, they are not feeling very confident whatsoever with their chances to take a team fight right now. And I can't quite blame them. It just feels very scary into the Satanic of Tino at the moment. Now, even with just the casual Sanja, it's still kind of impossible to get through the gyrocopter. He's just so tanky right now. And then he goes onto the T2 tower. Slowly but surely chipping away at it, while his team stands behind and makes sure he's not alone. I think for GXR, I mean, the best they can do right now is just buy some time and hit some more creeps.
Yeah, they do have Ravage up if they find a good angle here, though, so they could look to force the fight.
They might have to try. Very hard to see it being successful, but they're going to give it a shot. Ravage and Battle Trance into the boat immediately. And alright, they blow up Tino in time. But he never gets a Satanic off. And his team is never able to respond. In fact, now Mizu going for another charge out. Let's have the Night Stalker. Gets another strike as well. Nice setup there from Raging, but he's going to, or rather, set up from Mizu, but Raging's going to pop the ulti out. Swarm is going to connect, however. BKB gonna be okay for now, but he's still copping damage though here from JoeCam, and does eventually die to the Tidebringer from the high ground. Alacrity, a very stylish players mid lane. They even find BDZ.
Yeah, and that's just the power of support Tide. You know, if you get a good Ravage, you can play around. They were in position to set up, and they just got the follow-up stunts. Same thing that kind of happened to In Your Dream, where he couldn't use his items, and that happened to Tino. So it's a back and forth. You do have to be careful with how far forward you are. You don't have saving supports on Execration, nothing to take off the stuns, no Dispels on hand. So the chain stuns are still really strong from GXR. It doesn't quite give them the lead back. It's still 3k in favor of Execration, but it does put their foot back in the game, you know, showing that they can still take these fights as long as they time themselves. Issue is, with Ravage down, with respawns coming back up in Execration, they could look to be aggressive themselves. They don't have the Wukongs, they don't have Dark Ascension, but they don't have to worry about a Ravage. Now, there are more tools from GXR though. Ags is up on Alacrity, so even without Ravage, you've basically got something that's more annoying with a Torrent Storm. So if you do manage to line up both of those spells as well in the big team fight, Ravage plus the Torrent Storm, the control is starting to shape up for GXR, and it gives him more windows of opportunity to force fights.
Bob's going to have a double damage rune now up on the Quap. They might be able to give them the opportunity to go for that next Roshan. He's up in about 25 seconds from now. Only very good timing here for Execration to find that rune. And if you are either side, you really want that secondary Roshan in this game, as it is just such an even game between these two. I think neither one can really allow the other to take this Roshan away. So GXR, you look back at In Your Dream, and he might still want to just focus on farming up and finishing off that Eye of Skadi. We'll see though, because there's a big smoke up here. Execration to start moving in. Raging rushes right into the Roshan pit. There is an observer ward, but they aren't actually just going to leave it. They can't see within the Roshan pit. So this might be a false sense of security here for GXR, thinking that they have the vision over the Roshan, where in reality they don't. And now BDD, he pops the Wukong's command down. This will reveal it's happening, but it might just be too late as Polaris, he can't get the Ravage up in time. Boto is going to fly in, but Tino, he's got the BKB out this time around. He'll just stand there and try and man fight In Your Dream. There's your Battle Trance out with the BKB. It's a true man fight between these two. Torrent is there. Tino still trying to fight, but it's not going to be enough. He will lose his first life, but can they find the second? Because In Your Dream, he's in big trouble. They need the time-lapse out. They're not going to get it. The silence from Raging, making sure that Paulson and JoeCam could not help out this troll. And now Alacrity will be the third member to be called out on the Kunkka.
To protect you.
In fact, I believe there was a buyback on Paulson. So it was actually 4 heroes going down for GXR for the price of 2. And one of those lives was an Aegis anyway.
Yeah, it's a great fight for Execration. GXR just didn't find the angle to go in. They managed to get the good target prioritization on Execration. They immediately jumped Paulson with Raging. So they couldn't get Ravage off in that constrained area. They couldn't get into the fight quick enough. The Torrent Storm and both were pretty good, but they didn't have enough follow-up to take care of 2 lives out, and You have to be a bit careful with his defense. It's Mizu alone against the world, basically. They've got the tide, but
I think they're looking at default, John. Mizu, he's going to be okay. Tino, he'll go back for the racks. I was going to say T4s, I mean, it might be a little bit too early for those. They'll play it safe. They'll get the easy lane of barracks in that mid lane. Charge those going to fly through. Mizu, he's going all the way with this. Feeling confident, but the fire blast call down. Everything going to be thrown out, but Joe he's there with the time lapse. He'll save the day. But they are really trying to play on the edge here, GXR. They smoke up as 3 now. Bot lane BDZ going to get slowed up by In Your Dream. But even then, you just don't have the damage. Charge will fly through from Mizu, and that might buy enough time for In Your Dream to get the damage off. And he does. Another charge, Tino. This time going to be targeted. They can lock him down long enough. They might get him in, and the Ravager's there from Polaris and locked him down. But do you have the damage output? A big Sonic Wave Bomb. He's trying to keep Tino alive. The Satanic, though, it's still going to work. Tino trying his best In Your Dream, chasing him down, trying his absolute best to get the damage out, and he does get it. He has more than enough in the end. As Bob now gets charged up by Mizu. They've even got the Queen of Pain instead. Blink away, Mizu. Shadow Blade is there. Can he get the vision though, Bob? Blink to the north, and it looks like that's going to be more than enough to get him out. And in the meantime, Raging Potato, he does get the kill onto Paulison.
Invisibility.
It's a bit of a back and forth. It does feel slightly nicer for GXR finding 2 kills. In return, they did have to buy back on Mizu at the end, so gonna cost them a bit in the long run. They do have to watch their base. Tier 4s are being shoved in by the top set of super creeps, so there is some good damage coming through in these fights as they drag on. Execration still get a little bit extra, getting some chip damage onto the tier 4s still.
They go. Mizu, silenced up, but he does have that massive status resist with the Bulldoze. Still, they do go in the crippling fear now. Mizu, he'll just charge back in, trying to help out. Now the strike is there In Your Dream. He'll man up. Bob, BKB, Scream is going to be there. Mizu, he's gone, but now it's back in onto the BDZ Monkey King. In that Wukong's command, they might have enough control here, but no, the time lapse, it does buy another life for In Your Dream on that Trollers now. They'll charge Raging Potato, they've got the X out, and they should have enough damage for this Night Stalker. And in the end, they'll get him. Cannot get away from this Troll Warlord. This GXR, they're still 2 racks down, but slowly but surely, they're making a comeback.
They're finding these bigger engagements now. They're starting to punish the D-clump from Execration to kind of split across the map while your other heroes are down. They are still 9k behind, so there's a lot of net worth they have to kind of clear out. And In Your Dream is still about 3k behind Tino, so Tino's still got a major item advantage over that troll at this point. You know, he's still really tanky on the Gyro. I like his itemization into the Butterfly next. The evasion is just not something that GXR is really set up to deal with yet. No MKBs, no Blood Torrents out, no Silver Edges out anytime soon. And that can kind of just add to the durability the Gyro has. We've seen it time and time again. If he gets jumped with Satanic, it takes a lot longer for him to die out, and just drags on these fights for such a long extent that Tino's damage does start to really add up. So we'll see if they can kind of work around that on GXR's side. And for GXR, the key thing is actually Joe Cam getting this Aether Lens. Like, if he can actually use that time lapse and save In Your Dream every time, that's when the fights feel a lot more manageable, because we've seen him try a couple of times. He's always cut off. In Your Dream is very far forward with a Battle Trance. It can be hard. But as soon as he can do that with a Blink Aether Lens, I think that's when these fights feel a lot better.
My broken Tino, he's the target, and the Ravager's there. Paulison, he's got 2 already, but the BKB's out. Tino, he'll be able to fight back. They've got RR down, but here comes the army from the side of Execration. They've got RR, and now they've got Mizu. Still Tino in the middle of all this chaos. The Tidebringer, the Torrent Storm, it's all being thrown, but it's not enough. They've got the Orchid out, they've got the Control, they've got In Your Dream down. Execration riding out the storm. There's Joe Cam. He will Sakuchi away from Raging. The chase is still on. The Void is out. They cancel the TP, and they might have enough control here. But Joe Cam, he does blink away. And on the bright side, he is buying time away from his own base. The only one that's gone into that dive base right now is Tino.
Dire's bottom tower is
Tino, he's looking at tier 4 towers again, John. Tino's been a little bit cheeky this game. Buyback's going to be forced down. In Your Dream is there. With the X out from Alacrity to set up. Tino, have you gone too far? He has help coming in. Bob, is it too late? Tino, he's still healthy. Healthy enough to try and fight back, but not quite. Call down is out, but now In Your Dream gets the battle trance off in time. Onto BDZ. They'll try for the monkey, but a nice balance strike to hold them down. It just won't be enough. As In Your Dream gets another kill his way. Raging, he'll be chasing the Night Stalker. And I'll tell you what, John, Tino, I'm not sure who you blame there, but going into the tier 4s by yourself like that, definitely not advised. Then again, the Execration, they did spend a lot of time chasing down Jocam. It's kind of hard to know who made the mistake in the team.
Yeah, I think there was a coordination issue in general. They just didn't line up what they wanted to do on the map with that big win, and it does give a small opening to GXR. They're still lagging behind by 12k. They had to buy back in their troll. They're sitting on the back foot, but they still have some opportunity to play around. I think what Execration are doing really well is just staggering these fights. Like, you can't see the BKB and Battle Trance used in a really good, timely manner for In Your Dream. They are trying to chase down Raging, though.
I love how fast this charge speed is. With the Axe and the Shadow Blade, just so much speed here for Mizu. Swarm is not going to land. Oh, it does actually land on Raging. That'll allow another charge in from Mizu. Just barely on the edge there. Crippling Fear out. He will be able to blink away again. In the end, Swarm or no Swarm, they are unable to get the Night Stalker kill. Raging, he'll be just fine to back himself out.
It's still a pretty good state for Execration despite a couple of dropped fights. 13k lead riding for them. They've got really good farm on Tino and on Bob. Way ahead now of In Your Dream and Alacrity on their own safe and mid lane course. The map control is still in their favor. The next Roshan is still about 2 minutes away though. They can't really go for that anytime soon. There is still the bot racks they can clear out and the tier 2. So there's more map to take. They still hold on to all of their racks, so it feels nice. GXR have managed to hit that Aether Lens timing on their Weaver though. So it should be easier for Jocam to, again, land those time lapses on the troll. And that's been the big focal point. Execration has been able to stagger these fights out in a very awkward tempo. Like, we see them jump in a weird pattern, and it just leads to In Your Dream not able to make the choice of when to pop Battle Trance, when to pop his BKB. Usually we see the BKB go without the Trance, so by the time he does have Trance ready to go, the BKB is faded, and the silences are flying through. Then he's just kind of stuck. And that's what Execration's been doing really well to counteract. BDC control can turn into Roshan. I didn't know that with a Mischief.
Yeah, you can do that, John, and I think RR almost just got fooled by it. He was kind of pinging out the Roshan, and BDC's like, no, it's just me. It's alright, Roshan's not actually up. We'll be up in the next minute, though. So that's a cool feature, John. Changing to Roshan. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Scam.
Oh, Tino. Swarm's gonna catch him. Ravage, no, it's not on the mark. Quick reactions from Tino. Still the charges in. Mizu, he'll still be able to hold him down through the BKB, but a bit crippling fear now. Wukong's command. It'll hold them all down. GXR with the time low. They might be able to keep the fight up, and they do. Tino, RR, and Raging Potato are all gone. Bob will try and get himself out, and he does. And it looked kind of like a picture-perfect team fight. Execration, they even had the high ground advantage. But in the end, it wasn't enough. And to make matters worse for them, Roshan's up in 10.
Yeah, it's not lining up. It boils down to BKB use. Right, so he dodges Ravage, great. Your BKBs are down to probably 6 seconds now, and once that fades, Torrent Storm comes through, and again, that's even more annoying than Ravage, because of all the stuns that fly out. So they get control, they manage to actually have In Your Dream use his BKB and Battle Trance, and he just sustains through the fight, gets the cleave off with Battle Fury, builds up the fervor stacks, and melts all of those heroes. They have to be super cautious in execution if their pawns weren't caught out like that. And Roshan, once more, with a minus armor strat, doesn't take too long for In Your Dream to get work done onto that Rosh. That is Rosh number 3. So it's Cheese and Ag's Blessing here. And that's massive. In Your Dream, with the Ag's upgrade, Dispel on Whirling Axis on himself or on the enemies just allows him to kite them around and avoid being kited around very nicely. He even has the MKB to counteract that butterfly buildup on the gyro. So they've got the answers now on GXR. Net worth lead drops down to 1k, and if you look at the graph in this game, like the consolidated new graphs we have, it's been a roller coaster ride. You know, there was a good advantage for Execration for a while, but it's dipping back to GXR now.
It took me a second to realize that there are 3 graphs together. Kinda cool.
Yeah, pretty.
Well, there you go. I mean, GXR, they are slowly but surely making a big comeback here in this game too. It's kind of refusing to die out, this team. Execration. I mean, after such a great start, still 2 racks ahead. Kind of struggling to put a lid on this game. So we approach the 45-minute mark almost.
Just scanning for enemies.
We are yet to see Execration able to just slam the lid shut. It's a big smoke up from both teams though. So neither one really nearby each other, but GXR slowly but surely going to make their way over into that mid lane. Execration, very patient. You do have the vision out from our Monkey King, and now BTS Balance Strike is there. They've got Jocam with the crippling fear. Sonic Wave does land. They'll get rid of the Weaver immediately. No buyback available. Can they keep up the fight? GXR, they'll be charged by Mizu. Nether Strike, Ravage, everything been thrown out, but the BKBs were already committed, so it does nothing, or maybe it does. A big tidal wave pushback from Alacrity, but it only kind of does them a favor. Execration, they're able to hit set now. In Your Dreams down with the Aegis. Mizu's still trying to chase down Tino, but Bob's there to help out. And that tidal wave, it looked good for a second there, John, but I think it kind of worked against them.
Yeah, they pushed him out of In Your Dreams range right as he was getting some good hits off, and that just bought enough time for the lifesteal to kick in on Gyrocopter for them to get a better position and turn that fight around. So it could have gone a little bit worse there for Execration, but in the end they do win out. They force the buyback on Paulson, they get more kills on hand, and they even take out the Aegis. So GXR, again, they're not out of this game yet. They've lost their lead. It's back to Execration, but only marginally, like a 2k lead on that side. They're still down 2 sets of racks, and they're down 1 tier 4 now. So they need to find more on the map. They need to take care of some of those tier 2s, start forcing some racks to equalize the map. We'll see if they got that opportunity. Without Aegis, it's very difficult.
And Bob's jumped in again, raging. He's there with the crippling fear out. Onto Paulson. Have the Ghost Scepter. Try and save, but Bob's going to move in now. Mizu's there with the charge. In Your Dreams, still trying to go after the Quap, and he does get him. And now Tino, he's been left behind. He needs some help ASAP, but he may not be able to get it in time, as it looks like they've got the damage, or maybe they don't. Satanic kill Tino. He's still alive, just barely. They'll get raging instead. Charge out, force up down Tino. He's been thrown all across this bot lane, but he does eventually get himself out. And in the end, I believe it was the 2-for-1 trade. They only found Paulson on the tide. So still a favorable trade the way of GXR. But man, you would have loved to get Tino on that gyrocopter if you could have.
Yeah, that would have been a huge opening for GXR if they found that kill. Very fortunate that his Ogre Magi was around with a Force Staff, kind of kick him out there right in the nick of time. GXR, though, they know this is an opening. They know they could maybe force out Quap buyback if they wanted to. They're going to go for the tier 2 mid, try to force that out. They could try for high ground, but it's a bit tricky without the Tide, without the Ravage up, and without that big tool on hand. The team fight can be a bit awkward, but looks like they just want to force something out right now.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be an amazing comeback here from GXR if they can make it happen. Execration will not be happy if they lose this game. And how can you be after the advantage you had to kind of throw it back the way of GXR like this? it's never going to feel good. Still, they will protect their high ground. It's not anywhere near over yet by either side. But Execration, I mean, you've still got the advantage. You've still got 2 Raxes up. Yes, the net worth advantage has gone the other way, but map advantage just seems more important right now. And Execration, now that Raging is back up, we'll have to wait and see if they can actually make something happen.
They've got a pretty good opportunity, but they have to be aware GXR does have Ravage back up in Paulson, so if they force this fight in an awkward manner, and the Tide manages to make use of these lower duration BKBs and get a good Ravage off in this fight, and that can cut them off. We've seen GXR do that with Paulson, just get in a good spot, get a good Ravage to set up for the team. The Torrent Storm follow-up is just ridiculous to play against, and the sustain is starting to kick in for GXR. And the time lapses are coming through from JoeCam. The boat buff is just always relevant in the middle of these fights. Execration, we just need to find an angle. If they do win one fight, maybe get a couple of diebacks, and they can just rush to tier 4 and try to end the game. The Ancient is going to be exposed. They don't need mega creeps here, but they need to work together as a team. After that sort of split push coming out from Tino, it does feel like it's been slightly fragmented. Tino does have more tools on hand though. He did finish up a Basher unless I'm misseeing things, and going into Daedalus next. I'm not sure how he swaps his items around. It does look like he's just letting go of the boots. So just time to go bootless here and just try to get as much control and damage out on the Gyro as you possibly can.
I mean, why the hell not? Don't forget the side gunner also counts with the Basher, so even though it's a 10% chance for range heroes to get a bash off, it's still kind of not with Gyrocopter, because you have side gunner that's automatically attacking for you. So we'll see if it does pan out as GXR again grouped up as a team. We're just trying to secure more farm on In Your Dream. He's very close now to that Satanic being up. And I suppose once that's up, he's just going to be that much more difficult to deal with, as if he wasn't difficult enough already. Mid lane, Alacrity. You'll stop, that'll cancel the X off. But they can't really follow up. Raging. He throws out the shotgun. Is still thinking about moving forward. Tidal Wave's going to catch him, and that'll be enough. And they will not be able to catch out the Kunkka. And GXR now, I mean, you know the positioning of Execration, so they're immediately going to smoke up and try to make something happen due to this. And Bob would be a primary candidate as the torrent is going to land, but the Tidal Wave is going to be off the mark. And Bob, he didn't really flinch anyway.
Still have the smoke and the rest of the team though. They managed to find that angle, get a good Ravage off in Paulson, and that fight could kind of spell the end of the game for either side here.
Raging, gonna try and chase down Mizu, shotgun out again, but he has the BKB up. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, In Your Dream, gonna find out RR. They'll try and take down the Ogre first. Tino's there with the call down. It's only gonna do negligible damage though. Not quite enough to make it feel like you're winning the team fight here. They do at least kill off Mizu on the other side. Bob and Raging get that job done. Is In Your Dream still very low, but has at least the BKB and Battle Trance up. Shotgun, going to be avoided by the BKB. Meanwhile, the Torrent Storm is not going to be enough to keep Alacrity alive. Tino ends up taking down the Kunkka, and they want more. They'll find Paulson. Gets caught out on the Tide Hunter. And Ghost Scepter is nice and all, but it's not going to be enough here. He will eventually drop to the Scream of Bob. And unfortunately for Execration, Roshan is not up. But they could certainly try to force high ground again.
Yep, they've got a big opening, no buyback in the Tide, so no Ravage for the next team fight. Rosh just 20 seconds off, and that's still 50 seconds of clearance until the Tide is back up. And Execration just managing to make that work. The smoke was coming out from GXR. They didn't manage to find the angle they wanted to. Now they have to play high ground defense, holding out, waiting for their big team fighters to be back online. Roshan, he's going to scout it, but he is impatient, so he doesn't quite see the exact time. Buybacks are forced out, though. So,
but they are.
It's an opening for Execration. If they find that kill on Alacrity once more, take out the Kunkka. Suddenly, a lot of that team fight, even if Ravage lands, without the follow-up, Torrent Storm and Tidal Wave, I don't know if they've got enough of a window there to get the damage out with In Your Dream anymore.
No, now Tino's got the Daedalus up as well, John. Just so much damage flying out from this gyrocopter. Level 28. Into the Roshan they go. Refresher, Aghanim Scepter, Cheese, everything's available right now. So Roshan gonna drop again. Who gets what? Kind of hard to check everyone's items because I have to keep drag clicking every hero, but
RR. He's got the eggs. Unrefined Fire Blast in play. That is ridiculous. Just for free. The additional stun, the additional damage is always scary. And GXR is going to have to watch out. Again, they're down a couple of buybacks. If they get caught out of position, this could be the end.
Absolutely. Refresher Orb also up now on Mizu. So multiple charges, multiple Nether Strikes. They're going to make the jump in on Lacrity. Raging though. Going to pop his BKB. Nether Strikes out Mizu. He's got the AoE ulti up to the Sonic Wave. Does fly through, but the charges just keep going right in onto Raging. Meanwhile, BDT and RR dropping very low. And now the Ravage Paladin. Easy with a huge Ravage out, but nobody's tying yet. Sonic Wave gets completely whiffed at by Bob. And In Your Dream secures the kill onto BDZ. They want the monkey and they'll get the monkey In Your Dream. Should be able to get it done and does. Tino, he needs to run. Do they have a bash? They'll have a charge. Mizu, he'll lock him down. A Raging, I mean, he's already left the building. He knows he can't help out Tino right now. Tino's just going to be completely surrounded. So he'll try to fight. Everyone's quite low at the side of GXR. They can't really commit to the fight until In Your Dream's done. But he does make his way back over. Joe Cam? Yeah, I had to play against that today, John. Let me tell you, it is really strong. That damn rocket barrage and homing missile crap. Kind of ridiculous how much damage it does.
It's insane, especially once you have your talent up, which melts the support even for its late game. Really good hold from GXR. They found the angle, they make it work, they get the good Ravage off from Paulson, and manage to really use the charges on Mizu to pierce through the BKB, pierce through the spell immunity coming out from Execration, and they're finding themselves in the back foot. They do still have a couple of buybacks. So it's not all doom and gloom. GXR still has to go through racks if they want to, still have to clear out tier 3s if they want to open up the tier 4s. So it can be a bit awkward. They do buy the refresh out on Alacrity, so double Torrent Storm, double Boat can be quite effective. In Your Dream is kind of just doing this by himself as well on the high ground push.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to delay it with the shotgun out, but it's not really proving to be enough. Of course, In Your Dream has a double damage rune active, which makes it that much quicker. See how they try and defend this, but Execration, after such a dominant start to this game one, are not going to be feeling too happy with themselves, as now it's an even game. And I say even, but I only mean that in objectives. In terms of net worth, GXR is 9k net worth ahead. And man, you look at those graphs, it's just... You've got to be feeling kind of bad right now as Execration. I'll tell you that, John.
Yeah, it's been a swing and a miss coming out from Execration. Just seeing that win condition, seeing the end of the game there with a tier 4 standing with the Ancient almost exposed, and then just getting caught out for the control. It's still a winnable game for them, right? They still have 2 racks up, although they've lost their own 2 racks, so it kind of evens out. They still have that superior night vision and scouting potential with a Monkey King, but they have to play against all these refresh controls. The BKBs just don't last long enough against that.
Yeah, they've got double Ravage up now on Paulson. Just so many stuns. Another Refresher Orb available. They've got one on Joe Cam. The charge is in now. Mizu, he's right in onto Raging Potato. Call down is committed. Rukon's command is down. Boat will fly in. Torrent Storm is there. Another boat coming the other way as well. Where's your Ravage out? Paulson, he's been very patient so far, waiting out the BKBs. As it's just complete chaos in this team fight, but they've got RR down, they've got Raging down, and now they've found Tino. They've got the gyrocopter controlled up. They don't even need the Ravage. Paulison's still got 2 Ravages up and available. As GXR, they just clean up Execration. 3 down for the price of nothing. And all Bob can do right now is just creep skip. Is In Your Dream, just straight Divine Rapier. He's had enough. He wants this game over and done with.
You love to see it. He knows what he has to do. He knows he's really big. He knows the control that's there on his team, and he just has to rip through the back door with his damage. With that swift blink up, look at that. Back door doesn't matter. He just kick down that door, take the objectives anyway, onto the high ground. They force a buyback on Tino. it's still a long time until Night Stalker's back up, so it's going to be a 3 versus 5 for the most part. And remember, Double Ravage, as you called, is still there in Paulson. Very patient man.
Oh, it certainly is still available. I feel like that's the least the worries right now, as Mizu actually ends up dropping to BDZ. There's one positive. They've already got the Spirit Breaker down, but now Bob, he's just jumped right in for a Scream Out, and that may cost him. He'll try and turn, but now Tino's been caught in your dream with the Battle Trance. We start moving in, Tino. Oh, now he's really going to be worried as the Battle Trance is popped, and now the Ravage is now Paulson. He gets one. He'll find a second. They've got Tino down. No buyback available. There goes BDZ. There goes Bob. They'll both commit their own buybacks. But how do you fight back without your carry? It's looking rough for him. Bob been called out. BDZ's there, trying to help. In your dream, there'll be time lapse attack. They just can't kill him. Bob's down. Dieback immediately on the Queen of Pain. It's just the supports left, and they'll find everybody. Full team wipe, and I believe that is GG.
Yeah, GXR. Like that's number 11 now for GXR, and this is the tightest game you've seen them play today. You know, early on, we talked craps, just a roller coaster ride of being Execration had the lead, Execration had the high ground early on, they took out 2 racks very fast, and then they split up. It was from that moment where Tino...
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Eager to know Dire's whereabouts. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
All lives must end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
to teach.
For radiant forces.
Shadows take us.
May the light.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
Invisibility.
I know I can trust you guys.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. is under attack.
No nearer to my goal than before, but with greater resolve.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Immortality.
That's exact.
Shadows take us.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You caught me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is no more. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Are you ready to roll?
Allies disappear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haste. That's bounty. Out of chaos, my pattern reassembles.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Its middle tower is under attack. Radiant Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Vanish.
The next level play. Next level play.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Scanning for enemies.
You rock. Set in stone.
Shadows, take us.
He changes hands.
Keepers.
Scanning for enemies.
Batrider mid coming true for Bob. Offlane Spirit Breaker for Raging. They could still maybe run Wind Ranger mid. Batrider offlane. Support Spirit Breaker. Could then be an option as well. So a lot of flexibility. Really good early timing so for Execration. You don't need too much farm to be up and running fast. They only really need travels on the Batrider. Maybe a blink up as well. And you can kind of run and gun with your Spirit Breaker, with your Wind Ranger, with her Wind Run. They can all kind of catch up and get the targets they want, chain stun, find a kill. So they have a lot of potential to punish something slow like the Spectre. Right, it takes a while to farm. You can use Haunt defensively to get out the charge and stuff, but that's a really long cooldown to use to just escape. That is something Execration can punish.
Radiance turn to bad.
Shadow Demon.
Seconds.
Yeah, it's a good save up against that lasso on the Spirit Breaker, good save against the Spirit Breaker charge, and it does give you a lot of options to just sustain yourself or at least prevent your big core from being picked off ASAP. So I like that response here with the Shadow Demon. Gives him good options, and as you mentioned, stacking game is something we've seen a lot from the Shadow Demon. Nothing really changes from that. In lane, it's not really punished by anything in particular. I guess we could just aim to charge down Shadow Demon with Spirit Breaker if it is going to be on that pause 5. Doesn't really matter. I don't think the Shadow Demon will care as long as Spectre gets space to farm. So it kind of evens out. We're going to have to see how Jigsaw closes. It does feel like they're lacking a Mizu hero on the off lane, but they could still flex Tiny off and give Alacrity something else mid. I'm just wondering if they do go with the mid Tiny, like up against Batrider, sure you can toss away from the Firefly and sticky Napalm up, but if you're caught in bad angle, you just kind of burn out. So there's a lot more for the Batrider to play with there. And I think we've seen Alacrity, again, just struggle against Batrider matchups no matter what hero. Like his Void Spirit struggles against Batrider. I don't think the Tiny does that much better in that matchup.
Seconds. Dire must choose.
Morphling.
Ooh. Look at that. TNC draft. The old TNC draft. Yeah. The Ags.
The sack.
Select your hero. Make the ultimate choice.
All right, it's a shake-up from. I don't know about this. I mean, I like the left track in general because it does give them very fast win condition. Spectre off lane, it's like, okay, you're going to try to hold down the Morphling. There is some good aggression with Snapfire, Cookie, and Dagger to chase down, get some damage off. Can be decent. I'm beyond that. We're going to have to see how much Mizu can get done with the spec. I guess you build up for, say, a fighting build. Maybe Drums, Echo Saber is to play around Haunt and kind of go from there. That sounds plausible, but the big issue is that Haunt is still long cooldown. So we'll have to wait and see. For Execration, I am keen to see if Tino does go Ags and he has an Ag shard, does he get his own Gale Force as well? That sounds pretty hilarious. Yeah.
Ah, yeah! Off we ride into the sunset.
Practicing this off lanes are coming up.
It's been a while, right? Like Miracle used to be past one. You know, I remember the times of T1 Miracle. I remember the times of Reality Rift for Miracle as well with the Spectre. So maybe you know he's. I don't know the itemization, but he knows how to play the hero is what I'm trying to say. You know, he's very familiar with the ins and outs of Spectre. In fact, I remember for a long time in last year's Pro Series, when Spectre was already being ignored by a lot of players, he was still going back to it. Like Miracle kept going back to it, so he knows the ins and outs of this hero. We just have to see what the game plan is from offlane. Again, I'm thinking Haunt, I'm thinking Drums, maybe Echo Saber Drums, maybe a Vanguard if you want to be tanky up front, and just try to go for Abyssal down the line. It could be one way, but that does still take a lot of farm. Now, the good thing is, with the pause 1 Lesh, you can have In Your Dream take early farm priority, hit his power spikes, then hand it over to Mizu. So it's like a pause 1 transitioning into the tree, and the tree transitioning into 1. It will take time, but that crossover is there for GXR in the end.
Pub games have been an absolute shambles recently, John. I'm getting pos 1 pudges, mid snipers. It's too much. Like, I'm getting all these ridiculous pickups from my teams, and now, long behold, Mizu wants to ruin them even more now with the position 3 Spectre. Let's all take a moment of silence and pray that this position 3 Spectre does not work. Because if it is, you know, we're all going to have to just stay off Dota for a couple weeks. You know, just let the players get their pulse 3 Spectres out, get it out of the way, let them lose enough MMR, and then we'll come back later. Assuming Mizu wins.
Assuming so. I think, you know, you gotta hand it to GXR. They're on an RR just specifically targeting Miracle as well. Like, good luck, Galvin, on your Spectre offlane. Oh, gosh.
Mid lane, Raging, gonna run right past GXR, so we'll just kind of ignore them. Just keep them in the win. Don't really want to go for that level 1 team fight yet, it seems like, on the side of Execration. I suppose against the Leshrac, against the Tiny, the SD, you don't really want to try and force a fight too early if you can avoid it. GXR, they're gonna keep trying though. Make a rush in. To Execration, they'll take a bounty rune away, but that's gonna be about it. He already got another one for his team. Scatterblast is there. They're going to try and fight a bit more into this Ogre. And they'll get the damage out. Actually taking a substantial amount of damage. And that'll be about it.
That is a way to play it, I guess. You've got pretty good movement slow with Scatterblast. The slow from Spectral Dagger will allow you to chase down if you can isolate heroes and get your Desolate up. You can kind of find some pick-offs with that duo of Mizu, Spectre, and Jokam's Snap. They are still laning against a really tanky Order Magi for RR, and Tino and a Morphling. He's gonna be fine. You know, maybe initial levels, there might be a few scares with the magical damage coming through from Jokam, especially by level 2, but once you hit level 3, with a level 2 attribute shift, you're going to be fine and dandy. The burst is not going to be enough to really burn through Morph, and that should lead to stable farm for Tino in this lane if all things go according to plan.
Mid lane, of course, Alacrity going to be there against Bob and Alacrity. I mean, Alacrity, he's seen these Batriders so many times by this point, and he suffers every single time. I mean, you already kind of talked about this during the draft phase. We'll see if he can make it work this time. I mean, at least in the Tiny, for now, he is ahead in terms of CS. But that's not really what he has to be worried about. It's when you hit that level 2 and level 3 timing on Bob, you know he's going to want to have to go for a dive underneath that tier 1 tower. And it's going to be a matter of whether Alacrity can kind of avoid that big gank with the Firefly and all the sticky napalm being thrown out.
Yeah, I think the good thing for Bob is, for Alacrity, is that he's got Toss. So if he is dived on, he's got a Toss to kind of stall out. He's got the Avalanche stun as well to play with, so he's not always going to be in danger.
You got some on you.
Jokam ends up going down. First blood down to the bot lane as now Mizu has been caught out. No dagger to throw out now on Tino. Again, can just chase him down because he's playing position 3 Spectre. He won't get the kill. But you tell me, John, what's he meant to do on this hero in the offlane? I'm really curious now. I'm not trolling. I don't know what Mizu's plan is.
Hold out, get your levels, get some initial farm. I guess Drums and Echo Saber are the only items you can really hope for. If you can catch out Tino like that, it's pretty nice. He does have the Desolate up, but they're not really going to go to chase. They know Tino is still a very hard target to jump. Eventually, I think it's just playing a greedy off lane, just putting him on the backseat of farm, transitioning to the one later down the line. That's really the only play. Like, as soon as the Leshrak's ready, he takes the backseat, and Mizu takes control. He becomes a win condition. So GXR's kind of juggling around to pause one. We'll see if it does pay off, and if they can hold true to this rather slower start for the lane. Like, Mizu, he's just never going to have a really good time here. He is still keeping up in CS, so that is some good news, but not really enough to hold back the Morphling in any manner.
Top lane in your dream, of course, in that pos 1 Leshrak there with Polison on the SD. Against Raging Potato on BDZ. Basically the two targets that Morphling will be aiming to morph into. Once he does get that Aghanim Scepter up, however, mid lane, looks like there is a bit of a chase onto Bob as Alacrity was being dived, but will be able to survive through it. Bob needs to be a little bit cautious as GXR. It seems like they're respecting the Bat Rider and the way Alacrity has had to put up with it over the past few weeks. And now they just ensure that there's supports around to ensure he does survive through that Firefly.
Yeah, I like that change-up. I think Alacrity is such a key part of GXR's early game that you have to give the guy an early start. So you have to invest in the resources to make sure he's not completely run down. And for the most part, you know, he's up there in CS. He's ahead of the Bat Rider. Good news. Should hit his level 6 spike. Should hit his blink spike very nicely. And that's where you can really start running.
Mizu able to secure R. Now Tino still trying to go after the Spectre, but Mizu is able to juke and jive with that Spectre dagger. And is going to be able to survive. Okay. Still in front of the Spectre. Tino. And will perform in about 4 seconds, but might actually try for it. Mizu as a main. No, he will. Tino able to secure a very easy kill there. As meanwhile, top lane also very low on the Shadow Demon. I think he's going to be fine to salve up and survive. Instead, though, they are going to move in onto the Wind Ranger. Split Earth is there for Stream and BDZ across the map. His first of the game.
That's something you need to watch for Execration. That disruption and this combination is very basic, simple, very easy to pull off. Wait at this Leshrak can't after that running start. Arcane Boots already up, can sustain the mana spam and his shadows. And they can keep that aggression going. And that's the key. They're playing the one on a much faster position. They're going to switch it over to once in your dream can get some space out on the map. And then just go from there. So they just have to get that early up top.
Bot lane, ends up dropping again. Mizu trying to back off, but Tino, he was rather aggressive. As Scatterblast comes, no cam, quite enough to finish him off. It was going to be fine. In the meantime, Ray ends up going down to Alacrity. Now Mizu gets the dagger. That was completely blind as well from Mizu. You know what? If he's going to play it like that, just give him the tip. Let him be pulse reset. Who cares? If he gets skills like that, how can I call it bad?
Yeah, it's still a Mizu Spectre. You know, as we said, he's been playing it for years from the pause 1. He knows the ins and out, even though in the pause 3 it's a bit different. He does go for the Urn build. So I remember this being one of his preferred build-ups on Spectre back in the day, so it is a more aggressive playstyle, focusing on Haunt, focusing on running people down with a dagger and Desolate. And once he has a couple of charges up, you can expect him to take that activity overdrive. Bob is still hanging around bot though, but he is under a ward, so that should be enough information for GXR to play it slightly safe.
They've got the lasso up. They really want to go for the dive in, but he's got help around. They're already reading the movement of Bob on this Bat Rider. That's going to make it a very tough time for him now, as he does at least spot out the stacks that were made. It's just a double stack, though. And you can certainly take it right now if you're Bob. But we've seen this before. In fact, he does get scanned out now. And they might rotate and try to punish the Bat Rider for this as Joe Cam. He's going to show up. And that'll ensure Bob does make his way out. But it does seem like he wants to continue trying to contest still. Alacrity is there with the Avalanche. I'm trying to loop around the long way, but just can't quite find the opening, as now Mizu shows up with the dagger out. Cookie not gonna quite land, and Bob, he will manage to get down to the low ground, be able to survive in the Bat Rider, but he is unable to take those stacks away. And Well, this whole time, he's not farming, John. As a Bat Rider with the farm he has right now, it's a pretty abysmal kind of game.
Yeah, GXR is just forcing Execration to look to be aggressive, to kind of salvage out the bot lane. I don't think they expected this bot lane to be such a struggle for Tino. He's still kind of up there in CS, but not as much as the Lesh. He's not getting as much free farm. His build-up is going to be a bit slower, of course. His timings are a bit later on the Morphling. He's going for a Falcon Blade build-up. So a little bit of early presence there to play with, some HP, some mana regen, and damage, always good in the hero. But you can see GXR, they're just kind of forcing him back. And Mizu's got Haunt ready. Again, with a Urn, it's going to be really nice if he does have a charge. If not, you can use the Haunt to find that first charge. And they're hitting the point where Alacrity is hitting like a truck. So if they find an opening, it could be a nice Haunt kill with the Avalanche Toss.
We'll see. Tino, daggered up. In your dreams around. Cookie's going to land. Split Earth is going to be there to follow up. Tino, he should still be able to waveform, and does with the TP out. And they can't cancel. But they do force the retreat of the Morphling. And that's going to allow the side of GXR to go in, secure that bottom tier 1 tower. And you know with the draft like this, when in your dreams playing that POS 1 Leshrac, you always want to start to slowly rotate into the mid lane, through the bot lane after the tier 1 tower is taken, and naturally start working on towards that mid tier 1 tower. As RR does get spotted, but a very nice cookie. Joe Cam setting up perfectly, and RR, he tried to get away, but that cookie right on the edge, and guess what? Even RR's courier goes down. Joe Cam, he'll take that as well.
Yeah, they're just finding every little bit here on GXR. 3-7, 2k lead up at the 9-minute mark. And they're making that off-lane Spectre work, so hey, you know, it's shaping up. In your dreams taking a more active position on the Lesh. He's just forcing aggression in the bot lane, forcing responses out to the TPs. They are getting space out for Alacrity to hit this blink timing on his Tiny. Only about 400 gold off. So you are going to hit some major strides here down the line. Once that Tiny blink is up, your initiation's ready to go. You can just look and find those pickoffs. You can look to play with a Haunt at that point and just start ramping up the aggression. For Execration's part, they are just getting some space out for Bob as well, clearing out some stacks in the jungle. Closest travels 400 gold away as well. And once it travels up, it's easier for him to run up, follow up in the stuns that Raging Potato wants. I think the thing that's lacking for Execration is that aggression we were expecting from the Spirit Breaker off isn't quite there yet. Like, Raging's trying to rush around, but he knows he can't commit with no other core ready to back him up. Like, the Bat Rider's just not set for it yet. So in that downtime, in that interim period, GXR is working the map a lot better. This does favor them, this kind of pace.
Well, Bob, interesting TP down to the bot lane. I don't know what he can get out of this. He'll try out in your dream with the lasso out, but he's dropping very, very fast. They will eventually get the left track though, but they might lose Raging. Mizu will chase him down, haunts up, Urn charges out, and Raging is gone. Joe Cam gonna try and run. Instead, they'll turn in onto RR. And eventually they should be able to find another kill onto this Spectre. Mizu, he'll give this one over to Polaris as they'll move in onto BDZ. Focus fire or not, it looked like it's not even going to be enough. Mizu just surrounds. Power shot is off the mark. Shackles is there, but what does it matter? They give 2 kills over to the offlane Spectre. And in the end, that was 4 heroes going down for the sake of killing off In Your Dream. Certainly not worthwhile for the side of Execration.
No, and even that kill in Your Dream, he got the kill on Bob first. So he still got something from that exchange. The Leshrac wasn't completely shut out from the XP gain. They are getting some space out for Tino to clear up top lane. So he is going to be able to find out tier 1. Alacrity is hanging around. He does have his Blink Dagger up. But Tino is not fully morphed into Agi. So he's got some strength to play with. Means that they can't fully commit for the kill opportunity. And should lead to Alacrity himself just kind of hanging around. In Your Dream is in the area.
Yeah, Avalanche Toss is there. Split Earth gonna land. He was unable to get the Strength Morph off in time. Quick reactions out from Alacrity in Your Dream. And, well, unfortunately for Tino, there's really not much he could have done. I mean, once he's tossed up in the air, what can you do?
Yeah, it's I mean, he was taking farm where he can. I don't think he expected Alacrity to hang around after the tier 1 fell that fast, so they get the punishment and they get the smoke up. This is the beautiful thing with Tiny. You don't have any cooldowns for this aggression.
Gold for me.
GXR currently in the opposite triangle, and so are the side of Execration, but GXR, they're the ones to draw first blood. In the triangles, at least. His mid lane charges out from Raging, but he's a rather slow target right now, as Avalanche is going to cut him off. Alacrity, he's unable to find the toss back. And Nether Strike's going to be there onto Paulison. They'll try to waveform forward and take him down, but Disruption's there. They got the stun off Pino. He needs to retreat ASAP. He's still trying to chase the Shadow Demon and does eventually get him, but it costs him his own life. Eventually, they at least kill off In Your Dream. Mizu dropping quite low. They'll get the Spectre to boot. So ultimately not too bad for Execration, as they will continue to clean up. Alacrity, cooking forward, just trying to help out with the toss out. Everyone falling quite low, and now Mizu, he'll haunt back in with the buyback right after Bob and RR. Can he find the secondary kill? It looks like he probably will. Oh, did he get the Earn off? He did. Mizu, still going to be just fine. Toss back into BDC, who will use the pig arm. But it's still looking really bad now for Execration. There's a nice shackle, but it's not going to be enough. The dispersion back the way of BDC as Raging is going to get bashed. I believe that was the Avalanche and not Roshan. I can't be 100% sure though.
Yeah, it's back and forth. It works out for GXR. That was Mizu's first haunt, right? Like, he actually in the top it in the last fight. Very impactful of him. He has the full Spirit Vessel up. Like, that's just ridiculous from the off lane. Now you're morphling. The attribute chip is not going to sustain him anymore. And that just leads to a massive power spike for GXR. They're just playing this aggressive Spectre really well.
Pino. You're after Alacrity now, as Alacrity did initiate on him, but on the other side, Bomb has been purged up by Paulison. Losing a lot of HP already. Cookie, it's on the mark. Mizu finds another, as now the charge through from Raging. Who's he going after? He wanted to try on Alacrity, but he's going to be just fine. As the shackles back around onto Jocam, but he's still alive. They'll try to waveform forward. They do eventually get him. Mizu, Paulison, they've been left behind, but not for long as In Your Dreams here now to try and help out. A toss forward onto BDC, and they'll get the stun off. Raging though, he still wants to try and fight this one out. He does charge forward, but Alacrity's not going to go down. It's another kill to go the way of Mizu. And John, I'd appreciate if you hold off on the compliments for now on the Spectre.
Yeah, Mizu's... Okay, well, we'll not talk about Mizu. Alacrity was playing on edge there. Right? Like, he's been very on point with using the Avalanche to cancel off the charges. Unfortunate, Raging Potato was laying in like 3 hits, no bash after the charge. If he at least found a bash, he might have gotten that kill on Alacrity, so the trade didn't feel too bad. Overall, GXR is still finding a ton of space. They're still playing this aggressive playstyle. The Morphling is forced to join in with no items to back it up. Like, the Morphling's not at its power spike yet. Even if you can turn into Tiny, get some good damage off. Falcon Blade Power Treads does not make a strong Morphling. Not yet. The Yasha's going to come out, maybe looking at the full SNY, maybe a Manta for defense, probably the SNY just for the stat resist though, and the strength. And look at GXR, they just don't need to wait. They don't have any big spells beyond Haunt. Even then, the Haunt doesn't feel necessary.
Shackle's not going to latch down on Paulison. Bob. Oh, Avalanche, no disruption. They did not chain properly, but it won't matter anyway. The toss is up with the Mortimer's Kisses. And Bob is going to drop. Nice easy pick off there for GXR. And I'll tell you what, Bob, he's having a very rough game right now on this Batrider. 3, 4, and 3. Why can I not see the items? Is this a joke? What am I missing?
Yeah, we have to go into the scoreboard and then show items. And that's how we see dead people items now. That's it.
Oh, good. Okay. There you go. So he's only got the Boots of Travel up right now. I mean, it's 16.5 minutes in for a Batrider. It's not amazing farm, that's for sure.
No, it's been slow going. It goes back to GXR just giving Alacrity a better time by him playing a bit more defensively, by not getting jumped, by not dying to Batrider in lane, and that after he hits his spike faster, he sets up for the team. Raging is just playing tag.
He just got double bashed while trying to charge through the Roshan pit, John. That's what just happened.
It happens, you know.
He gets a self though.
That's nice. Yeah, shovel, it's always good. What else is good is Mizu's buildup. I want to talk about this. He's rushing the Ags right after the Spirit Vessel, so he'll have that Shadow Step. Just look for the targets to kill, get the Spirit Vessel off. If they're isolated, you get your Desolate off. And you just keep that aggression up. I love this. He's actually allowed to farm it up. They haven't punished the Spectre off lane. They did try to gank him up a couple of times. It just didn't line up. And now, you know, once that Ags is up on Mizu, you can expect him to be even more aggressive. And he doesn't just rely fully on that haunt. He's got more spots to play with.
What a shame here for Bob as well, John. I mean, he found the Fey Grenade, but it doesn't work like it used to anymore. So it could have been the comeback mechanic he was looking for, but now instead he might just die as top lane. They do haunt in. Mizu already there to get the vision. Bob's going to try and run, but the avalanche does connect, and now with the toss in, Bob is just going to drop Alacrity to take another kill on the Tiny. And, I mean, Execration, maybe they feel confident with their morph combinations later on in the game. Right now, things are very, very tough as Paulison. Gonna find Raging. Mortimer's Kiss is there, and there's a very, very slow charge going on right now. He might just make it though. And he does, although no, it's not enough. Stick charges were there. The tree toss proving not to be enough damage, but now Fire Blast forward with the shackles out and the power shot. But Disruption is going to be used defensively on Alacrity, and he will make his way out. Unless BDZ can land a very nice power shot. High. In fact, there is a charge flying in. Raging. Gonna connect. Cookie's there. Joe Cam trying to help out, but the Nether Strike is gonna hit as well. In Your Dream's gonna move in. You'll lose Raging for this, but he does at least get Alacrity down. Now the lasso, but Disruption was there to save Joe Cam, but he's a sitting duck. Tino takes him down with the waveform. They look for more now, and that's a great shackles out from BDZ. Landing on both. In Your Dream is going to pop the Bloodstone active. Is it going to be enough to survive? It doesn't seem like it. Tino able to clean up. In fact, Bob's the one that claims the kills on the Batrider. GXR, they're going to be a little bit wary. I mean, it does seem like without the Haunt up and the Spectre, they can't really afford to fight like that.
They got a bit greedy staying in the triangle after Mizu TP'd out. They didn't quite manage to retreat as a team, and they got punished for the split up. So good turnaround from Execration to find some big kills, especially on that Lesh. They're starting to build up a little bit more, start to catch up, close out that net worth lead. 3K still for GXR, so they're still in a pretty good position despite that loss. They have to be careful about bleeding out. When you talk about the shortcomings of Tiny, it is still on a bit of a timer. Same thing goes for Leshrac. You have to play really early, and the only time you feel comfy as the game goes on is once your Spectre's online. But because Mizu is going for this sort of unorthodox build with the Ags, it's going to be a while until he gets bigger items to get him more stats, to give him more forward presence in fights. So the transitory period isn't quite there for him to become like the POS 1. And that does mean that Lesh and Tiny still have to dish out the damage, but be careful about losing their streaks, giving out some golden openings, because it will still be impactful for Execration. The Ags is up for Mizu though, so again, he's got something else to play with beyond just the Haunt, and he can look to be really aggressive. I didn't realize the cooldown is really mixed up. Tooltip says 35, but the timer says 30, so there you go.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the only thing Mizu's playing with right now, John, is my MMR, because I know what's coming after this game. Smoke up GXR. Gonna move in. RR. Gonna be able to break the smoke with the Shadow Amulet, but eventually does get caught out by Joe Cam. He'll keep trying to abuse the Shadow Amulet, but how much detection do you have? Yeah, Paulison, he had plenty. More than enough. On the bright side for Execration, they only lose the Pulse 5 Ogre, so not really too big of a deal here.
Yep, not the biggest loss in the world. You are still buying space out for Tino to get his farm up. He's got the Manta. He's got some decent stats on hand. Farm himself this spell on hand as well, though, down bot.
They've got Joe Cam, but it's a lot of rotations coming in, and Joe Cam's still not dying. Firefly might be enough in the end, but no, the disruption. Paulison, he'll make sure Joe Cam survives. You commit that much, and he still survives at the end. It's just so demoralizing. If you're Execration, that's just so sad to watch.
Yeah, it's not what you're looking for sure. I think at this point, Execration's just really trying to buy space out for Tino. And so they're tossing heroes forward, trying to make plays. If they find a kill, great. If not, it's space for the morph. and you just build up on the hope that your Morphling will outscale the Lesh, which it will. Like, especially once the BKB is up for Tino, he's going to have a lot of space. Mizu's not giving him too much space, though, using that Shadow Step.
It's not good news, John. I mean, Mizu's able to Shadow Step in. Think about it, though. He Shadow Steps in, uses Spirit Vessel and Dagger, and Tino has to run. It's concerning, is it not? Like, I mean, I know it's a Pos 3 Spectre that's kind of transitioning to the Pos 1 role, but for Tino's sake, you just get haunted or Shadow Stepped on like that and you have to run away. Like, you don't have a choice in the matter. You just have to get out.
Oh. Bob?
Speaking of, Mizu, Shadow Stepping again over to Bob this time. Bob's gonna be okay, but look at the damage. Does this make you happy?
Cooldown. It's the cooldown. It's 30 seconds where you're globally there. And you get information. It's kind of ridiculous.
Avalanche off the mark there. The disruption was already committed. Alacrity now going to get Avalanche toss stop. Tino trying to get the damage up. Another toss out from Alacrity. Gust is there. Shadows lockdown in your dream. Nether Strike as well. But they can't finish the job off yet. In your dream, he'll back out as Raging. He'll be the one to drop. Bob now. He'll take over the job. He'll get it done on the Batrider. Onto Polaris, but disruption is going to save as the tree throw. Not going to be enough, but Mizu. He'll chase him down and he'll get the Batrider kill on the Spectre. And there's some weird runic thing on my screen now for this Spectre Arcana. Don't know what it means, but I imagine he's hit some kind of objective with the Spectre Arcana and gets the kill now as he pump fakes the Shadow Step.
That cooldown, that fixes all the issues with Spectre to an extent, right? Like, the issue with Spectre is that Haunt is so bloody long. 180 seconds, 160, 140. Way too long of downtime. But Shadow Step on one hero is 30 seconds. So that's 30 seconds where you can pop in, get information on the map for some reason, and just kind of harass out, force a response, make the move strange. There he goes again. Just using it every single time to get info out and force a response, feel where the enemy heroes are. It's just so strong on GXR Stand. And Execration, again, they're still building up in that morph. Slowly but surely, Tino is going to hit a spike, but he has to keep saving up on that farm.
Bollison, he found RR, and there goes your Haunt out. That was not the Shadow Step, but rather the Haunt onto Tino. But Mizu will have no way to cancel the CP off. The Tino just already gets out as now RR is just completely surrounded by GXR. They'll get another kill. There's the Shadow Step out. Where we headed, Mizu? Nowhere. No, in fact, we found BDZ. That's where he was headed. Tino gonna try and help with the Avalanche toss, but it's nowhere near enough, Tino. And unfortunately for Tino, Raging, Bob, they've moved in. They've got in your dream. Nice pick up on the left track, but now Raging Potato's going to be in trouble and Tino's dead. Alacrity gets him with the Avalanche toss combination. Raging Potato to go down to Mizu. It's up again. It's up again.
30 seconds for an ult.
Oh. It's why are you laughing, John? Why does this make you so happy?
It's ridiculous. I just love these busted things popping out. You know, people theorycraft the X. Yeah, Ags is pretty nice. It's single, but Mizu just makes it look amazing, you know?
Yep, like right now, because it's back off cooldown again for some reason. Jump. RR gets caught out. Luckily, at least TPs are going to be able to get you out, and Alacrity doesn't land the Avalanche to cancel it off, and Mizu, rightfully so, gives them the tip.
Yeah, they're a bit on edge. They almost got it. Good D-ward coming out from RR, so they take some of that vision away from the triangle. GXR, 17 to 36, 7k lead, and we are seeing Mizu start to catch up in farm. Number 2 in that fort now. So the shift is coming through. Bob?
Yeah, Mule's up. He's trying to chase here, Bob. We'll eventually back off, as I think he realized he may have been just going too far forward. He has the blink up at least, so blink up on your Batrider now. That's definitely good news. See what he can get done with that.
He's again.
Tino. It's sad because he's struggling to take down that that Shadow Step illusion. That's what really upsets me, John. Not the cooldown, not the fact that it's global, the fact that a Morphling is struggling to deal with it.
Eager to know
being held off from the Rosher to Gale Force, good use of that spell. But it's not enough.
What did Dota turn into, Joe? What is this? Roshan? Power Shot's gonna keep the vision. Shadow Step out again though. BDC, he's gonna be spared. In fact, that was a haunt out this time around. There's your Shadow Step. Where's he going? Raging? He's gonna die. Looks like Mizu decided to go nowhere with that Shadow Step.
Just a warning shot. He does have the Yasha up, hitting the Manta, so we're about to see an actual Pos 1 Spectre item build come in after that early Vessel into Ags. And that's a transition point. That's a transitory point where In Your Dream starts to, you know, slow down and farm, and still get a couple of items. BKB is going to be impactful for him, but the focus is going to be on Mizu. He's the big core you have to watch out for. All the theory crafting we did with Tino, you know, talking about Ags timing, stuff like that, he only has Manta BKB. He hasn't queued up Ags. I don't know if he's still going to want to go for that play with double charge, with maybe the Wind Run, and maybe double Gale Force if it works. He's still a long ways off from hitting those item spikes, so the Morphling still has a lot of room to grow. Although, Alacrity
mid lane. He has been caught out on the Tiny. Stuns out. He's been perma-locked down, and he's going to drop. So a nice pick up there from Execration. In the meantime, they lost that top tier 2. It's now Raging. Going to try and rush forward. Does get stunned up by the Cookie, and now the Shadow steps out onto Bob. They've got the dagger. Raging. He's going to drop to Mizu. Mizu is godlike now on this Spectre as he's chasing down Bob. 12, 3, and 18 as Bob will at least be able to BKB TP away in time. In the meantime, mid lane, they've got BDZ down the Wind Ranger. Mortimer's Kisses. Oh, poor RR. He got scouted out. He'll try to avoid it with the Glimmer Cape. It's not going to be enough. Another Shadow Step again. Mizu. Onto Bob now.
No.
The Batrider's being chased down, and you can't really fly away from the Spectre because he has Spectral Tagger, so Mizu finds another kill.
Oh god. You know what it is? If you think about the Ags on Spectre this way, right? It's a single target Haunt, but it's a 30-second cooldown. Haunt is 140, right? At max level, with CDR on top, it's 123. You basically get 5 single target Haunts in the span that it takes Haunt to go on cooldown. So you've basically got 2 Haunts every single time, on paper.
There we go, Raging, trying to delay here against In Your Dreams Leshrac.
Tower is under attack.
Very, very hard game now for Execration. You're 11k behind GXR.
You're not going anywhere.
Shackles out from BDZ. RR gonna move in. Charges there. Alacrity gonna be pushed in by the Gus. Now the Avalanche tosses out Tino. He's got the Tiny down, but Haunt is, or rather Spectral. The Shadow Step is in from Mizu onto Raging. And In Your Dream will take care of it. Double kill out, but he will lose the Aegis. So they've lost the left track already. At least one life, but now the Haunt's there to give all the vision over. Tino completely surrounded. Will be just fine. Lasso out. They've got Joe Cam, but Disruption is out to save his life. Firefly won't do enough quite yet as In Your Dream's looking to move in. A nice blink away as well. In Your Dream, he may have gone too far this time. They toss him up in the air. He finally comes back down, but he does survive through it. He kills off everyone mid-air. Just pulse novas them down into RR. Now they found the Ogre. Disruption just for the lols apparently from Polison. They'll find another kill out for Joe Cam. It's just it's a 4 for 2 with two diebacks. It's just devastating. Oh, BDZ. Yeah, he's been caught out as well. Another disruption from Polison. Polison's having a bit of a troll here as Tino now going to move in. Get the Spectral Dagger for himself, but Mizu just going to turn back in onto the Spectre. Purge is there to get the stun off, but is it going to be enough? He's not looking too healthy at the moment. He'll be keeping trying to fight Joe Cam, but he can't even find that kill. He just needs to back into the fountain as Mizu is going to TP right out, and in the end, Tino apparently does kill off Joe Cam.
Yeah, that was a scary position. He bought back to try to force a defense. He does find a kill, holds off on the high ground push of GXR. But it's a precarious spot now for Execration. 18k down, 20 to 48 to 32 minutes in. The GXR, they're just transitioning out. They're getting the farm out onto Mizu. These solo haunts are hurting hard. Just with a Manta, and he's going to have a Scotty up. So this is a full pause 1 Spectre coming through now, and I guess that's the beauty of having Mizu in offlane. He can still kind of play his pause 1 heroes. It is greedier, but it wasn't punished by Execration fully. And if he hits the Scotty timing, I don't know what you do about it. I don't know how you stop that Spectre at that point. Maybe if you isolate him from the rest of the team, just constantly hold him down with stuns and burst him, that could be the play.
Avalanche toss out. Gonna cancel the Raging Potato charge in. Shackles is there to hold down Alacrity, but now the Haunt's out. Tino needs the back again. Raging has been caught, but gets another strike to try and escape, but it's not gonna be enough. They'll lose another life as the Shadow Step is back into the mid lane onto Bob. Mizu wants to keep up the chase on his own. And in the meantime, RR ends up going down to Alacrity on the Tiny. It's just looking so clean now for GXR. 20k net worth advantage. And it's, how do you stop them now? Like, it's just a matter of how do you actually kill the Spectre, kill in your dream. How do you get any of that done?
You need a lot of good chain stunts in one. Bob, he's dead.
My god, that is a lot of damage.
Desolate. He's alone. Yep. Desolate. Illusions come through with a Manta. And he has no buyback, so the mid push is still happening here from GXR. Frankie's stalled, but it's just BDZ and Tino right now.
That it is. They're still going to try and fight. BKB popped in your dream. He'll be chased down. But it won't be enough. They just don't have the damage yet. Shackles. Hold down Alacrity at the least, but Mizu now Shadow stepping back in. Avalanche toss. Was out on Tino. Disruption is there. They just keep hiding him around. He'll waveform towards the south. Mizu will happily chase him down along with In Your Dream. They should have enough damage, and it looks like they just made. Tino, he's still trying to strength more, but he won't have enough strength to survive all the way to the fountain as RR. He gets caught out to boot. 17, 3, and 27 is the scoreline right now for Mizu. Really impressive performance here on this offlane Spectre. As he just won't stop.
I'm watching Spirit Breaker run away from the dagger. Just chased him across the map.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, it's how do you defend? You've got no buyback on Tino. You do at least have a bot tier 2 tower available, so you probably won't end up losing that. But Shadow Step is up. They'll find Raging. They'll try to pop his BKB. Oh, actually does get a very nice Nether Strike off, but now the Mud Golems are against him. Oh, charges in and he at least gets Alacrity. Nice kill from Raging. Something. Haunts back up though. Joe Cam does end up dying in the Radiant base. And it looks like that's going to be about enough. GXR, they will leave the bot racks to be taken as the bot T2 tower is still there. Mizu will continue giving the tips over to poor old Alacrity.
Yeah, well, this is the point. Scotty's up.
Going after BDZ now.
How do you deal with this? Scotty, Spirit Vessel, you can't stop it. Even with the BKBs, once they fade, it's the same issue. You're at the point where BKBs are slowly trickling down to 6 seconds. That's just not enough time to kill off the Spectre and hold against her healing reduction.
Oh, get caught out in your dream. He just gets ripped apart. It's not even close. I mean, with a 27k net worth lead now, you look at those graphs, John, and it's looking increasingly more difficult to try and make a comeback. In fact, Dota Plus has altogether just given up 100% the way of GXR. I don't know how long it's been like that, but it appears to be the last 6 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's just too much. Like, your Spectre's online, you don't have the answers yet on your Morphling. A lot more has to be farmed up. Mizu just runs in by himself now.
I don't think he's killable. He's got 4k HP. I actually don't think they can kill him anymore. RR's dead. On to another. Alacrity's going to find Tino. He'll force the waveform out as Tino's going to try and TP away, but they have enough damage. Are they going for more? Raging. He's invis right now. He's going to run right into Joe Cam, but he has a gem up. On the Snapfire, so that does mean you are probably going to lose a fourth hero now for Execration. They've even got the Gobble up just in case they need it, though I doubt they do. I think things are looking very comfortable for GXR as they're now at a 30k net worth lead. Mizu, you can't just go diving fountains now, Mizu. Take it easy. Let's go for the tier 4 towers.
Yeah, they're going to take it out. No buybacks on any of the big heroes on Execration. They've got Bob back up, but it's really him and Ogre Magi against the world right now. I don't think you can stop that. Like, you can maybe look for a lasso play into Fountain. That sounds like your best bet, but GXR aren't giving them that opening. They're going to go back for the tier 2 bot. They're playing it safe. They're going to clean out this game, not giving any openings. They want to maintain that win streak, Mike. If they find that win, that's going to be 12 games for them back-to-back. Execration backs against the wall. They want to stop that streak, but it's getting harder and harder to see the avenue they have left in this game. Turkey 4k behind, your Morphling. Tino is behind even Alacrity's farm, the Tiny, not something you expect for a Morphling at this point. He does have the ads. Maybe he makes something happen here.
It's very late though. With this kind of a net worth deficit, I'm kind of intrigued to see what he can get done with the second Inceptor now. He's basically got one shot to make it happen, but he's waiting on Raging to respawn up. Lasso's there, Haunt is out, they'll go right after Bob. Bob with the BKB might be able to run it now. Here comes the double charges out, but immediately it's cancelled off by Alacrity. They found Raging Potato, they'll get the SB down, they call it. All it took was one charge from Tino. It just immediately gets cancelled from Alacrity. And they have seen enough as they get dived in the fountain. And GXR, they will indeed continue their win streak. 12 in a row now.
I can't vote.
should look to their middle tower.
Behold, a subtle burn.
Perfect.
Radiant's courier has been killed. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shadows, take us.
Fear quiets magic. Pyrotechnics.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Mega kill! There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower.
I am snared in
Double kill!
These embers swell.
Radiant have fortified their structures against a double kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower has fallen. Is under attack. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Double kill!
Strike you down.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Fortified their structures against attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's middle tower Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Allies disappear.
Haste!
For Radiant forces. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. seconds remain.
Yep, they've got some opportunities to climb up if either side finds a 2-0, and if OB Neon in their last series does, say, drop 0-2, and then either one can actually overtake and have a shot there. So we'll have to see who does bring out their A game. Last time we saw AG ourselves, they were dead inside, right? Like the last time we casted them, they were pretty dead, and it clearly showed. We'll see if they're on point this time. I was trying to ask Wami when our 1v1 ping pong would come out from that interview last time around in the different tournament. He was walking around, so it tells you the state. At least they're active, you know, they're walking, they're alive, their heads are in the game, probably. We'll see if YG will be able to hold up, but of course, before anything else, thank you to our sponsor, N1Bet. Deposit with digital wallet and crypto, and bet on the Pro Series 8 matches with N1Bet. Enter code BTS Dota on bts.gg/N1Bet and get an exclusive bonus without any wagers. But yeah, it's like YG, AG bottom 2 right now. A 2-0 here would clearly drag one of them up and give them a good shot at the lower bracket. A 1-1 favors YG, I think, on paper. It does boost them up in points, so they'll only have to rely on OB Neon maybe dropping their game and YG cleaning out their next series if they have one left. But ideally, either side gets a 2-0 for a real clearer shot at staying in playoffs.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. It is Dial's ban.
Tura.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds. 5 seconds.
Yeah, they've got to shape up, shape up here. We do see the draft on hand. They do start with Silencer Earth Spirit, so maybe the support duo on hand. If it is support duo, they're kind of lacking control, relying mainly on the Earth Spirit. Global Silence is still good. I think they want to flex that Silencer onto the offlaner mid. Now, we'll see how it does shape out. Could be a Wami hero, but again, it's not one of his flashier heroes. He does prefer stuff like Timbersaw, although we haven't seen him pick that up recently. YG, Lion, Terrorblade, very stable duo. We've seen Terrorblade already. It still plays really well. Timings are still on point. Did get slightly buffed with strength gain, so it has a little bit more EHP as the game goes on. And of course, the Lion's just really stable control with a Hex and Earth Spike. Good burst with a finger. You can pace yourself around that. Into Silencer in lane. If it does end up laning against Silencer, it's not too bad. It will be annoying playing against the Arcane Curse, but that's pretty much an annoyance for any hero. So you just kind of have to hold out in the level 2, level 3 spike of a Silencer. Beyond that, you will have impact, especially if you hit your blink timing. If you manage to jump the Silencer in the backline, prevent the global silence from coming through, and that's a lot of teamfight that just disappears from AG's draft.
Dire must choose.
Legion Commander!
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Gosh, moment of courage. There you go. MOC, right? Because I said MOC at one point. I was like, what does that stand for again?
Tusk.
Yeah, it could be. I think AG can kind of play aggressive. It's but the overwhelming odds is pretty good against Starlight because he's a high armor, low HP hero in lane at the least, and you can kind of punish when he does get his illusions up to kind of try to farm. So that overwhelming odds will play pretty good value there as well. YG do pick up the Tusk, which is a great saving tool for anyone that's dueled up, especially once you have a blink. Just blink in, snowball, hold them back from the duel, and suddenly that control you were talking about in the LC disappears. So YG has some answers here to play around what AG is trying to build up. We've still got the CG. Again, with a silencer, they could try to give Mamang Daya that mid. It's not quite fully clear whether or not that's her support silencer on the 5, or if it's going to be a core still on the mid. There's still some flex that can come true. Silencer support does sound more likely for AG, but that does mean they've already first picked their 2 supports, and I think YG, seeing that, they can just take stronger cores at this point. With their next core pickup, if they know it's a silencer support, they can kind of abuse it with their off lane, go with something that's hard to control. And sure, your damage output with the silencer is great. Arcane Curse and Last Word are good spells, but if you don't have a way of keeping some of those heroes down, it can be annoying, and YG do go into the Void Spirit. So that's already a highly mobile hero. It will be hurt by Global Silence down the line, but that's counteracted by Yules, which Void Spirits do tend to build up anyway.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban. It is Dire's ban.
Yeah, it's a bit greedy to have that kind of support duo for AG. We'll have to see. I think the flex between 2 and 1 is pretty open. They could just give Mom and Guy something else to handle the Void Spirit if they don't feel it's great, but seeing that it's a pick into the Void Spirit, they must be pretty confident. Resonant Pulse doesn't block the Avalanche Toss combination, so the magic damage will still go through, and I think that's kind of what they're going to be playing for there. Next ban out's coming through. AG do take care of the Viper, and Yangon do take care of the Magnus, which we have seen pop back in Pause 1, sometimes Pause 2 as well, even the off lane sometimes, but no room for that on AG for the off. Just taking care of some big teamfight combinations that can work with a Tiny, and power on Tiny is pretty strong, so they're just taking away the possibilities there, and they also clear out the Sven, which is a Pause 1 we've also seen rise up over time. No Omni Knight combination, but I think the damage output is still really good, and the fact that you don't have the best kiting here outside of Terrorblade Scotty downline, once the Sven hits BKB timing, can be really annoying to hold down. So sensible enough bans from YG. Just have to see what they close out with. Looking like they're going to lack an offlaner unless they flex a Void Spirit off, which is a possibility. But considering the Tiny mid, I don't think they're going to be too worried either, even though the Tiny does kind of win out slightly in that matchup.
Radiant's turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Seconds. 5 seconds.
Yeah, can be a bit of a struggle, but I think the lane is still really good. Just Prophet plus Tusk is very strong. Tag team plus Prophet, as you called out, is painful, and that can kind of overwhelm what AG might want to do in the safe lane. We've still got to see once more if they will put the Tiny on 1 or 2. It does feel like it's just going to be the DB hero coming out last here. He does have a few options, although Again, with the Terrorblade up, you might not opt for Luna, probably off the table. Gyrocopter could still slide through as it has not been banned. We have seen that Jar versus Terrorblade a couple of times. Very timing sensitive. You do go with a Storm, so it is a safe lane Tiny, looks like, as Mamangdaya will take the Storm Spirit mid. Should be. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think the Echo Saber is probably the way to go for that hero. And just build into that Silver Edge, as you mentioned, go into maybe an AC, a Daedalus down the line. You could look for the Ags if you feel like there's value in the Valley. In the Tree Volley, it could work. I think the key thing for AG is really their tempo from mid. Mamangdaya has to get off to a really good start on his Storm. Up against a Void Spirit, that can be a pretty even matchup. You can rip through his Resonant Pulse because that's physical block, so your magic damage with Overload and Static Remnant can pay off. You've also got a range advantage, although Resonant Pulse does kind of offset that. And a lot of that momentum for AG will hang on Mamangdaya and Wami. So it tends to be the case with this team anyway. YG, we've got to see what they can do with that Nature's Prophet with Zarain. Again, the lane combination with Skill Ace Tusk can be quite strong, and Tiny will have to watch out. He doesn't have the best armor. In fact, he has no armor to start off with. So a simple Blightstone plus Tag Team might be able to take care of him if he's not careful in lane.
Opportunity to get that final spot in the lower bracket if you can. Game 1, and John, I was thinking to myself in the break that we hadn't actually seen any pauses today, and thankfully we've been blessed by one between these two. So there you go.
You see the chat? Young PH asked for a second. Wami's like, can't, bro. Oh.
Hey, Zorain, let's take it easy with the words we're using here. Oh, Zex is in.
Oh.
Hold on a minute. You don't get to swear when Zex is around.
Yeah, not under sexy Zex's watch. That is a good sign for AG though, right? Like, they're alive, they're chatting, so it's a big improvement over the last time we saw them where they just straight up said we're pretty dead. So they're alive at the very least.
Oh, goodness me.
The next label,
It's good to see both these two teams, you know. Good sportsmanship between the two. No real disconnections right now, so I'm not 100% sure what we're waiting on, but, you know, as I always used to say, John, smoko break probably between one of these players. It's quick smoker, while everyone thinks, you know, there's some internet connection issue. Looks like we're talking about Naruto as well, by the way, John. Oh, look at that, John, you got a love heart.
Yeah, I gotta send it back. There you go. There you go, boys.
Why do you
there?
Why do you get one?
I talk a lot in lobby, Mike. You know, I yell at the void, and AG just so happens to like to respond to that nonsensical rambling. So there you go.
What was that? It was Wami, right?
It was UK, I think. I think it was UK. Yeah. Wait.
Was
I
it
can't
UK?
see now. I think it was UK. Yeah, probably. If it was Wami, that doesn't make sense because he just straight up challenged me to 1v1 ping pong. And I don't think I'd win that one out, seeing how good he was in that interview. But we'll see when it does come true.
Well, UK's in big trouble now, John. Bias casting on the way now. So I didn't get a love heart, so I'm not feeling too good about myself anymore. Oh, I am. Avoid the big smoke gank there from YG.
Sorry.
He's still holding that triangle. Skill lane now. Gonna break the smoke there with LYM. Zorain even shows up on the Prophet. I'm sure now the side of AG will just try and avoid the side of Young Gun Galacticos and wait it out till next time. I mean, you definitely have the stronger level 1 timing with the Tusk and the Prophet up. Definitely want to try and abuse that as much as possible, but they've let the Prophet go now, so Lun is going to get run into by Wami, but a big Earth Spike! Oh, he listens, he lands it on 4 heroes! It gives them the voice line and just backs off. Disgusting.
Yeah, Yeah, they're not fully backing off though. They're still posturing around that rune.
They do. Another two-man Earth Spike out. Tag team is there, but a big press the attack. Can they still chase? Skill Lay in trouble. Hal looks like he's being focused by Wami. Just get through as much regen as you can early on. That'll be enough. Both teams, they back off. Hal, though, probably going to have to burn through 2 tangos already on this TB. Not the greatest of starts for YG.
And they have to hold out. Again, not too much strength on Terrorblade early on. He is pretty much stuck with 560 HP. The magic damage here from AG with Wami and LYM can kind of get that done. We do have another pause. Oh. So we're back in the classic Southeast Asian tradition.
No, I'm glad we're in another pause. UK can throw you another love heart, John. Not against that, UK. You can tell John you love him. Ignore the fact that he's casting with a partner right now that, you know, would also appreciate some love. I'm a very jealous man, Jonathan. It's got to be all about me. Otherwise, I get very upset.
Oh, wow. They're going all in and they're just throwing random words now. Like, DB just randomly says Sana all? Why? Sana all what? And that's like, if only everyone, or it's like, something like that. If only everyone was like that, you know, like the previous statement. Like, say, oh, I got a really good set of games, then you say Sana all. I wish I had that too, basically, in Filipino, something like that. So they're just tossing out random words. AG, they're picking up on the international memes, not quite utilizing them the right way, but I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why the hell not? Zorain, bot lane. I mean, he's going against DB in UK, and you pointed out the fact that the Tiny has 0 base armor right now. Might be a great time to try and abuse that. It doesn't seem like Skillay is very confident to run in with a tag team at the moment, though. And DB, I mean, while UK's around, should just be perfectly fine anyway. And as much as you'd love to see YG pressure this Tiny at the moment, it doesn't seem like that pressure's really coming anytime soon.
No, I think DB's leveraging his right-click damage with a tree grab quite nicely. UK spacing is also really good. If they clump up, it's an easy way to get the double Arcane Curse. Damage over time right now without a silence isn't too bad, but it will rack up, and because of that early engagement, they're already down on regen, so they don't have much to spread around. Just have to play a bit cautiously, build up the farm on the NP, maybe hit your level 2, level 3 spikes, and that's when the attempts can be made a bit safer.
Mid lane, Mamangtai and Young PH going at it. Pretty even matchup between the two, as well as you got your Void Spirit, you got your Storm. To be expected that they just trade CS for a while. Do you think either one has a pretty big advantage here, John, or do we expect a pretty even kind of matchup?
Can be pretty even. I think the Void Spirit can just leverage Resonant Pulse to clear out creep waves, but at the same time, Mamangtai doesn't care for that physical block, so you can harass out with the Overload and Static Remnants if you do step too close. It is a bit more back and forth. Once Young PH, maybe if he lines up an A2 Remnant, plays around with Dissimulate, that can be a nice spike, as we've seen some Void Spirit players do, but that's like level 4 and 5, and at that point you're inching towards the level 6 timing, where Mamangtai with his Zip is going to be very hard to hold down. So it's a fairly static lane, perhaps with support rotations that can shake up, and for AG, they've got Earth Spirit, so if they get an early Earth Spirit rotation, Mamangtai can build off of that.
Can. That's our top lane going. Lun just kind of having a walk around. Hal securing CS quite nicely here on the Terrorblade, so Wami unable to kind of pressure him quite yet. Now that the meta's over, though, Wami might start to get very, very aggressive with that moment of courage. I suppose you've always got to be worried about Lun being around as well on the line. Speaking of Lun, he does get a nice little pull off on the large camp, but Wami will be able to intercept. No problems here for the Legion Commander. They do go for the Earth Spike onto Wami, but again, I think just with the moment of courage alone, you can kind of just chase down Lun. Though he's going to be a little bit careful. Overwhelming odds out. LYM, nice boulder smash on 2. Like Lun. Back out with Hal.
Stupendous!
Definitely both teams trying to get as aggressive as possible at this top lane. Just kind of playing on the edge.
And that will require Lun to send in additional regen to sustain himself in lane. He's going to have to pull back. LYM just managing to make it a bit of an economy game up top, forcing Lun to invest heavily to just have some presence early on. And for Earth Spirit, he's inching towards that earn timing. So once you've got that up, maybe if you get the charge up, you can start to look for those rotations onto mid, as we mentioned. Try to punish that Void Spirit, especially if you're inching towards that level 6 in the Storm. That could be a good opening for AG to ramp up the aggression there.
4 minutes in, still no kills occurring, and again with the Tusk Prophet, it's quite surprising that you haven't seen one kill fly out yet. The skill A level 3 now, but being very patient with his rotations as Lun has been caught out. LYM might just have enough, but Lun, he's gonna get the salve off in time, and he's actually outrunning the Earth Spirit, so LYM not gonna be able to cancel the salve off. And I thought I had just jinxed Lon, but turns out he's going to be just fine.
Manages to bail out. Unfortunately, that was his fresh regen he sent to stay in the lane. He's still forced back anyway. He's going to have to TP back in. It gives him an opportunity to maybe grab additional regen for his Terrorblade if he feels the need to. And he will courier over the Wand and Gloves of Haste. So he is going to be a bit of a pack mule here for Hao. Kind of enables Terrorblade to, again, just keep securing that CS. Despite those initial trades, Hao is still up there in CS, 31-7. Not really fully slowed down by Wami's Legion Commander yet, and that is very good news for YG. Despite this more static game going 0-0, the fact that your Terrorblade's getting early farm is big.
Oh, bot lane, LYM, he made the rotation over. Zorain, gonna be caught out. It looks like the toss was there in DB. He gets the first blood on the Tiny. That's probably the worst target on the side of AG to give that over to, as you are just gonna escalate the Tiny's farm even further. And DB, he's had a fairly free lane for himself on this Tiny already, considering he is against Prophet Tusk. He's farmed very well, and now with the bonus gold up, just gonna get that Echo Saber up much quicker.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big spike for him once that's up. The physical output of Tiny is not to be underestimated early on with the tree grab up.
And top lane though, they do end up getting a kill onto Wami, so he got left behind as LYM was ganking bot. So they do at least get the Legion Commander as a trade. Still very, very good there for the side of YG. And of course that kill went over to the TB to boot. So Hao is very, very happy right now. Skill A once again is going to make his way over down to the bot lane of the Tusk. Still has Zorain around to try and help out if they can make the jump in on DB. DB keeping his distance quite nicely, and well, they might try now. Skill A, he's looping around that little tree trunk.
There is little hope for
Avalanche committed. Sprout is there. He'll quelling through, but now the bots are out, and the tag team has been popped with the shards. UK is going to try and help out DB. They should have the kill though. Snowball there. DB eventually dying. Mamang Daya at least finds some form of a trade. Still a favorable kind of trade occurring there for YG. Like I said though, Mamang Daya gets something for himself.
I think that's a really good kill to find with Storm though. Like even if you drop that Tiny, the fact that your Storm's building up, getting these early rotations out, getting the farm up, hitting these timings, these level spikes you want to see on the hero, can be impactful, and it does suit AG's playstyle. They do want to be aggressive early on. Mamang Daya is kind of helping out, and the thing with Tiny is even if it does die a couple of times, as long as you hit Echo Saber sub 10, you run around, you get Avalanche Toss, you will still have impact. So Nat being stalled out by a kill or two isn't the biggest deal. What is a big deal though is that YG's already clumping up mid. Your TP and Zorain, they're looking for that mid tier 1 push, and that's the one strength the Nature's Prophet can kind of simplify those aggressive moves onto these early towers.
Nice deep observer ward there from Skill A as well. Behind that tier 1 tower, just in front of the tier 2. Mamang Daya going to make the jump in on the Tusk. Snowball going to be out in time onto Wami. Wami will allow the stun to fly through naturally as he had no choice in the matter. They still get the Skill A kill, however, and well, in the meantime, the tier 1 tower still sitting pretty healthy, all things being said and done.
The seeds of fortune.
Yeah, that was a bit early for the shove-in from our Nature's Prophet. It doesn't feel like they have the greatest tools to really lay onto a tower and expect it to fall. I think if they want that early rotation, it has to be when Hao is sort of ready to show up with Metamorphosis. And that should be his dragging time, although.
Yeah, roll in. They've got the Void Spirit, and now the duel out, but a nice Snowball will buy a bit of time, but oh, it won't matter. Young PH, he dies just barely.
The movements of a star.
It may have been like 0.5 seconds of the duel timer left. but he gets enough damage off to win the duel on Wami. That's going to feel a bit salty there for the task skill A. Maybe just feeling like he could have saved him, and what can you do? The timing's just not right.
Yeah, it was a good play to make, good attempt to make, but you are still very happy with the outcome on AG's part. Of course, first duel win for Wami, 10 damage on the board. Still saving up our first item after the face boots, maybe the early blink, as he does kind of want to fall in on the storm and Earth Spirit initiations. But if he feels confident, he could go for more defensive play, maybe looking for stats to come out, more presence early on rather than the mobility coming through. DB, his Echo Saber is almost up. His bot tier 1 is being shoved in though, but he's staying around here looking for the defense.
There we go. Astral step away from young PH. Be fine. Wami now though showing up now in the LC. Love himself a secondary duel. So they are very grouped up, YG. It certainly seems like they want to try and commit for this bottom tier 1 tower. Just having a bit of difficulty trying to find a way into the fight. Very least DB's going to TP up top lane now. They know the Tiny's not going to be around. I'd say that's probably the least of their worries, is the DB's only gone for the tree grab. However, bot lane Wami gets jumped. A big overwhelming odds. It's not going to be enough though. It's OYM now. 3-man boulder smashes out, but there's no follow-up to it. In fact, he does get Lund. They still lost Wami. They might just lose LYM in anyway as well, and young PH does secure the kill. Nice rotation from YG.
They make it work. Really good deep dive there to catch out the side of AG. That is some time for AG to get some chip damage mid. They've got the siege creep. They've got that mid tier 1 down to half HP, kind of equalizing what happened to their own mid earlier on. And they are trying to shove out top with DB's damage. So they're looking for the tier 1 trade up top solo. Because of that movement mid, they are buying that space out for the Tiny to get work done. And I think all things considered, it's a back and forth trade. It does favor YG in the end, but you aren't losing everything yet on AG. They equalize the lanes, they take out the top tier 1. DB has the Echo Saber up, so he's got a bit of an early spike. If he does manage to get the jump in, his damage output is great.
Skill lane gonna spot him out first. Tag team there. Earth Spike gonna be on 2 from Lund. Snowball out as well. Finger not there yet. DB, he's still alive. He gets the pig out and just runs out of there. They just can't kill him. Zorain, he'll make his rotation in with a teleport. Sprout is going to catch DB, but not for long. He has the quelling. And of all things, DB survives. They loop their line instead. And now Mamangdaya going to make a great rotation through right onto Zorain. They'll lose the task, but they'll get the Nature's Prophet as a trade. And excuse me, they didn't lose the task, but rather the OYM Earth Spirit. There's now young PH. He's going to try and run, and it does make it out, but it just seems so unfavorable for the side of YG.
And that was on the edge for AG. Like, DB living through the finger was barely there because of the stick charges he had on hand. So, playing with fire, it does pay off. He did run up fairly blind into that area and was almost punished, huh?
Young PH. The Aether Remnant, but Mamangdaya, he basically zipped right into it to get the Illusion Rune anyway. He knew he was going to have to take that Aether Remnant. He had Wami there to back him up on the LC.
What?
Now a quick smoke up, it seems, from LYM and Mamangdaya. What can they get done? And naturally, if you could find a target, you'd love to get Hal, who is on top of the net worth board on this Terrorblade. They'll find a TB Illusion, but that's not what they want. I think it will make it rather obvious that he is in the triangle somewhere, but as 2 heroes, I don't really see them being able to make that big rotation through. Mamangdaya, he gives up on it anyway. He'll go down bot lane and just keep farming it.
I think for AG, you just need to be a bit patient. They're pretty much at the point where Legion Commander Blink's going to be up and running. And with that initiation on Wami, they've got easy lockdown to follow through with the zips. So just need to find the angle. There is a smoke from YG though.
There is skill A. Young PH can have their smoke broken by LYM, but they still catch him out. They even commit the global silence to try and save LYM, but just not anywhere near enough.
And In fact, the silence missed because they were in invulnerability states when that came in.
Oh, goodness me. Skill lane getting a jump. Vortex is there. In fact, Lun's the one to die. Overwhelming odds doing a lot of damage, but now Mamang Daya maybe a bit too deep. Snowball's going to fly through and chase him down. Skill lane. No, it was on the illusion. Mamang Daya back into the back lines. Does get the task. But in the meantime, they've lost Wami. So it just doesn't seem favorable here for AG, as they'll lose the mid-tier 1 tower. At the very least, DB does secure the regen rune there for Mamang Daya. Certainly does feel like they at least need this Shadow Blade up on DB before they can really start to get aggressive.
Just unfortunate that, because they had no global silence, there's a huge opening for YG to jump in, abuse that lack of control and silence. And even if the GS is up now, with a Yule's counter from Young PH, like, you're not going to be able to hold down this this Void Spirit. Like, even if you commit global silence, you have to watch for the Yule's use. The locking down the Void Spirit's just infinitely harder now. You have to rely on good rolls from LYM as well. There is a smoke play coming through from AG though. They still have the duel ready, they still have that blink. They want to get some kills.
Yeah, Lun. Get caught, Wami. Earth Spike, oh, it's off the mark. Mamang Daya gonna hold him down, waiting out the duel, and Wami won't second guess it. Gets it out immediately. That was a very awkward Earth Spike. Unfortunately for Lun, I suppose either way, he probably would not have made it out.
Yeah, it's a nice play, breaking the smoke up while he had a ward, but he does cop the gank. So in the end, they don't find bigger kills on YG's side, they don't punish the Terrorblade, they don't punish the Void Spirit, and I think he'll take that trade on the side of YG. YG, for their part, they lose their mid-tier 1. They're still working the map really well with their Nature's Prophet. They've got the Vanguard up on Zal'Rain, so maybe looking for a Crimson Guard down the line here. We'll see if that is what he wants to opt for, or if he wants to go for an Abyssal for the stun down the line. Could be a possibility as well. But you are still getting that steady build-up on your Terrorblade. He is starting to lag a bit behind. How? Not really having the net worth advantage you'd expect the Terrorblade to have over the Tiny, and DB's doing a fine job on that Tiny to stay up there. He's got the Shadow Blade. They can be aggressive. They don't really need to take a step back here on the side of AG.
Zal'Rain not going to be under vision on the Prophet, so he's going to make it out just fine. In the meantime, you've got the Kaya and Sanj now available for Mamang Daya, so he's looking a lot tankier and definitely a lot scarier now in the Storm. As YG still on the other side of the map, biding their time, allowing their Terrorblade to just keep farming. Zal'Rain, he's indeed going for that Crimson Guard jump. Be picking it up very, very soon. Just make everyone on the team a lot tankier. And we are still very kind of just anticipating DB joining these fights, but they are going to start a fight down at the bot side. LYM is there with the Magnetize, now the Global Silence, but how? He already has a Manta up, so he kind of just purges off the silence. LYM does drop already on the Earth Spirit, and now the Shard's out. They want more. DB, he is around with the Crystallis up. He might be able to do some pretty massive damage, but it does seem like they're not going to try and engage. Gee, they'll lose one, they'll back out.
That's a pretty big spell to commit. No global silence on AG means that YG could look to still just posture around, be aggressive. They are going to lose out in Metamorphosis relatively soon, though. So How is not going to have the damage for his team once that fades out, but the rest of YG can still look to play aggressive if they want to. They're posturing down bot, they've got good vision here. Mamang Daya might have to be a bit careful with Lung hanging around the tree line.
Right, the Remnant. Oh, what? It missed? Oh, they missed everything. Jewel out now as well. They've got Lum, they've got Skill Lay. What did that even clip? Well, was it a creep? Where did the Aether Remnant go?
I didn't see, because I swear the creep wave was way too far. I have no clue what happened there. It just looked really awkward. DB? Sorry.
Turns to gray.
No, gets taken out. DB finally making his move on the Tiny. Does get his second kill of the game. His bot lane. Young PH has been spotted out. Wami doesn't quite have a jewel available. LYM won't be able to reach with the roll either. get the Void Spirit out of there. It's still going to be a 13-9 with a very slight net worth lead for the side of Army Geniuses. Again, I think YG just kind of putting all their eggs into the Howl basket, but mid lane, Mamandaya makes a very aggressive jump in. They'll try to save him with the press the attack jewel out as well, but he's already gone. And now the surround there, but no TB. He shows up with that massive tree and just swings it right at young PH. Wami now. He's been controlled up. Nice toss away though. DB, he buys even more time for his team. They'll go in after the Prophet. Zorain has been caught. He'll try to sprout himself in, but it won't be enough. DB, he wants to go for a bit more now. Snowball back into the deep of the team fight. And look at the clean damage out. They get right through him. In fact, DB found another. An ultra kill out for DB. And I'm telling you, John, this Tiny Pos 1, it is very, very strong.
Oh yeah, I'm not doubting it. I think it's really good in that position ever since the change to Ag Shard and with the buffs to Silver Edge. Well, beforehand, before it was nerfed. It's strong. Like the timings are so good. It plays into this faster pace that we have seen in this patch. And it's just impossible to sustain yourself against damage, against the durability that Tiny just gets from existing. He has 2.9k HP just with Power Treads and Echo Saber adding to that strength. He has a lot of armor because of Grow. It's hard to rip through him with just the physical output of your NP and Terrorblade. And he's just able to really stand up and fight. I believe that was a bit of a strange snowball coming out at the end. I don't think Skilly needed to drag in his Terrorblade, because that took him further. They walked back with the Earth Spirit, dragged them further in, and they just managed to clean up. So you have to respect the output of DB. This Tiny is very, very hard to hold down. You have to maybe commit onto him first. DB's been very, very smart with his positioning. Just standing back, playing around with his Blink and Silver Edge really well. They do have the full Crimson Guard up on Zorain, so there is some more physical resist there on YG, just blocking some of that damage off. How much damage it really blocks and how much impact it will have, that 70 damage block will have in the fight, it remains to be seen. I think DB's still going to be able to rip right through regardless of that.
I mean, he's certainly got the damage. It doesn't feel like the Crimson Guard is going to be that big of an issue. Zlan going to be spotted, but a nice hex out. It won't matter though. Wami immediately there with the jewel, and just look at the damage out from DB. Now they found Hal as well. They'll get a big vortex into the global tiles. He'll try to matter it off, but it won't matter. LYM, he just has so much control that they even found the task. Skill A, he'll try to find a way out, but there is no escaping DB at the moment. 9-1 and 2. He's just two-shotting people. I mean, you could call it a one-shot considering the Echo Saber's doing that secondary shot anyway.
Yeah, it's just all lined up for this early spike on the side of AG. And DB's just doing really good work. He's got that Ag Shard now, so the tree grab, he doesn't have a limit on that, and you just go into the Roche. They've got a lot of damage output. They can amp up the right-click speed of DB with a pressing attack. They've also got the Shard up on Wami. You should be able to get this done. There are no wards from YG to watch the Roche Pit. They're being cautious though. They don't fully commit, and they pay respect to, I guess, YG's potential with the Nature's Prophet TPing on top of them, with maybe Treant scouting around, and just take their time. Maybe look for more pickoffs before going back into the Roche Pit.
This will do nicely.
DB is up. He's going to move in. Avalanche toss is there. He'll get Lun and his courier. Just both at the same time. Why the hell not? I mean, you can cleave off the courier, which is, I believe, what DB just did. And it's just complete domination at this point. And this is, yeah, this is the power spike of the Tiny. Like, you get these initial items up, and it just feels like you could just hit anyone you want, and they'll just fall apart.
Yeah, he just rips right through. The side of AG are still keeping up to an extent with Hao. He's about 5k behind though, so there's a massive net worth gap between our Terrorblade and our Tiny, but Hao's trying to inch towards that Scud. Once he has more stats up, once he has that slow, that healing reduction, it can be a good way to try and kite that Tiny around. It can be a bit of a pain for the Tiny to gap close in that case and try to get his damage off, but I think that effort starts to spill into Mamandaya. It's the Storm's job to zip in, to get that Vortex off, to keep the Terrorblade down. And Mamang Daya is trying to rush into a BKB so he can get that job done without worrying about the counter control from YG. Not worrying about the Hex, the Earth Spike, and the Remnant coming through. And once he does hit that BKB spike on the Storm Spirit, it just becomes hard to hold this game down.
Oh, he misses another Aether Remnant. And that was a much harder one to land, let's be fair, but just unable to clear out LYM now on the Void Spirit. You are at that stage where Mamang Daya is bringing the BKB out, and top lane, DB, he's about to find Zorain, John. See you, Zorain. No, I suppose on the brighter side, with the Crimson Guard up, he doesn't instantly die to the hits out of DB. Certainly didn't take much, though.
No. This is ridiculous, the amount of EHP DB has, right? So he's going Satanic. He's going to have, what, 3.8, maybe 3.9k HP at the end of it, with 26 armor. Hao has 2,135 HP with a ridiculous amount of armor himself, 30 armor. But the EHP of DB, because of his higher HP, it's much more effective each point of armor. So it's so hard to kill him off, even with the burst you have on hand.
PH, jeweled out. Wami's going to find him. Skill A, unable to close the gap to get the snowball off. He won't be dead yet. He might still have a way out. Global Silencer was there mid Yule Scepter. In fact, they even found Lum. And at this point, it's becoming a bit of child's play here for Army Geniuses, it feels like. And the game certainly isn't over by any stretch. Hao is still farming, but he's consistently been 5k behind this Tiny for the past, say, 10 minutes now. And I mean, Iascati or not, if DB closes the gap, Hao's going to explode.
Oh, yeah. No two ways about it. Even with the healing reduction, with the Satanic up, Satanic active of DB just overwhelms the healing reduction anyway. Roche not going to take too long here. You're going to have to deal with 2 lives up on DB. They are trying to scout out with the Treant. It's just a bit too slow. DB does manage to clear out, so it's going to fix its right-click issues with a Moon Shard next. Once that's up, with a Satanic, with a Silver Edge, he is just doing way too much with his right clicks. I do not know if you're ever going to be able to burst him down unless you lay down literally every spell onto this one bridge.
Oh, they have sentries! Just the movement of DB is really just well done at the moment. They knew he was there, that's the worst part. They knew he was in that Shadow Blade somewhere in that mid lane. But he just blinks forward. And he just hits him a couple times.
Yeah. And the output's just too much from DB. He's just constantly hunting now. Just constantly pinning down YG. They don't have much map space to get that farms trickling in onto Hao. He's just kind of stuck in the top lane. He's not even putting his hero up front. He's sending the illusions out to play it safe. Bot lane is being shoved in. Massive creep army with Nature's Prophet can kind of try to trade objectives, but you're at the point where UK with Available Discord can clear out the creep wave fine. So
not sure what the idea there was from Skill A. And he's still on the high ground, maybe thinking he had the advantage, but when there's a Tiny and Storm running up that high ground, I don't think you do. Especially when you're completely alone there as the Tusk. 11k net worth lead now for Army Geniuses. YG, I'm looking for a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, John. And I suppose you've still got Hal going here on this Terrorblade, but you know, it just doesn't feel like he's anywhere near at the level he needs to be to really be able to fight back with his team yet.
Stupendous. He still needs so much more farm. I think the big thing as well is that they've got the Ags up on Young PH, but they haven't been able to use that silence on the rest of the Pulse quite well, though.
Yeah, they make the jump in now. They've got Wami, but he's a tanky target, and Mamang Daya is going to zip right through. He's already found Young PH, and they'll get the jewel off. They'll lock him down. The Crimson Guard does absolutely nothing.
A worthy opponent.
Yikes.
Yeah. He does nothing.
Yeah, the build-up just doesn't pay off. 70 damage block is great, but not with just how much damage YG has. It's just enough to overwhelm. I think that might also be one issue for YG. They invested on this offlane Prophet. Crimson Guard first item just isn't enough. Maybe if you had an Orchid, you could play more aggressive. If you had, say, Guardian Greaves, the sustain would be a bit better as well for the team. But the Crimson Guard just isn't quite cutting it, and YG just finds more off the map. Tier 1 bot gone, Tier 2 not long for the world with BB's damage output. Still has some time left on Aegis, around 2 minutes. He's got the Moon Shard, he can siege high ground very fast. And you have to watch for this very angry rock with a tree just whacking away at objectives.
Right, you do. The shard's out, it'll hold him down a little bit. YG, they've got to find a way to lock this man down, but he's got the Aegis anyway. They'll try to burst through the first life, but when you've got the press the attack and the shard's up, DB, he's just ripping right through the buildings. You give him that extra attack speed, he's just going to make such short work of it as they're going to try again. Meta pop this time around, but there is your press the attack. Shards, it will block him in with the sprout. DB's got no way out. Momok Dai's going to zip through to try and help out. But do they have the Aether Remnant? They did for a second. They'll get the Aegis. That's one life. Aether Remnant will drag him back, but the press the attack is there, and now the AoE Vortex. Momok Dai, he's in. A big duel out. The magnetize on all heroes from YG. They are just getting shredded. Army geniuses, they are cleaning up. Young PH is gonna try and run. It just doesn't matter though.
Normally.
None of it matters. This game's over, I think. OIM, he's still quite deep. DB, he's looking to move into that fountain. Milan, what do you do? You're a pos 5 Lion against the pos 1 Tiny who literally just one-shots you with this Echo Saber. Yeah. And now T4 Towers, look at this balance shot. Look at that. Look at this. He's gone. GG.
Yep, just like that. Yeah, I mean, they have to call it. YG, they went with a very standard draft.
Tis in the bag.
This
one is in the bag.
No demon lord has ever been more assured that this one is in the bag.
Yeah, baby, it's in the bag.
Oh, hell yes.
Just 30 seconds now. What drum sounds this beat of war?
That was lame.
They've trained hard to get here. It's time now for the final fight.
Denied.
First blood!
I'm going in on this.
Acts like this very much! Acts like this very much!
They deserved it not.
Silence is broken!
Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
The teacher is bested.
Yeah, baby! Oh, hell yes!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. The Dire scan on the hunt for Radiant forces. Dire should look to their middle tower. Dire's courier has been killed.
To hell with me! Double kill!
Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
Never refuse gold given.
Coin for me.
Behold, a subtle burn.
There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire's top tower is in danger. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Normally.
Your lips are simple.
Changes hands.
The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts. Dire should look to their top tower.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yes. Silence from above.
We have gone back to the Silencer Tiny opening. So they go back to what worked in game one. You know, they were very, very strong with his pickup as well. Like the work being done by UK, by DB on these two heroes was just fantastic. Maybe some of the global silences weren't catching the heroes out, but eventually, you know, that spell was just keeping control up. And YG, they do shake it up. They get Lion Night Stalker, so Night Stalker much more active compared to the NP, and it can be quite the force to deal with, especially once the blink timing's up. You jump in with a BKB on, gonna be hard to hold him back. I think the Silencer is still a good response, especially if he does spot the BKB use and just counteract that with the global silence afterwards. You do still have some counterplay on AG's part, but it is harder for that Silencer to find good position in fights, just because Night Stalker with Dark Ascension can always isolate the backline.
Radiant's turn to ban. It is Dire's ban.
Lose together, win together, slay
It is
together,
Radiant's
slay together,
ban.
slay together.
Yeah, it's been around. I think again going back to I gotta say so. I gotta say so. You know, someone, a smart Alec out there won't throw it down on us. Tino did run this like a couple of days back, right? Like they flexed that between him and Bob, took the safe lane, kind of went for the same build. So it's there, and you know, safe lane Tiny used to be a thing anyway. Like maybe not as common. In fact, it wasn't ever that common, but it was there, right? You remember a couple of games where you would still go for the Echo Saber build. Maybe not quite the Silver Edge. You'd see something like the AC down the line. It still was kind of there with the Daedalus build-up, I think. So I'm sorry, Bala. If you're watching there, please don't look for me. I'm very scared. You. Oh, thank God. Okay. Fair enough. All right.
10 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Dire's turn to pick.
Oracle.
Seconds. 5 seconds.
Yeah. For sure. And I think AG, with their lineup kind of sticking with the same, they've got to adapt here. They have to have a way of handling that Monkey King. His armor in Wukong's is probably going to be too much for the Tiny to really look for the burst. You still have the potential to, say, look for the toss out of the Wukong's to break that spell. But then you have to consider the Oracle. He's got natural disarm for the Tiny to stop getting hits off. He's got the False Promise to help his Monkey King or Night Stalker just maintain the fight and still have some impact. AG with a Beastmaster coming through, I feel like that's a really good response. They've got early push potential coming out with Beast. They can scout the Monkey King with the Hawks. They can preempt the Night Stalker rotations with the Hawk Vision out as well. And they have the Boris to kind of make that lane hellish. So they can hold that lane quite nicely against the Monkey King. They can chop down trees with a Whirling Axis. And they've got the Roar to kind of hold down these heroes despite BKBs coming through. It's still not the best answer against something like, say, the False Promise. And there are still some good dispels on Young and Galacticos to hold back that control. But this does give AG some more tools to kind of hold against that constant aggression that the Night Stalker Monkey King do want to achieve in this game.
5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban.
No. I was just checking like the lobby chat for draft because when we went into the game 1 there was some chat there and I was like, they were talking in draft because Zex already had a line when I hit enter. It's like, what? It's like, okay, I was just seeing if something was up there, but nothing quite. You never know with AG. You know, we had a bit of a chat with UK. You know, we let him know your feelings and UK said he's sorry, so we'll see if he'll prove he's sorry by fixing that up.
Radiant must choose.
Let's see, you know, UK, he still has a chance to redeem himself, and of course YG in this game, they've got well, at least YG's got a chance to maybe come back and get the draw. We were talking about the importance of this series, right? If it is a 2-0 for AG, that gives him a clearer shot in trying to leapfrog YG Bullfrog, potentially OB Neon, who's kind of down there right now in the lower bracket start for playoffs, and inch their way towards going into those playoffs itself. So very important for AG to actually find a 2-0 win, because we mentioned the next series is against Boom, which is a powerhouse. Mind you, I find the Boom CEO hilarious. Like Gary is a hilarious guy, because I posted that new lineup, then he immediately replied, full lakad matatag. So you can take that as you will with our lineup, whatever else they have planned. He's been teasing it, and even Tim's has been teasing it, I think a bit too directly, with a certain teammate of his. Like, he was chatting with basically Gabby. He was like, I was looking forward to fighting you, but I guess that has to wait. So who knows what that means, right? Who knows what that means?
Dire's turn to pick.
Face the light.
Oh.
Lena.
Select your hero. Make the ultimate choice.
Oh. What? The Oracle offlane? I have not seen this. I have not seen this or experienced it since playing with Crest. Mr. Crest, Mr. John Ong, who, by the way, was giving me his insights as to why the offlane Spectre worked. It's very, very boring stuff, but it's the dagger talents and off the talents building up, yada, yada, yada. Offlane Oracle, there's a lot of good burst damage on hand, and you can kind of punish the Tiny early on in lane. You have the Disarm that you can play with to hold him back. I guess you can build up in the Oracle in that aspect, just get the levels up really fast, go from there. Dawnbreaker, I want to talk about a bit. Dawnbreaker into Silencer, I've dealt with this, and I was playing against Dreamo Cell Dawnbreaker mid, and I was on the Silencer 5. And it's really easy to just throw Dawnbreaker off. You know why? Because when you see the ground glowing, you press Global Silence and she's gone. It's...
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
Oh no, well, it shouldn't, but it does work that way in Dota 2. It's a beta game. We'll see if that interaction's ever fixed. We'll have to see if YG can maximize that Dawnbreaker. The last time we saw it in our own cast was, I believe it was YG who picked it up. If not YG, then Dreammaker. And that was against Army Geniuses. That I remember. And AG was very dead, so we couldn't say exactly if the Dawnbreaker had the impact we were looking for. And I think for me, I'm still looking to be sold on that Dawnbreaker pick. We'll have to see how much skill they can pump out on the Pause 4, and really Zarain on the offlane Oracle. I'm just keen to see how much he can get there.
This is why I love SCA, Dota. I mean, I always, you know, I make fun. Oracle Pause 5, Wami's asking. Wami's asking the question.
Oracle so.
I mean, I'm with him. I really... Is this really going to be a position 3 Oracle we're looking at? Like, I am an Oracle player, Jonathan. I know how much damage this hero can deal with Purifying Flames. In fact, hold that thought, because they're going to move in now. UK's been targeted. They'll try to move, but a nice light strike array. Mamang Daya looking to turn it, and they've already got Lon down. In we go. LYM, he'll chase for a bit more. Wami, he's got the balls out. And young PH on the Midnight Stalker, looking to go down very early on. They'll find a 2-for-0 trade on the side of Army Geniuses. But back to my point, this is why I love SCA, though. Because anything can happen. Any draft can work. And I'm not saying this is going to work, because I don't think it will. But I'm very intrigued to see what this Oracle is going to be doing in the offlane.
Yeah, it's... We'll have to see. He did opt for level 1 Fortune's End. So he's got the root up, and they were looking for that kill opportunity, didn't line up. So he doesn't have the... early damage combination. I guess once you hit level 2, level 3 with Purifying Flames up, that's when the lane can be a bit more aggressive. We'll have to see how much they can get out there. As the G's are out, G-Bros come in, the ZZZs are coming out as well.
The players don't get to do ZZZs. If anything, the casters should be all chatting that stuff. I mean, with the amount of pauses we put up with, how dare they? How dare they think they're the ones who have to wait? What does that mean, John?
That's not how you use it. That's not how you use it. It's not all. It makes sense. It's the same thing, right? There you go. There you go. There's the love from UK. You better send it back. No.
The next label play. The next label play.
There we go.
Truly. Very nice.
All right, I probably should stop all. It's a professional match. No more all chatting. Love you, UK. Just joking, but I mean, I feel like I should tell him I'm joking now, not to throw him off, but you know. I'm sure he's a professional, John. He'll be just fine.
Yeah. Still, we'll see the lanes break out. Zarain again on that offlane Oracle. The synergy here with Ponswar Dawnbreaker can kind of line up. You channel out your route, then you kind of go in with the Starbreaker or line up for the Celestial Hammer. There's some good damage it can fly through. The issue is, DB on the Tiny doesn't have the best armor, but he has decent HP, so he can ride through the magic damage fairly well, and UK on the Silencer can kind of punish that spell spam with the Arcane Curse. Once he has the last word up, the silence comes in. Early damage doesn't feel amazing, but once you hit level 2 Arcane Curse down the line, that can really put a dent in the aggression that YG might be looking to pump out here.
Bottom lane, LYM, Earth Spike out, he's gonna drop Lund. And not finding another kill here, or at least the first kill for the side of YG. Any great news for them. Lund, they're trying to go for the creep pull, but not going to be able to put it off. Meanwhile, top lane, skill late. So ends up dropping quite low, but Purifying Flames are going to be there to help him out. Zorain on the pos 3 Oracle. Yeah, he's doing work. He's making it happen, John.
Yeah, he is finding those openings. Again, once you hit that level 2 spike, maybe level 3 on the Oracle with level 2 Purifying Flames, that's when the damage output really kicks into overdrive, and you have to watch yourself here on DB.
Oh, thanks a lot.
I actually feel quite guilty now for not returning that love heart. As a married man, it just feels weird to not say I love you back. All the married men out there, they know what I mean. Top lane, Zorain in trouble. Glaive's flying out. UK trying to get some vengeance for not receiving any love, and he does get it. Take it out onto Zorain, and Skill Lay's going to try and punish him now on the Dawnbreaker, but he will have to back off. To be fair to Skill Lay here on the Dawnbreaker, it is a pretty tough kind of lane. Yeah, it's against Pos 5 Silencer. It's not a very fun time for the Dawn.
Yeah, it's really not an easy time. I love that UK went for level 2 Glaives as well, just so he can just trade right click, get some constant damage, drain some mana away from the side of YG, and slowly but steadily build up some instack. So if they do find that aggression with the Tiny Paws 1, once the kills rack up, of course you're draining the int, which is always great. For the Silencer, still should take a look mid. Young PH is rocking that mid Night Stalker up against Mamang Dai's Lina, and this lane is going really well for Mamang Dai. He's got the range advantage, he's got the wave clearing with the Dragon Slave and Light Strike Array. He's really good right-click damage. The bright side for Young PH is he's not completely zoned out, so you can stand there, still soak some EXP, find some CS, but he's about a wave behind Melina, and that's not good news. You're not pressuring Melina. Mamang Dai is going to ramp up to level 6 relatively soon, and once you hit that spike with the Laguna Blade up, it's going to be relatively easy to kill off a hero like the Night Stalker.
Absolutely. Bot lane, Lund being caught here on the line. It's going to end up dropping as LYM and Wami try and get even Howl down. Jingu Mastery's there, but Wami's got 2 balls up right now, so the damage is certainly starting to add up. And eventually Howl, even with the Jingu, is not going to be able to fight back. Will just kind of have to try and sustain himself in this laning phase, but this bot lane against Beastmaster Earth Spirit proving to be rather difficult.
Yeah, it's just not a fun lane, and that's the case with most Beastmaster matchups, especially as a melee hero. Even though you do have a little bit more range on how you can't really handle the boars. That's the value we see in picks like, say, CM. Specifically, Crystal Maiden against Beastmaster tends to be good in UK.
Well, getting caught out. UK is going to end up dropping. Skill lane, Zorain able to get it done, but they're going to lose skill lane the process. In fact, DB, he wants another, and he might just be able to get it. Zorain, he's a bit of a slow support hero right now, John. And I say support, but he's a pos 3. It just won't matter. Pos up from DB will get it done.
Yeah, and that's concerning. That's an early spike. They find a kill down bot as well onto the line, so the aggression's lining up. They drag skill late down, but they've already taken the losses on that bot lane, and of course that's going to free up the top lane. Solo lane for Oracle is not a great time as well.
Oh, roll in. They've got the Dawnbreaker still. Wami is being chased. Starbreaker not going to land. Nice boulder smash. OYM making it very hard as now Wami, he gets a salve off, but Hal at least cancels that off immediately. But Skill A, he is still being chased down. Wami is still somehow alive as now they'll turn onto Hal. I cannot believe this Beastmaster is just not dying. A nice boundless strike though. Hal, he'll at least get OYM. Almost found Wami. As now UK could be in trouble. It might die, but no, they get Hal down. Lon. Oh, he's going to try onto UK, but UK just will not die either. More stolen in as Wami is... how does he survive, John? I mean, all of that time, they just could not kill him.
Just really good jukes. He really used the Hawk vision very well. They had no sentry to spot that out, so he had a good vision of the tree line there, just dancing around, and they get better end of the trade. Like, once they saw the Oracle commit, they were like, yeah, we will send our silencer down. Our Tiny can solo lane against an Oracle very well. Doesn't matter when the Dawnbreaker's down bot. So they just make that aggression work, and Silencer's a great hero to punish those clump ups. Great AoE damage coming out for the Arcane Curse, not something you can really sustain against. Wami hits his level 6 spike, and he has his Health Dominator coming through. So he's really strong now in that Beastmaster. The side of YG will send Skill A back up top, but DB's already at level 6. He's very hard to burst down. They're going to have to really land their spells here to get that kill.
DB, Fortune's End out. They've dropped the Dark Ascension. He's going to try and make a run out of here as, well, young PH is on top now. DB's got some health incoming, but the Starbreaker should be enough and is with the Purifying Flames out from Zorain. But now the Laguna, Mamang Daya, might be able to trade, but he's unable to find young PH. The Night Stalker is able to get himself out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lun and UK going at it, and Hal is currently being chased by a very angry chicken. He'll be okay, but I can't say the same for Lun, who is going to end up dropping. And Hal, he's just not able to stay in the lane. He has to go back and get a reset.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big kill up top, but your Monkey King being held this far behind is a bigger issue. Like, how it's not able to build up into any sort of item yet, whereas the comparison here for DB, he's up there in CS, 41-8, number 2, right behind his own Lina. Echo Saber just 700 gold away, and once that's up, that's the big power spike we saw from the last games. He's just going to be hard to hold down. His damage output starts to skyrocket. Wami can just take control of the lanes with a shove-in, with the Dominator up, going to be rushing into the Overlord. And once that Ancient creeps in play, I don't know if YG's going to have enough. I think they need to look at their off lane, or their mid lane in this case with the Night Stalker, and just hit those timings for the Night Stalker, play around with the Dark Ascension, play around with Crippling Fear once it's up, and just try to catch the backline and burst some of these squishier heroes down.
Dire should look to their top tower.
What's happening up with that top side? Skill A trying to go after Skill. that damn voice line always gets me. DB's gonna land the avalanche toss, and LYM's there with the follow-up. It looks like Skill A's not gonna be able to survive, but at least he has a sense of humor, John. He knew he was dead.
Regeneration.
Yeah. They're trying. They're trying to hold back in the Tiny. They're trying to apply that pressure. Not quite enough. Young PH does rotate up top, so they could look to maybe pressure that top tier 1. LYM
is under attack.
Hey, young PH gonna show up. LYM will roll away. No block there from young PH. So the Earth Spirit gonna be just fine. YG. I mean, they're 3k net worth behind, John, and with a draft like theirs, you don't really want to be behind in the net worth graph. I suppose you are going to hit a decent power spike, but in the meantime, bot lane, Skill A's being chased down again. Wami just slows him up with the balls, but won't get too greedy. Does force out 2 TP rotations. Both of them get cancelled off. And now they might have to fight top lane where Mamang Dai is going to show up onto Zorain, but does now see young PH. In fact, they may have thought that there was more going down bot, but it turns out they cancelled. Line Strike Array's there. There's your ulti out from the Dawnbreaker. Skill A still trying to move in, but the Laguna is going to go right to the face of the Dawnbreaker, but at least they got Mamang Daya down on the Lion. Excuse me, rather the Lina is now the Lion. Lund does get a nice Earth Spike off. Kills off UK. AG. Well, at least finish off that mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime. So some decent kills out for YG, but losing that mid-tier 1 tower, again with a draft like this, never really good news. ZOIM get off the mark there with the roll, but does at least land the silence. How? All you can do is really run if you are the side of YG. You've already got about as much as you could get from that previous team fight as Wami still chasing him down. Roll pretty on the mark there, but OAM was just a bit short. It won't, maybe it will matter. As OAM, Global Silence committed to try and save him, but in the end he will end up dropping. So YG, they get something for their trouble. However, Skill A, feeling quite charitable today, will give a kill back the way of their army geniuses.
Yeah, more int coming out from the UK does kind of balance out pause 4 for pause 4. Feels a little bit better for AG as they've got control of that triangle. They're farming it out with Wami, Hump the Overlord, still a ways off, waiting for the Vlads into the recipe. So a bit more until that major power spike comes through for the Beastmaster, but so far still looking good for AG. How?
Yeah, in trouble. Boulder Smash though off the mark. He'll go towards the north. Mamang Daya just off the mark there with the Dragon Slave. So 7-14 now. 3k net worth lead still existing here for AG as well. DB and Wami going to keep moving in. They've got a nice ensnare off on Young PH and they've got the roar available on Wami, but they're unable to break the cap as DB will toss in the dominated creep. It won't matter though. Meanwhile, top lane, UK ends up finding Zorain. Lun shows up now, the Lion. I'm not sure what the idea is here from Lun, but I believe he is dead here, John.
Yep. No heroes nearby to save. That's more in for UK. Slowly but surely, there you go. +2 once more for UK, and they're going to line up for the top push. Hal is scouting out the tree dance, so can maybe hold back, but the rest of his team isn't quite in position. Gonna have to play it safe. AG is tempering their aggression, but this is so much space for DB. He just goes down bot, keeps farming up, Echo Saber up, Shadow Blade next. The spikes are lining up here in terms of items for AG.
Arc Ascension popped. Young PH, he's going to move in by himself as now Hal does make his way over. They'll try to go onto the Silencer. They got the ulti through with Skill A. One down so far. Wami, no, the Light Strike Array gonna cancel Starbreaker. It's the toss into the tree, broken, yeah. Hal, he's gone. That was a great toss out. They found Zorain as well, now Young PH. But they're gonna try and turn onto Mamang Dai, but LYM's gonna be around to try and help. They do at least get the leaner kill. They'll still lose the Night Stalker. So OYM kicks him right to the curb. That was a very nice toss though.
And it just plays into the Beastmaster's strengths. You've got the Hawks, the tree line isn't exactly safe for the Monkey King. And we've seen that counter synergy before with Monkey King against Night Stalker. The Beastmaster just does so much work in denying that active playstyle for the Monkey. You really have to think twice about going into an aggressive position here for Hal. He is still sort of keeping up the wall though.
Yeah, jump in, UK being targeted, but he's actually quite tanky for a Silencer. Especially a +5 Silencer at that. The Wukong's proving not to be enough to hold him down, and now the turnaround. They missed the Light Strike Array. In the meantime, DB kills off Zorain. They've got the stun out. They kill off Hal to boot. And at this point, if you're YG, with a 7k net worth deficit, and a draft like this that's meant to be kind of spiking right now, I'd say it's looking pretty bleak for you.
Yeah, they're not getting enough space to get their Monkey King up. They are lagging behind in farm. 8k lead for AG as mentioned. Young PH sitting at 5k, 1k behind Wami. Doesn't sound bad until you realize Mamang Daya and DB are about 2k ahead. So the gap is increasing. Those early game items are stacking up. Skill A is making space though, but eventually he's found out.
Yeah. Oh. They're at 6-6 right now here for Skill A. Lands a Starbreaker, but that's probably not going to save him here. They slow him up with the curse, and there you go. Another bit of stolen int there for UK. He's got 20 int as a +5 Silencer at 14.5 minutes in. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how bad this game's gone for YG, I don't know what else will. So I'm kind of curious now what the int percentages look like here for the side of YG. I do believe it's mostly Skill A that's been dying and giving the int away. Everyone else's mana pool does seem relatively healthy.
Yeah, not quite the big drain yet, but you still have to watch out. There is a smoke coming through from YG. It looks like with nighttime up, with Dark Ascension ready, they're going to look for an opening here. AG.
On to UK, Crippling Fear, Dark Ascension, everything being popped, but now the turnaround with the Light Strike and all the damage out on to Young PH. They'll try to ult him with Skill A, but he's probably going right back to the graveyard. They've already got the Night Stalker. They get Skill A. They do at least trade with LYM, but it may not matter if you lose Hao again. Lun, he's trying to help out, but now DB's shown up. And keep in mind, John, this is before DB has the Silver Edge plus the Shards up. This is just the calm before the storm right now for AG. Zorain, he's gone.
Double kill.
A double kill out for DB, and now Hao, he's going to try and run. Buyback will be there from Zorain, but what can you do as a pos 3 Oracle? What can you really do?
Not much at this point. You're just not having that impact you have, although you're on PH.
Well, they might find Wami. It's something, but DB looks to want to clean up as he's found Skill layout. Against 4 heroes, he just doesn't care. He'll rush right in, and now they're on to Hal. They've got the Monkey King. Hold him down with the Fortune's End, but how long is that going to last? Not long enough is probably the answer we're looking for, as they have found out how in the end. UK does drop to Young PH, but what does it matter? It's a pos 5 silencer. They'll at least get LYM, but DB's still cleaning up. He's gotten a triple kill now, and he's looking for more. Zorain? We'll see you, Zorain.
Oh, God.
An ultra kill out for DB. Can we get this man a rampage? Young PH.
Oh.
Well, they're all having a laugh right now. Zorain, he's not too satisfied with what he's experiencing right now. But Young PH. Oh, Mamang Daya. Mamang Daya.
Oh, DB, he's dropping his items.
Yes.
Oh, he was really, wasn't he?
He wasn't happy about that. Mamang Daya stealing the kill from the big core, breaking that momentum. And DB's just sticking right next to him. He's looking for the toss, I think.
I mean, absolutely. If this was a pub game, DB would have been in the enemy fountain by now, 100%. I mean, it happens every time. You can't take a rampage of your teammate in the SCA server. As Mamang Daya is about to find out, they'll make the jump in, but they can't really kill him anyway. Like, DB needs an enemy team that can actually kill Mamang Daya right now. Young PH, he's gone. Skill Lay, he's going to try and run, but LYM's on the chase, and DB, he might try for another rampage. They've got the Dawnbreaker. They've got even more in Lung. Skill Lay, he's going to die throughout the false promise. But they do at least kill off the silence of it. That's about all they're going to find here.
They forced the buyback out from the Dawnbreaker, as it looked like AG were looking to dive into the high ground and don't really find a punishment there. So, bit of a wasted buyback. They are looping back though, DB.
Not going to find anyone quite yet. Skill Lay getting tipped there by Hal. I don't think the side of YG is quite impressed with the offlane that they've had this game. I've got to be frank, John, I don't quite blame them. It has been a bit of a rough one for them. There's AG. Here we go again, Young PH. It's a decent crippling fear, but he's got 0 follow-up. As Mamang Daya has been tossed in again, but again, nobody can kill him. LYM onto Zorain. It's your pos 4 ES killing off the pos 3 Oracle. On the other side, Mamang Daya, he cuts the tree ground of the Monkey King, finds another kill. And it would be a rather deep irony if Mamang Daya is the one to get a rampage this game. But he's 2 kills away from it. It's like his time's going to run out anyway. He won't be able to... Or maybe they're trying. I mean, Young PH, he's fine. He's out of there.
Skill Lay, he's trying to creep cut. Not for long.
Yeah, Skill Lay. Oh, he's trying. 15k net worth advantage though will probably mean you are going to die in the process. And I suppose he does buy about 5 to 10 seconds worth of time before the Roshan does get started here by YG. Or rather AG. YG can't really do much but watch.
Yeah, man, just gonna have to accept it. DB just tossing his teammates around as you'd expect from Tiny, who has not gotten his rampage. Roshan not gonna take too long. Beastmaster, Aura, Ancient Creep needs it really quick. It just does go to way of DB. YG are in the area though. How it's still scouting around. Needs to be a bit cautious, but
now they'll just commit everything onto UK and get something that you can get, although now the toss out from DB on the Wukong's command. LIM misses the boulder smash, but it won't matter. Wami, he's got the roar out. False promise. We'll buy him a little bit of time, but I'm not sure if it's going to be quite enough, as that is a very long tree throw. How might... No, he won't die anyway. He'll be fine.
He just kept going. That's some high accuracy on Tiny's toss. You know, his tree throw. Really good left arm there for the throwing.
Here we go again. DB onto skill lay. Avalanche is on 2. Starbreaker. It's not going to do anything. Suppose it does barely get him out. How? Nice boundless strike, I guess. Did no damage though.
Yeah, it's at that point where DB is fairly tanky. 30 armor on hand, HP up at 2.9k. Just hard to burst down now.
Dark Ascension out. Smoke is there from army geniuses.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Smoke going to be broken on DB. I mean, Dark Ascension was bombed.
How?
Oh, they did cut the tree. They found the monkey again. How? Yeah, he's got no way out. He's gone. They were trying to sneak up from the backside there, but young PH, he's been spotted anyway. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that this game is probably over, but they're having a bit of fun now. Down to the bot lane on the Night Stalker, they've got the Light Strike array out, and young PH is going to drop. DB going to rush forward, trying to find more. Who do they find? It's going to be Lun. They'll get another on the Lion. Who else do they find? Hell, False Promise is going to save him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That'll be it though.
The Rax will just go. Can't get mega creeps yet as the tier 2 top stands. But AG are just kind of chilling out. They're not even. They're just tossing Mom and Gaia forward to threaten. You know, they're having fun now. 23k lead. And bot Rax cleared out. They could go and they call the GG. And YG realized game's pretty hard to come back in. They tried something different. Now, I appreciate the creativity going for the offlane. Oracle didn't quite pan out. I think, you know, on paper, Oracle Dawnbreaker sounds like a good lane. You get the root, you land your spells out with...
The fight resumes, but will it follow the same thread? for Dire's middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant should look to their bottom tower scan, on the hunt for Radiant forces. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Radiant should look to their top tower.
Radiant team pick.
Mumbai, that will never change. I hope chat starts spamming all of the unique copy pastas, because there's always a new one. There's always a new variation as to how FBZ turns Indian, or how Yopaj and Palos turn Indian. We'll find out. We do have the draft on hand, so we do have something to actually talk about. The Enchantress and Tiny are picked up by Boom, and Polaris do go into the Monkey King. So some flexibility here on the Monkey King. Could be our support, could be our safe lane. Still a slight chance for it on mid for Mac, but we haven't seen mid Monkey King in a long time. Depends on matchup. For Boom Esports, Tiny, we've seen the Pause 1 do a lot of work. Could still be Pause 2. Kind of open to shift around here depending on what Paulus wants to play, but we have seen Paulus play some slightly more unorthodox Pause 1s, and they tend to really play around early aggression. So I think if they are looking for an aggressive Pause 1, the Tiny is a good starting point. Polaris do go into the Undying. And we've also seen Core Undying come out on the Pause 1 and off lane. The Pause 1 is the exciting bit, so I'm keen to see if Polaris do experiments go into that Pause 1 Undying with the Echo Saber Ag Shard. Very painful, lots of slow, and very punishing in the early game. So good aggression coming out from both sides early on.
Seconds. 5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. Seconds. 5 seconds remain.
I did. I did actually. I did in the break between the second series and third series. I went out. We had hot dogs for lunch. So for the Filipino crowd, I had some tender, juicy jumbo hot dogs. Had some white bread, ketchup, mayo, decent stuff.
10 seconds remain.
Oh, it's the ad. They had this ridiculous ad when we were growing up where it's like deep voices singing like jumbo hot dog kaya mo ba to? It's like it's asking, can you handle the jumbo hot dog? And I can't believe that ad went through to children. So that was just it. That was just it. Like, all right, that flies in television in the Philippines. Jeez. It's a good hot dog, though. It's a good hot dog.
10 seconds.
It's like the early 2000s, I think. Maybe up till the mid 2000s. I don't recall it in my high school, yeah. So, for like grade school times, that was a thing. So, had that. Flashback to my childhood. Had a good time. Filled up. I needed the energy because, you know, this matchup, again, it's a Rambulan. You have to be ready for the fisticuffs to come out. It's the classic matchup, you know. Polaris, they used to be Omega, and they used to be a droid, and all the way back they used to be Teen Admiral. So there's a lot of history there for this lineup. Boom, of course. They haven't played together as a roster like this, in this form, right? Like, we haven't seen Scam, Timps, Yopaj, Palace, and FBZ together, but they've been shaping up really well. They do go into the gyrocopter here on Boom's side. I wish I could say this is a pause. One, I think CTM's done the pause 5 gyrocopter a couple of times, so it's very open in what they want to do. They can still run pause 1 tiny, support gyro coming through, could work out here.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Radiant must choose.
Invoker.
Yep.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
That it is, and you can also force staff the homing missile as well. So, you know, that can happen. I believe we did see Yopaj last time he tried to run that mid. That was the first time we saw that attempted with his force staff Kaya Sanj build. Very experimental, very avant-garde, did not pay off. Polaris though, and they're keeping in with his sort of standard draft. Invoker Clockwork coming through, very aggressive on the mid lane of the Invoker, can kind of play fast, especially when you hit that earn timing. Depending on the build, you can go Quas Wex. We have seen some Exort Invokers in certain lineups looking for the Sun Strikes. That can work out as well when you've got the Clockwork, to a certain extent from the Monkey King as well. So there's some early aggression for Polaris here. A lot of good early fights they could take. They've got good control. Team fights looking good. Sustain's great. Tombstone in a really good spot can kind of put a spanner in the works for Boom, especially for the Tiny. That slow is going to make it hard for him to run around. Boom do go into TA coming out for Yopaj. So that's our stable core. That should be Yopaj mid. I say that, but yeah, no. It should be Yopaj mid. I'm going to stick to that. And likely Tiny or Gyrocopter on pause 1. They're keeping their last pick kind of flexible here for FBZ, and we've seen FBZ's hero be really impactful for Boom, right? Like, that's their building point. And that held true for the old Boom lineup where everyone used to say FBZ was the anchor of the team. Seems like that carries over with this new iteration of Boom as well.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. It is Dire's ban.
Yeah. No, I didn't start. No, I just saw it and I joined in, and it's fun. It's a great little copy pasta to fool people into wasting their points. Haha, you're losing out in points, guys. It's not the eco play, you know. You got to think about the long term, about the returns you get from the highlights. You gotta look for the perfect pasta. It is still going though, that's amazing. Like I haven't seen Twitch chat just latch onto one pasta for an entire 6 hours. So that's pretty impressive. Good job, guys.
5 seconds.
Work out the fingers.
Spectre.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Yeah, you just kind of cut them off. I'm seeing chat react to the jumbo hot dog thing. I'm glad to see that you guys still remember that. We're old now. Spectre, I think in the context of their lineup on Polaris' side, it's not that greedy, right? Like the Spectre can take all the farm, Invoker, Monkey King, Undying, even if it's a core, can take the backseat, and it is Natsumi Spectre, so we're not getting the spicy offlane here, and they will go with Boomy Monkey King, so it is the core offlane Undying coming through for Nico. Keen to see how much he can get out there. It does look like we will have the Palos Gyrocopter, so they're not going with support gyro. Tim's is on the Tiny. We'll have to see how much he brings out. And plus 4 Tiny we don't see too often. That can fall down pretty fast if you don't hit your blink timing. And that Silver Edge buildup you mentioned, it could still happen for support Tiny. It's a longer process, unless they really give Tim's a lot of farm priority there. So some juggling around of priorities for Boom to kind of handle here. And when you're running Gyro TA, you talked about greed. For Boom, this is pretty greedy. Like Gyrocopter wants to farm, TA wants to farm as well. They need to clear out a lot of camp space for these 2 cores to sustain. One of them is going to have to take a more active role. I'm thinking Palos will have to step out fast. Even the Batrider, right? He likes to play in the jungle as well. So the early to mid game, if they don't get that space secured, could be rough for Boom. I think Polaris has a more selfish lineup despite the Spectre. I'd lean towards Boom. But I don't think it's an outdraft. I think it's just down to Boom to stall the game out long enough to get the TA Gyro online, and it just goes from there. You have 2 really hard-scaling cores versus 1 hard-scaling core, and that's going to be the name of the game. If Polaris can get early control and start kind of running around, getting the kills, shutting down the map, it's going to be hard for Boom to get that going. But I feel like Boom should be able to hold back in that aggression with the Enchantress Tiny supports. And they can kind of make space, especially Ench, if she does manage to scout out well, just put her body forward and buy that space out, potentially with a Batrider down the line. You will be able to stall the game out long enough. They just have to stall for a really, really long time. And that could be an issue.
Okay, fair enough. So you've kind of given us a non-answer. Nothing. Very, very confusing for the people trying to bet against what we're saying. We're very at the bet right now. So you saw the odds up earlier. A lot of all chat going on as well. Have you been keeping track, John? What have they been talking about?
CTM asked Nico about his diary, and CML is asking him to not be a maniac. So
diary.
Yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue about Nico's diary. I don't know what he keeps in his diary. I'm keen to read his diary now, because apparently it's a public issue. So I would like to see. I did want to point this out. I didn't have the time to point this out, but you will note, Polaris has Boomy, and he's playing against Boom. Boomy versus Boom.
Oh, well done, John. Well, you've done it. Well done. Top lane, Simo. Gonna try and run. Natsumi just gonna rush right forward. They do get the bounty on FBZ, but now CTM, he's just gonna drop so much damage on the Enchantress at level 1. It's gonna be too much for CTM. As they do manage to secure first blood. I believe it was onto Mac. So your mid Invoker now gonna be starting off with that bonus gold. Very, very happy days here for Mac on this Invoker.
Yeah, the matchup for Mac as well is, you know, not too bad. I think the TA eventually, when the side blades are up, maybe you can play with a Melt Strike, can kind of harass out the Invoker, but the Invoker does have the natural regen coming through, especially with that Quas up. Looks like Mac will be going for the standard Quas Wex, queuing up the Urn. So he's got some decent timings and will be looking to play fast. Yopaj for his part just has to focus in on that CS, ensure that his side camp is accessible, and right now it is blocked. So a heads up play from Polaris to slow down that initial farm. And as long as they kind of keep that TA in check, again, the greed of Boom's lineup, if they start losing map space, it's going to be hard to get both the TA and the Gyrocopter online.
Absolutely. Of course, bot lane, John, you've got Tim's there with FBZ against CML and Natsumi. And now it should be a fairly calm lane for Natsumi up until you get that level 2, level 3 mark on FBZ, and then suddenly things start getting a little bit more hectic as FBZ are naturally going to want to try and make the dive in with that Firefly. He's just about to hit that level 2 mark, so we'll have a quick gander at that a bit later on. Of course, the last lane, Mac and Yopaj against each other. Kind of already talked about this one. I imagine Yopaj should be able to pull ahead quite nicely. Mac is trying to get quite a bit of harassment out on the Invoker, but I think for now Yopaj always have the side camps to go back to, and we know Yopaj, John. He's a very confident kind of mid player. Doesn't really mind taking harassment.
No, doesn't really mind at all. He's got the bottles to sustain now, and level 3 is up, so level 2 refraction a bit harder for Mac to burn through. And that should lead to an easier time for Yopaj to kind of get the farm. He still has a small camp block, so he's missing out and potentially stacking in between, but he hasn't really had the need to check on that camp anyway, so kind of balances out. We'll see if some support rotations come true. I don't expect that this game, but you do have more active supports on, especially in Polaris. Up top, of course, Boomy's on one of those active supports on the Monkey King, kind of getting zoned out by CTM, and this is the one issue with a Monkey 4 and a dual melee lane against Enchantress. Like, Nico and Boomy can't really trade too well with CTM despite him dropping earlier as first blood. He's got the range, he's got level 2, he hasn't gone for the impetus yet, but once he has that spell up, once he has a good creep to take with the enchant, a lot of presence that the Ench has that they can't really do much about with an Undying and a Monkey King yet.
Surprised we haven't seen a dive yet from FBZ. Maybe just waiting for the level 3 mark now, but thought he might go a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yopaj trying to go in onto Mac. Popping a lot of damage though, the rotations out from Boomy, and with the Balance Strike, they will have enough to get rid of the Templar Assassin. Very nice kind of sneaky rotation from Boomy on the Monkey. Naturally, it does pay off.
Yeah, it's just down to that really active support you have in the Monkey. You can jump in early, secure those kills. Yopaj being a bit greedy does get punished nicely, and that will give Mac a little bit more to play with. Gives him time to catch up in CS, where he has been lagging behind slightly. Yopaj should be still sustaining fine, although with the lack of a small camp to kind of play between waves, it's a bit tough. He will get the D-ward at least.
Palace though, top lane ends up dropping another time for this team, so 3-0 now for Polaris. Nico able to clean up that Gyrocopter top lane. Boomy's the one really setting up here on the Monkey King constantly for the side of Polaris. He's been a real nuisance on this Pos 4 Monkey so far.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see from your Monkey King. Early activity has to pay off. He's got the level 2 tree dance, so he has pretty good damage when he lands, and the slow is pretty ridiculous. It's hard to get out, although Nico's out of mana. He does have a soul ring.
Yeah, stun will land, Nico. He should be just fine anyway. Like you said, soul ring up. Can always soul rip if he needs, and well, there you go. Gives himself a bit more extra healing, though he did decay beforehand, so not as efficient as you would like to see, I'm sure, John, but nevertheless, he's more than healthy, and with the off he's not really being pressured whatsoever, let's be honest. He's perfectly fine now.
He's matching the CS of FBZ on the offlane, through having the same impact in terms of slowing down Palace. Like that, Palace is finding the CS to build up, but because of this aggression, Palace is to go for Rock Pro, so he's not going to have the early back cannon farming. Yeah, he could still go for a 2-1-2 build, but offset it, right? Like, we tend to see 0-1 tree build, level 5 with stats coming in, and slows down the Gyrocopter's flash farm just a bit more, which means Palace will to play a more active position trying to cut that trees, does miss the mark. But it is getting to that point with the levels racking up on the monkey and then dying that the Ench can't really fully zone them out by herself. Like CTM's got the enchants, pocket, the impetus, or nature's attendance. And even the spells with the tankiness of these two heroes, it is hard to just harass them out purely by the spells alone.
I mean, I think you still want to go the this round here if you're CTM, but naturally he knows a lot better than we do. Nico, get enchanted up. Stun is going to be up, but he's a very tanky target. Rocket Barrage, it's just not going to be enough. Boomy, he tanks through it, and now Palos, he's in trouble again on the gyro. He might just barely find Boomy, but no, not quite. Tornado EMP's going to be there from Mac. And that ensures that they get the gyrocopter kill very, very easily. It's both Boomy and, of course, Nico will be able to go get a reset back at the fountain. And unfortunately for Palos, he's having just a very rough time.
But it's a great start for Polaris. Going 4-0, less than 1k net worth lead. They're finding the aggression in their mid and off lane. Natsumi, even he's having a decent enough lane against Batrider, though his CS is falling behind. Has to be careful here.
Yeah, Avalanche is out. FBZ, though, can keep chasing as he has the Firefly up now. And, well, for Natsumi, there's no real way out. Just perfectly timed there from Boom. They'll find another kill. That was actually their first kill of the game, by the way. So FBZ does claim the first kill for Boom Esports as, well, it seems like top lane now. They found another. CTM able to take down Nico.
Without the support, the Undying can try to spam his spells out, but you do need someone to kind of distract so you can get at least 2 decays up. And doesn't really have that without the body on board, being just a bit too far to help the cause. It does show up now, just a bit too late. The side of Polaris still playing aggressive. CML catches out Tims.
That he does, Tims. Spot of danger, does get the toss and the avalanche off, and it's going to be more than enough. Or is it? CML still going to chase him down, has level 1 rocket flare, but won't have the damage output unless Mac could throw out a very nice tornado, but that's not going to fly out either. In the meantime, CML is going to scan up the stacks being made for your Page. I suppose you can kind of estimate that this is going to happen anyway. So it does kind of get a quick glance at what's going on in this triangle. In the meantime, your Page, he's not quite ready to make his way over there yet anyway. Though he is top of the CS sport, so he's having a decent enough time. We'll see if they manage to kind of try to slow him down again. As in fact they do right now. Cold Snap is there, haunted from Natsumi. Boundless Strike to lock him down. Yopaj, he's out of refraction now and is out of mana as well. He might still have to try and fight back, but CML shows up now. Just everybody swarming the TA, and they'll get the kill. But now Natsumi, he also got caught by FBZ. There's not going to be enough damage. Because you've got all 5 heroes from Polaris showing up in this mid lane. They do lose Mac. But Tims goes down to boot. Boomy, he'll make the chase in on FBZ. And might just be able to get the Batrider as now Nico finds CTM and Tims. And the Rocket Flare will be enough to get the kill onto FBZ. So in the end, I mean, they commit all their heroes for that. But it's well and truly worth it for the side of Polaris.
Oh yeah, they're getting the aggression out they want to at this lineup. We talked about Boom, what they have to do. They have to secure their early game. They have to secure the jungle. Not coming through. Polaris has punished that greed quite nicely. They've got the deep wards down. They've scouted out the stacks, as we mentioned earlier on. And now it's getting a bit choked out. There's not enough good room for Yopaj to really start to rack up the farm he needs on that TA. He's not lagging too far behind. But if this momentum keeps up, Polaris, once they find a couple of towers, the jungle is going to be a very hard spot for Boom to sustain in. And they still need time for both the Gyrocopter and TA to farm up. Whereas in comparison, you know, Invoker, just with an Urn, is ready to go. The Undying with Phase Boot Soul Ring has a lot of presence on hand, and he is going for a Hood of Defiance next. It's going to be hard to burst him down with just how tanky he can be in the middle of the fights. And Polaris is lining up for that quick push up top. They've got Natsumi in the top lane. They do not have the fastest push potential, to be fair. But if no one comes in to defend, you're still going to find that tower.
Looks like that probably is going to be the case here, John. I mean, Polaris, they will surely just be able to get this top tier 1 for free. Boomy, though, may get caught down at the bot lane, but Tims unable to really break the gap to find that Monkey King. So Boomy almost springs back in, but he's just looking to clear the creep wave and just be as annoying as humanly possible in this Monkey King. It's always one of those things, right? When you're chasing a monkey, it's kind of like, are you wasting your time? More than likely, yeah, you probably are, though. Boomy getting very, very risky now with the jumps he's making. But again, they just can't punish him.
They don't have the best hold, just with a tiny inch. I'm sure you could maybe get an avalanche off from Tims, but the range is fairly short. We're just maximizing the jumps. Well, good scan though, but...
Oh, Yepaj does avoid the hook of CML. Ended up hitting an ancient creep, and the scan was enough information for Yepaj to get himself out. He's still going to stick around for that small camp, though, as the rest of Polaris now looking to move in. But Palos, he's going to find CML. They've got the clockwork at the least. Cog's not really going to help him out too much. Meanwhile, on the side, we are going to see a Haunt in. Who are they going to chase, though? They'll try onto CTM, and they will be able to get the Boundless Strike. But now the lasso's there. They've got Natsumi. He'll try to make a run for it, but it looks like he is pretty screwed over as FBZ does manage to land the final hit. Tims, move in onto Boomy, but the toss is on a neutral creep. Back Tims now might just drop on this tiny, and eventually does. Boomy able to take another kill here. 3-0-5 on the support Monkey King, and he just continues to make work happen across this map.
Just been very impactful with his scouting, with his mobility in that Monkey King. Boom does find a little bit more in that exchange. I think they're happy enough to hold down Nico and get the kill on Yopaj. So the TA is starting to build up, starting to hit its spikes. Still needs a lot more, but the Dragon Lance is there. Blink next for Yopaj, not opting for the death, so it just wants the mobility on hand to catch out some of those cores in the back line. And once that's up, should be easy. Down bot though.
That's ATM gonna get caught. Another nice pickup, and again, I mean, I keep saying this game one, but it does seem to all just revolve around what Boomy's doing on this Monkey King. He's finding so much information for his team, enabling them to make these very aggressive jumps in. Mind you, you are still behind in terms of net worth. Yopaj is still ahead. On top of that net worth board, and right behind him is going to be Palos on the gyrocopter. So regardless of how many kills you're finding, you still aren't leading in terms of the gold exchange, but I suppose they are keeping it very close considering it is a TA gyrocopter against them. Perhaps at this stage you'd expect Boom to be way further ahead with this kind of draft.
Yeah, I think you're fine with that on Polaris' end. The aggression still pays off. The bot tier 1 is still being shoved in, although
Avalanche tosses out, but Tims, he may have gone way too far forward as now the EMP's going to fly through, and Tims, he's just taking so much damage, but he does have his team behind him. Cooldown's going to be there. Mac, he's still trying to chase. It may have been a bait all along as they've got CML and Mac's trapped in the tree line, but there's your tombstone out. Nico, he'll try to help, and he does make it, so Palos ends up dropping. But still, they are trapped against the wall now. Mac is still going to go down in the end, and Yopaj, he'll move in onto Nico. Is this Undying? He's quite tanky. Probably not tanky enough to deal with 4 heroes. Yopaj able to get a double kill now on that TA. And it's not something you really like to see if you are Polaris.
No, they sacrificed way too much to hold on to the bot tier 1, which at this point was kind of set for dead, right? Like it's 13 minutes in, the tower is bound to fall. They pour in way too much resources to stop it. At the least, they're getting space out for Natsumi. Spectre is still sort of keeping up in farm, and we are seeing Natsumi go for the Ags Rush as well on the spec. So Echo Saber Ags Rush just wants that impact with the Shadow Step. We've seen that before. It can be quite painful. He does not have something like the Urn or a Spirit Vessel, as Mac again already has the Spirit Vessel up. So we'll see if that does impact the early aggression of the Spectre, but I think overall it still lines up. Good stats for the Spectre. The talents kind of play along with that aggression as well. Like the dagger damage is great and the dagger slow is great. So you can kind of build off of that quick initiation. Polaris though?
Hook shot in, CML right in onto that gyrocopter. Palos, he's having such a rough game already, and it's not going to get much easier for him. So he will drop another time. CML, the next target though, Mac, he gets lassoed up there, but at least got the Invoker down. And it looks like it's starting to turn into one of those games where you are going to be expecting Yopaj to be the real carry here for Boom Esports. As this gyro, I mean, Palos, he's just not really able to survive throughout these team fights, and Again, with a draft like what Boom has, he's not going to have that much space to be able to farm stacks because you are probably going to prioritize his TA.
I think that's a worthwhile investment, though. Like, the Gyrocopter still has some forward impact, but just tossing spells out, eventually you're still going to hit an Ag's timing down the line. Then you can just look for a Satanic, try to be a tanky frontliner core. Nico?
Very deep in that mid lane. There's a lot of damage now out. Clean up that mid. And suddenly a 13-12, but more importantly, a 4K net worth lead for Boom Esports. And that's when you start to get a lot more concerned if you're Polaris. I mean, you were just slightly less than 1K behind, but now suddenly 4. Not going to feel very good for him. Yopaj, though, getting very aggressive. May end up paying, but no, he just blinks away. And now instead they'll find him. It's on the Tiny. Avalanche tosses out. He's got help nearby, but they're going to let Tims die for this. Just not 100% confident to try and force the fight from Boom.
Decent punishment coming out from Polaris. Not the biggest kill to take, but that does stop the aggression onto that mid-tier run. Although Yopaj.
That's still moving in. Balance Strike will connect. You're at that point now where the Psyblades start bouncing at ridiculous range. Ultimately, they are unable to kill off Yopaj again. He's going to start working towards that Desolator. And once the Deso's up, you can look towards that mid-tier 1 tower, and more importantly, you can look towards that first Roshan.
Yeah, it becomes really easy to take that first Aegis game. I take the side of Boom. They're happy enough with Palace's build-up, right? Like, they are sacrificing it for the TA, but he's just rushing BKB, just wants to stand, use the Rocket Barrage, use the call down, get the damage off that way. There is a smoke coming out from Boom, 3-man smoke with FBZ. He's got the blink. He's been really impactful with these lassos.
Oh, Mac. He's constantly been the victim of these lassos as well from FBZ, as now Tims is also going to find CML, and they should have another, but a nice hook shot to try and get himself out. It won't be enough though. Yopaj still managed to snipe him on the clockwork. In fact, it looks like they even found another. Boomy, he's been so good this whole game. But you're now experiencing the power spike of Boom Esports. John, I think it might be about that time in a few hundred gold to start going for that Roshan pit if you are Boom.
Oh, 100%. Like, that Desolator being up for Yopaj relatively soon means that Roche is the biggest play you can make. He already took the mid-tier 1. No easy access points for Polaris. They do have the hook shot and Haunt. And they've got the Undying to punish in a very tight area. So there is some counterplay for Polaris. Issue is they don't have control of their triangle. Good wards coming through from Boom to scout out any sort of movement. Side of Polaris will have to commit a smoke if they want to kind of check in on the Roche. They will smoke up early though. Smoked up now.
Immediately broken though there on Nico. Tims. Stick around on the Tiny. And let's actually get a very nice courier snipe there on Max Courier. Just get himself out immediately. And Natsumi's still just trying to go towards the Manta, but he's really starting to fall behind in terms of net worth. And I believe they just scanned him out as well. In fact, no, it was the scan of the Radiant, finding out Boom Esports. So a very nice scan there from our Spectre. So it doesn't really help that Natsumi, he's not able to freely hit creeps right now. Just constantly having to rotate across the map and trying to find a better location to farm in. Definitely tough times ahead.
Yeah, and it's difficult for Polaris to play around the Spectre right now. Like, they can't play around the Haunt as we saw Mizu do on his offlane Spec. They were always timing fights around the Haunt, getting the kills, building up that way on the Spectre. This time around, Natsumi's just not geared up for it. Like, the damage output of Boom's too much. He does pop in the Haunt. If they don't get control on Yopaj first, he just gets bursted down. And controlling Yopaj at this point with his max refraction is a difficult process. Like, your hold is just not guaranteed. You need to rip through refraction to stop the blink, and Yopaj is just relatively secure there. So we'll see if Polaris finds the angle. They will smoke up. Haunt still up. Hook still up. They could look for an angle to get pick off here.
CMO needs to land the hook shot here to set up onto Palos. You do have the balance of Boomy to try and hold him down if you need be. Palos, he has his whole team right behind him though. It's a bit of a bait play as now FBZ jumps in and gets the lasso off right on the Undying, and Nico's gone. Palos pops the flat cannon. Off we go. CML, he'll be the second to drop. And now the avalanche toss in from Tim's onto Mac. And they may have just found themselves a third hero now. As Mac, he can't sustain himself here, surely. He'll try. Flame Break is there though. It'll knock him back. Toss back onto Boomy. They'll find a fourth hero. Why the hell not? And in the meantime, Natsumi, he's watching. But what can he do?
Yeah, he can't do much. He's got the Manta up, so there is a little bit more impact on the Haunt play. They just haven't been able to play around it. Like the lineup of Polaris, I think if they got the proper initiation, the Haunt would have been really impactful, but they get a bit impatient. Nico shows up first, gets dragged back, and Boom just clean up with the numbers advantage. So I think for Polaris right now, you play with your hook shot. You have to rely on that to jump in first, get information out with the flare, play with a Haunt afterwards, and go from there. They do scout out the Roshan, but it is a quick Rosh with that Detsu up on Yopaj, and they spot Boomy out.
Yeah, that they do. Boomy, he just fine. Sunstrike will come in. Hort Natsumi, he snatches the Aegis away. He's got it on the Spectre. A massive play here for Polaris. Can they continue trying to fight? Not quite. They're going to back off with that. There's a great Sunstrike from Mac. Great steal from Natsumi. It's definitely the best thing that's happened to them all game so far. Yeah, you haven't seen much good recently, I'll tell you that. So anything you can get right now for Polaris is definitely great news.
Yeah, it's a great pickup, but I don't think they can be aggressive with that Aegis. Like, for the most part, Natsumi's going to stick back to farming. He popped Haunt, so that's 2 minutes now where it's on cooldown. And they should just be farming up. The side of Boom are actually going to look to play into it. They know that Aegis on Spectre is actually not that scary.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't think they can actually fight with it at all. Boom Esports can just happily force a team fight. Polaris would still be the ones to just back out and probably not try to force anything. It's Boom now. Moving in. Lasso up. FBZ. Love himself a target. He's been on Mac constantly as Mac's about to show himself as well. Tree throw is there. Tims won't get the vision. It won't matter. Into the tier 2 tower they go.
Tower is under attack.
Aegis or not, Natsumi, if he wants to try and commit this Aegis and use it to their advantage, he needs to force the fight. I suppose he does at least want his Ags up first in the Spectre before he does go down that route. And so he'll use it more as a survival mechanism than trying to be aggressive and try to find something with it.
Yeah. It's just more cautious play from Polaris. They understand that, you know, with the deficit they've got on hand, even with a second life, they don't have enough to back it up. So patience coming through. Just try to build up that farm. Try to hit that Ags timing. Once that's up, you can try to play with a solo pickoff. With that Shadow Step, we've seen that be really, really strong. Again, on that last series, you saw with Mizu in the off lane. Timing doesn't look too bad. I mean, all things considered, Natsumi's just about 1,000 behind Palos and 2,000 behind Yopaj. The Spectre has been getting some space. Just have to ensure that space is steady and keeps up pace with the TA gyro. As long as you're within this range with the TA gyro, you're in a good spot.
They've got the TA right now, but CML, he's just going to melt to the damage output. In fact, he even loses his courier to the side blades, but still, they've got the TA. He has a haste room, but it'll be purged off by the tornado. They've got all the control they needed to finally get rid of this Templar Assassin. However, top lane FBZ, he's going to return the favor right back. The way of Mac, it'll force the Horn down. They'll try to get a fight going. Natsumi onto FBZ, will be able to get rid of the Bat Rider. They'll move in onto CML, excuse me, rather CTM. Illusion! Decay there. They've got him. The Enchantress should eventually just die. And I do mean eventually. It is a bit more of a longer process. Boom. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Polaris. I guess 2 for 3 if you count the buyback there from CML. Still pretty darn good news here for the Radiant, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're finding the kills, they're finding the punishment. And Boom, and losing your 2 cores like that, losing Yopaj and FBZ is not ideal, but you still keep down Mac. and you know you're forcing certain tools away from Polaris every engagement. You know that Haunt's down, so you've got another big opening here to force a fight without worrying about Natsumi popping up. The Aegis still has about a minute left, so not too much time left for Natsumi, but he does have his Ags up. So with the disassembly play on the Echo Saber, finish up the Ags, has the Shadow Step. I'm not sure if the damage output of that Shadow Step without, say, an Urn or Spirit Vessel is going to be enough, but if he does find a nice squishy target, like, let's say, I suppose the Enchantress is probably your easiest bet. You can try to melt her down. Issue is, Enchantress with Untouchable at level 2 is harder than you think. I'm not sure who you jump first with the Shadow Step, but you could use it as an information tool in the end. Boom will smoke up though. They've got their own Ags up on Palos, and he's got the Crystallis up as well, so he's doing a good amount of damage with a Flak and Side Gunner. Let's see if they find something here.
I'm gonna try. Into that Radiant Triangle they go. Rupage. Get rid of that tier 1 top tower. However, in the meantime, Lasso's there. Boomy already gone. In fact, CML got caught out to boot. They'll find a double there on Palos. It'll only be the supports, but still a great couple of kills. As now, Boom, they might be able to force the tier 2 top tower as well.
It doesn't take too long for a TA to get that damage out. They force the Fortify out just to stall this push. That's going to be the second tier 2 tower falling for Polaris at this point, and it just shrinks down the map further. They don't have control through triangle anymore for Polaris, so map space to farm is limited. Natsumi's forced to kind of hang around bot. They do have the outpost back, so he's fairly well protected, but even their mid just dying to the creeps. So looking like they're going to be out of all outer towers now, as Boom has complete control on the map. 15k lead, 17 to 23, and they're just ready to go. I don't think there's anything they're particularly waiting for. Maybe a Satanic on Palos to have him really sustain the front line. Perhaps looking for Yopaj to finish up his BKB for protection. But you've got the damage output, you've got the control, you've got the jump capability with Tims and with FBZ with her blinks. So you can just kind of run and gun. And Polaris, they're the ones to have to work for the angles. Their high ground defense is really good though, with Undying and Tombstone. They can stall out fairly well with a well-placed Tombstone, but the impact of our core Undying offlane hasn't been to the full effect, I think. Like, we were seeing good early fights from Nico, control the lane fairly nicely, but the impact in these bigger team fights has just been a little lackluster, and I think that's down to Tombstone not being very easy to drop this game up against 3 ranged heroes. They will smoke up though.
Palos, he's there to break the smoke. He's just right forward. Hookshot's there. CML, where's your follow-up though? It's just not there. It's now the flat cannons. They just start flying out. A nice balance strike on 2, but what does it matter? ZBZ now. Look for a lasso back, and he's found Natsumi. That is the primary candidate. If I've ever seen one, but he pops the horn, will launch around and blow my ears out. All the sound effects that's coming out from this damn Arcana, but it won't matter because Palos just going to keep moving in with the flat cannon. Yopaj is there as well. Natsumi, he's going to try and hide in the tree line, but they know exactly where he's gone. As he tries to shadow step back the other way, Yopaj will give him the tip over. In fact, they're CTM as well. Why the hell not?
Yeah, it's going to be tough now. They don't have Haunt, they don't have Tombstone. All their high ground defense just boils down to Mack, and
oh, great toss back from Tims. Onto CML, they'll get another. Yeah, without these buybacks available, you've got no hope of defending this bottom lane of Barracks. In fact, the way Boom Esports are going, I wouldn't quite blame them for going for a second. Even with the low respawn cooldowns or respawn timers, I just wouldn't blame them for just going for even more.
Yeah, there's something to stop them. Like, they know Wukong's is down, they know all big team fight spells are down. Even with them, with these heroes back up, they can't do anything.
And Tim's trying to look for another toss back, but he's going to have to get himself out, as now they'll go into that mid lane of Barracks. That'll be enough.
Yeah, they leave the range at 13 HP. They play it safe. Is probably just going to go to the next creep wave. They could just deny it. I don't think they will, of course, because why would you give super creeps away? But they pull back. Roche is going to be up in 5 seconds, so a really quick respawn as well for Boom to kind of abuse. They've got control of the triangle still. So dipping into the Roshan's not being too hard for them. They do miss out by a few seconds. But I don't think they even need to wait for Roshan. I think you can just go back in, lasso's back up. You might be running into haunt timings and tombstone timings, but
Oh, Lasso catches him out again. CML, he's going to try and hookshot it and help Natsumi, though he's really out of options here. He's going to try and get himself out, but there's just no chance. No buyback. Boomy, he's dying from a mile away here to Yopaj with the Hurricane Pike out.
Jeez.
The GG, they've had enough. The great start to the game here for Polaris, but in the end, it just proves to not be quite enough. Boom Esports finished this game off to the 30-minute mark with a 27k net worth.
Yeah, we're going really well for Boom, 18-32. Nice game.
Resolution. eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Lakad mo to! Normally.